People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Moses Humphrey. Now let's quickly take you through the conversations this morning. Residents panic. Police begin probe as suspected U.S. missile warhead found in Niger village. And that, of course, and Atiku finally breaks silence on stepping down for other ADC aspirants. Well, he says he will not step down for anybody. He gets even more interested with politics in Nigeria. And federal government inaugurates committee to train 1 million Nigerians in digital skills. Now, these, of course, are the conversations for this morning. We will focus on these conversations. We'd like for you to follow us on social media. On YouTube, it's Voice of the People Television, and across social media, we are at VOP TV Live. All right, search for us, like, subscribe, and be part of the conversation every time we come your way.
Yes, we'd like you to be part of this conversation. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro, talking about other trending stories. A man has been rescued alive from the debris of the Great Nigeria House on Lagos Island, Lagos State, 11 days after the structure collapsed in the aftermath of a fire outbreak. VOP News gathered that the man was discovered alive on Tuesday afternoon. Well, recall that the multi-story building went up in flames on Christmas Eve before eventually giving way, prompting Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to order its demolition on safety grounds. But despite growing concerns that no survivors remained, emergency responders sustained search and rescue efforts at the site. Those efforts yielded a breakthrough when a survivor was found alive beneath the rubble more than a week after the collapse. Well, authorities have not yet released details on the condition or identity of the rescued individual, while rescue operations at the site continue. Well, I think this is a miracle, and I thank God for the survival of this man. I thank God for the life of this man. Unfortunately, there was a picture and I think it was a video of that of an incident in that building that my colleague here shared with me. A certain young man was trying to rescue properties, goods from the inferno, and I think he tried first time, second time, third time, and when he went back the fourth time, the thing caved in on him, and he didn't die immediately. He started yelling, calling for help, bring a bookie, even bring anybody, I will pay. I will pay. It is about money, I will pay. And his voice started, going from high to dim until it faded out and faded. And unfortunately, the young man died. But this one, like I said, is a miracle. Survived 11 days, after 11 days. And without food, without water, how did he? It's just a miracle. I think it's miraculous.
It's a miracle. Without water, I don't know how. I don't know how, because the way the body is, without water, after 4 or 5 days, your body starts to really crave water, and if you don't get water, you might get disillusioned, and death will come in.
Yes, atrophy sets in.
Yes. So, but it's a miracle.
Honestly, I'm not sure there's any medical explanation for this. For me, because
he has to be in a pocket where he could, breathe in some sort of free air.
Free air, that is ventilated.
That is not coming. That has not been affected by the fumes or the dust and everything
from the flame.
Yes,
from the influence. I think it's a pure miracle. This is what we call miracle, and not. Someone said went to Nigerian Defense Academy, got commissioned as a second lieutenant. From there, captain, major, brigadier, lieutenant, brigadier general, major general, and the person was appointed chief of army staff, and he said it's a miracle. I don't see how that is a miracle, because you had already prepared yourself.
Miracle is to whom it is.
Okay, the way he defines it. For me, so one that is a miracle. I mean, if you get somebody who probably didn't pass school cert, and you make the person minister for Attorney General and Commissioner for and Minister for Justice, that's a miracle. That's a miracle, because it was unplanned, unprepared. But that is now, apart from the miracle, it's also a call to responders, and I like the tenacity, of people that kept searching search and rescue team. They didn't give up. The man was not even yelling. He wasn't talking.
I hope the search and rescue team were actually looking for survivors.
Okay, but whatever they were looking for, they found a survivor.
They found a survivor.
I like their tenacity that they continued. They kept digging until they met on this man. It shows that, look, and maybe, and just maybe, that is the problem we have with data. As I speak, nobody knows the number of people that work in that complex. Nobody knows the number of people that visit that complex on a daily basis. We could still have some people unaccounted for.
We can only hazard a guess as to the number of people that work there. Because the number of people that work there will not correlate with the number of people that were probably trapped in there. Other individuals who may not even work there could run in and help and try to help save the properties.
Now, when I say the number of people that work there, it helps us get to a definite number of, okay, these are the number of people that work here. Then we can start calculating randomly on a random basis. These are the number of people that visit here.
Absolutely.
On the average. So with that, statisticians, they're able to say, or a point of 0 to 1 to 0 and all of 1 to 10, they're able to guess there might be someone trapped in there, or we don't even have a head count, We should have a head count of the number of people that work there and how many people are missing and all of that. But it's a good thing that this young man survived. Like I say, it's a miracle. And
when I saw the story, the man you mentioned initially that called the wife and asked for assistance to come from anywhere, that if it's money, he'll pay. That was the first person that came to my mind. And I was like, I hope this is the man.
I thought as much.
I hope this man. I hope he's the one. But I mean, God saves who he chooses to save, and it's a miracle. It's a miracle, to say the least. And surviving this number of days. And another good thing was he had glasses on. When he was brought out, there was glasses on. Yeah, so that probably shielded his eyes from the dust and other things. And you know how these things work medically. They say if you are trapped in a condition like this, the first 3 days, the first 24 to 48 hours, your body starts to feed on
itself,
on fats, fatty tissues,
inside,
and all of that. Yeah, because you're not eating food, and then after that it starts to break down. No, I think the first few days it breaks down glycogen, and then later feeds on fatty tissues, and then the longer you stay, when it gets to like 7-8 days, it starts to feed on muscle tissues and the rest. So that was probably the stage
where they found him.
Yes, he was in, and they should be careful in reintroducing food to an individual like this, or even water, because introduction of anything can spike insulin because the body will release
react
insulin,
immediately.
and then that can even lead to death. But I do hope that
Well, I think
he'll be
this
properly
man,
taken care
I
of.
just describe him as more somehow like a Robinson Crusoe of that building. You know, he got trapped. But one thing I don't know is whether was he able to move around within that, or was he part of him? You know, was it something that?
No, obviously,
You know, because
the
I'm
debris
sorry.
wasn't on top of him.
Exactly, that's the question. Now, unlike the other man, you know, something fell
Who
on him.
probably had something on top of him. That alone can lead to early death. Yeah, if it's directly. I think he was just trapped in a pocket,
and he
pocket
was
space.
probably was able to move around.
May move slightly, move his limbs slightly.
He could also have been praying. You know, God, please just rescue me.
Yeah, and obviously the movements were restricted because when he was pulled out, his hands were somewhere here, and he couldn't even move that hand. So it's one can say that the bones and muscles were already beginning to stiffen. So, but it's a good thing.
I just hope he survives.
Oh, he will. He will. At this point, he will. I mean, you don't survive all of that and then come outside.
Well, you never can tell.
True. But I mean, the will to survive is there already.
Yes,
so,
it's there.
So he will. He will. Well, we thank God for his life. And yes, and I think rescue efforts should continue. You never know what else you might find in issues like this. And also, it speaks to how we react in cases of emergency, fire incidents, and the rest. People always rush to the scene and try to see how they can, maybe save things or maybe steal in some cases, but we should give space to those that are trained to fight fire, and they should be provided with equipment as well. Because I remember an incident of a fire incident that happened at a radio station some years back. I think it was 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago or last year? No, it wasn't last year. Well, some years back, there was a fire incident at a radio station. And when it happened, some people ran in, and you will think that, they were trying to save, at that, when we were running around, it was later discovered that some people stole things. Television sets were pulled from the wall and were never accounted for later because people just felt, if there's going to be a fire here, let me grab this one. Tabletop computers were pulled out and were not accounted for after. So they were basically stolen.
It happens all the time.
They're basically stolen.
And I'm happy that you brought us to this point about, people, self-responders, people who ordinarily it's not their responsibility, but they take it on just to save humanity. I don't know if you are familiar with the story of one young man in Delta State, who, according to his records, he was passing by, he was driving by, and he saw somebody who was collapsing. The person collapsed. Well-dressed young person and all of that. And so he helped, took him to the hospital. And in the process, he didn't even know him, took him to the hospital. In the process, he died. So as an innocent person, he said, he called the Delta State Police Command, and said, look at this, what happened. They took him in.
And he was arrested.
Arrested and charged with murder. He spent the Christmas there. In fact, according to him, he took the intervention.
This Christmas?
This Christmas.
My goodness.
According to him, he took the intervention of a highly placed individual in society to rescue him. He said he didn't know this person from anywhere.
He was just trying to be a good Samaritan.
He was just trying to be a good Samaritan. And a particular DPO said, look, you are going in for this. You are a murderer and all of that. Despite after investigations and everything. He said, I don't know this man. Now, family members of that man came and reported that the man had underlying illnesses that could have led to his death.
But they still kept him there.
They still kept him there. So, and now the man was trying to explain why, when you see incidents like this, you see people taking pictures.
Some people, yes.
Taking videos and all of that. Say, look, I'm not part of this. This is what happened. So, I don't know the role of the police in.
I think it's just, that's an unfortunate incident. It's an unfortunate
Meanwhile,
incident.
according to him, they cleared his account. They cleared his account.
Yeah, that brings us to the Nigerian factor. Very unfortunate incident. In fact, when you were speaking now, I just remembered one that happened in France many years back. A young man climbed the building to save a child, who was, I mean, there was a fire incident and he climbed and he got citizenship for that heroic act, and then he trended on social media. Heroes don't, not all heroes wear capes and the rest of them, So, but see, another thing here is, to further address this issue that you mentioned, is the lack of CCTVs. I mean, if we have CCTVs in relevant places, even alleys, street corners, it will better explain some of these issues and may have exonerated this young man, because they would have seen this the point where the young man, the person probably slumped or had an issue, and then that would have explained when this other person came to intervene and the rest, and that would have exonerated him.
Well, we can't have CCTV because at some point, you recall.
CCTVs.
No, we don't have. Okay. At some point, you recall that we paid a whooping $4.6 million to put CCTV in Abuja, and up until this moment, we don't explain tire because we don't get evidence. We don't get evidence.
Oh my. Oh well, let's move on to another story now. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has suspended its planned nationwide protests against the new Tax Reform Act after a series of high-level engagements with key government institutions, including the Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS, the Department of State Services, DSS, and the National Assembly. Now, the protest, initially scheduled for January 14, 2026, was aimed at halting the implementation of the law, pending public sensitization and an investigation by the National Assembly. In a communique issued at the end of its maiden expanded National Executive Council meeting, NAN's president, Olushola Oladoja, said the association was fully briefed by NRS, that's the Nigerian Revenue Service officials, and lawmakers. I mean, this association was briefed by lawmakers as well on the objectives and provisions of the law. After extensive deliberations, NANS concluded that the Tax Reform Act was not targeted at the poor, but rather designed to ensure equitable tax contributions across income groups. NANS said the association would now partner with the federal government and the NRS to support public enlightenment on the law's provisions. It also passed a vote of confidence on the NRS Executive Chairman, Isaac Adidiji, and praised President Bola Tinubu for what it described as student-friendly policies. When NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, said that we're going to go on strike, I just laughed. Is it not the same? Is it not NANS?
Is it not NANS?
is it not the same NANS that has pledged support for Sheyi Tinubu a number of times? I mean, is it not the same NANS that one Atiku Isa or something came out from? He was a factional leader of NANS and said, he was giving monies to campaign for Sheyi Tinubu, and then the allegation of him being beaten came up. He was arrested and then later recanted, said no, it wasn't like that. And then this same Oladoja, dissociated themselves from, a lot of things have happened with NANS. I mean, when they talked about going on strike, it was just to draw attention to themselves again, to just give the impression that yes, they are interested. I mean, you don't need to have meetings with the National Assembly for somebody to explain to you the nitty-gritty of the new tax act. I mean, explanations have been going on. There have been town hall meetings. A lot of organizations have organized some sort of enlightenment training in this regard. I mean, the other time I attended an event, and it was an event for premium bread bakers, and someone from a tax professional was called to enlighten people. So these enlightenments have been going on. This was just to draw attention to themselves, and yes, it made it to the news, and we're talking about it. But I don't think they ever meant anything.
No, they never. But I think beyond this, what it speaks to is our process of recruitment into political life.
And by the way, why do we have people in their mid-40s and maybe almost 50s in NANS? The leadership of nuns.
If I go back to school now, probably to take a degree in law, I could as well contest for.
You know, we have career students.
Yes, we do have them. We do have them. And back in the days when we were in school, we had two sets of career students. You know, people who had failed and had remained in school and were collecting money from their parents, you know, to go back to school. One set. We had another set too, security agents, SSS. You know, who had graduated somewhere, came back, registered, and these were the set of people giving information to the government about what was going on in school. These people,
so they just hang around the school.
No, they come to class, they register, you know, but they are actively involved in student politics. So at the last minute, when students have planned something, you just discover that, you know, the thing goes bad. And we're asking who leaked it, what leaked it, and all of that.
But they will still fall within a certain age range.
No, any age, maybe in their late 20s and early 30s.
Yes. Those are the kind of people that should be involved in that.
No, times have changed now. Times have changed.
So we have,
like I said, if I go back to school now, I'm in my 50s.
Would you go and contest for the leadership of nuns?
Well,
how much longer do you intend to stay in school?
No, if somebody props me up. So that speaks to what I was coming to.
Okay.
The process of recruitment into political life. Now, what you see in NAS, it's more like a replay at the lower level of what goes on in higher in society. You see a student union leader. Meanwhile, the system was prepared, you know, to make our recruitment process very faulty. I remember back then, more than 35 years ago in the university, the office of the Students' Union president in school, he has one large room with like 2 vehicles, you know, and a paraphernalia of office that speaks to the position of the SUG president. Now, talk about NANS now. You see vehicles branded with number plates. NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students, 002, 001, or 00 that, with police escort and all of that. You saw one in Sokoto State.
Yes.
Where the young man had like 3 or 4 mobile policemen escorting him, opening the Students' Union leader. That's the process of recruitment. So when that person eventually gets into parliament and becomes the Speaker of the House of Assembly in his state, I'm not talking about House of Representatives or even the Senate President, you can now understand why he will have a retinue of officers, because he's been cultured all the way down, you know. So he sees himself not just as first amongst equals, but that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. It speaks to our recruitment process. What do we have now? People that we are looking up to, the future leaders, how do we treat them now? How do we train them? Humility has taken the backseat. It's arrogance. Now, it depends on how many people you are able to suppress to become NAS president. It depends on your affiliation. Oh, well, some people are affiliated to the son of the president. Some people are affiliated to this minister in some way. Some people are affiliated to this commissioner. Moses, do you know that even ordinary Students' Union president in state universities receive the attention of the state governor? The state governor decides who becomes the Students' Union president in universities. I can call names. I know a couple of people who became Students' Union president because the governor was interested. So that's a process. So when we talk about state capture, it's not just at the federal level that judiciary, police, other institutions of government, Inec have been captured. Even at the state level, institutions have been captured, including Students' Union government, Students' Union leadership. So it's not different from what we see in NAS. When NAS said they were going on strike, I knew that it would be feeble. It wouldn't amount to anything. Like some people believe, well, they were just trying to show. Because if you show, at least the government will recognize that you are there. NAS cannot pull off. Days are gone when NAS was able to pull off very strong and impactful protests. Not these days that everybody is looking for. In fact, some of them are looking for vehicles to brand NAS so that they can pass police escorts on the road. That is what it has happened. They have called out the strike. So I wasn't expecting anything to come out from it.
Oh, well, let's touch on another story now. Justice Ahmed Mahmood of the Federal High Court, Sokoto, has convicted and sentenced the trio of Ahmed Abdullahi Buhari, Jamilu Bello, and Yasir Muhammad Bala to 5 years imprisonment for Naira mutilation. They were jailed on December 10, 2025, after pleading guilty to a 5-count charge bordering on the offense of naira mutilation, contrary to Section 21, subsection 1 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007. The court sentenced them to a jail term of 1 year each, with options of 100,000 naira fine. Justice A.G. Mahmood further directed that all the convicts must depose to an affidavit of good behavior with the EFCC, which will be signed by either of their parents or guardians. These are young men. But lastly, the judge directed that all the convicts shall undertake community sensitization in any secondary school against the effects of cybercrime and other fraudulent offenses within their community, which will be supervised by any designated EFCC official. Yes, this is something that we have spoken against a number of times. The financial crime. Okay. Well, we've said, look, stop abusing the naira. It's an abuse of the naira. When you spray it in the air, it lands on the floor, people trample on it, and the rest. And it's an abuse of the naira. It's a Nigerian thing, and we have exported it. I mean, you attend parties abroad, and they now do that to the dollar as well. They spray it. You know, even those that are not from Nigeria also see it as a way to show off. No matter how you feel about it, if you feel, oh yes, it's my money, I made it, so yes, I can spray it around, it's bad. But jail term, I think we should be trying to decongest the prisons. There are other things, yes, community and engagement and the rest, but there are other punitive measures that should be given as against jail term. Because when you send them to jail for 1 year, would you have them reformed when they come out? I don't think so. The way our correctional centers, even though I still struggle with that word, correctional center, the way they are designed is that when people go in there, they come out worse off because they mingle with other individuals and their mindset is, becomes warped at the end of the day. So they come out more hardened criminals than they went in. So I think we should. And then we also talk about the fact that our prisons are congested. So I think the issue of jail term, we should simmer down on it and look for other punitive measures, community engagements, other things to punish people that err with things like this. But EFCC's involvement in all of this.
It's a financial crime.
Financial crime.
Well, I think if the prisons are congested, they should build more prisons. Before
we shouldn't be building prisons.
No, they should build more prisons. If you commit a crime, you go in for it. When Buhari was leaving, that was one of his parting gifts. He said, look, this correctional facility that is in the exclusive list, let's dematerialize it and bring it down to the concurrent, where both the states and the central government can legislate on it. So any state, if you have a lot of criminals in your state, governor, please do build correctional facilities so that we can send people there.
Can you imagine?
That is one aspect of it. Another is the fact that
training grounds. And
what I see, the problem I see in this thing is that, look, these young men, have been arrested, prosecuted, and sentenced. But we also saw some big names, that were spraying the same naira. And what happened? We saw Cubana chief priest, one.
He pleaded not guilty.
He pleaded not guilty.
The case was on for a while.
Well, okay. We also
they pleaded guilty.
They pleaded guilty.
Yes.
Okay, maybe because...
But Brisky also pleaded guilty.
Guilty, and he was sentenced.
Yeah, he went in for it.
He went in for it. Okay, beautiful. It's good that... Now, what this brings me to is the fact that, look, I don't like the way Nigerians treat our naira. To be very honest, let's be sincere. Have you seen a dollar that is manhandled like the naira? And even when you tried... we have this culture, attitude of, oh, it's dollar. No, handle it with care.
Sacred, yeah.
So when you see dollar, when you give somebody $1, or you go to bank to collect dollar,
it looks crisp.
It looks crisp. And the way the recipient, the person that has collected the money, the way he will line it
is the value.
The value of it.
You look at it and say, oh, we are the ones. This is what 10,000 in naira. But then you look at naira and say, oh, this 1,000 naira.
This one cannot even buy bottled water.
Once I buy one bottle water now, it's useless.
It's gone.
So there's no value.
It's the value. It's the value. So
the value determines how you treat the currency.
You see Nigerians, when you give somebody like $1,000 in the bank, he lines it up inside his wallet, carefully bends it. But if you give him naira, he'll just simply squeeze it and put it inside his pocket. So it speaks to how we value our own currency. So it's good that people are going in for it. But I don't
it's
like
the value
like
of
most
the currency
said,
itself.
Like most, no. Apart from value, naira is not the worst currency in the world. I don't see other people treat their currencies like the way we treat naira. You know, you see a market woman, you know, she has this her collector here, and any money you give her, whap, any money you give her, whap, and all of that. So it's good that let's treat the naira fairly. The value itself, there's the value we place on ourselves as well, because it's our national currency.
All right then. Okay, let's quickly run to the papers now. Daily Independent has these headlines. The winner headlines: Q3 2025, discos generate 570.25 billion naira, remit 381.29 billion naira to electricity market. Lassa fever claims 206 lives as Nigeria records 1,119 cases. Lassa fever. Jonathan assures PDP of support ahead of 2027 election. Party says it doubts independence of Inec. 2027, call for me to step aside, betrayal of Nigerian people. Atiku. Ekiti 2026, there wouldn't be election without Oluyede. IPAC warns. Tinubu names Odushote first female DG of Nigerian Law School. Northern groups warn Wike's conduct threat to democratic governance. And also we have we also have Nigeria's 100 trillion naira market cap. Regulation, confidence, reform, rewriting equities market story. And yes, the bottom strip there, IGP redeploys DIG Gumel, 17 commissioners of police. Well, those are the headlines there.
And quickly, from the Nigerian Tribune, window headlines: 19 banks meet new capital requirements ahead March 2026 deadline. New tax reform won't lead to tuition hike, federal government. That's the Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu names Odusote first female DG, Nigerian Law School. Now the big story: plot to destabilize ADC will fail. That's coming from Atiku Abubakar. With the riders, says APC won't choose for our party. No aspirant will step down in our party, he adds. Accuses APC of standing alone by default, not by merit. ADC says no agreement on presidential candidates. Hints on consensus candidacy. Niger killings. Reps Minority Caucus calls for national security reset. Condemns wave of violence across the country. Ekiti Goba, PDP members protest exclusion of candidates. Opposition parties threaten boycott. Another big headline there. Jonathan PDP leaders meet over state of party. Ex-president remains card-carrying member of our party. Promises commitment to Raki. Jonathan keeps mum. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
All right, and that's pretty much how far we can go with newspaper headlines. We'll dive into the review of these headlines much later in the day. Now let's dive into our very first conversation. Residents panic. Police begin probe. A suspected U.S. missile warhead found in Niger village. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Join us again.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's dive into the conversation. Residents of Zuguma in Mashigu local government area of Niger State were thrown into panic earlier this week following the discovery of a strange missile-like object in a bush near the community. And according to local sources, the device, believed to resemble a missile warhead, was spotted by residents during routine activities in the area. Alarmed by its appearance and potential danger, the locals quickly alerted security agencies. A community source who spoke on condition of anonymity said that the object was suspected to be a missile component, with early speculation linking it to a Tomahawk missile, possibly fired by the United States recently to the northwestern part of Nigeria. However, authorities have not confirmed this claim. While confirming the incident, the spokesperson of the Niger State Police Command, SP Wasiu Abiodun, explained that police operatives from the EB division immediately mobilized to the location, cordoned off the area, and restricted access to prevent possible harm to residents. The explosive ordnance disposal and chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear units, specially trained to handle potential explosives and hazardous materials, have since taken custody of the object for detailed examination. Abiodun said investigations were ongoing to determine the exact nature, origin, and how the object ended up in the community, Niger State. Oh well, we have with us in the studio Mazi Amobi Iheburu, a political affairs commentator. Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We also have Barrister Darlington Agumwo. He joins the conversation this morning. Good morning to you, Barrister.
Good morning, Moses. How are you?
And thank you very much. Fine. Thank you very much. Now, joining us from Oka is Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi, an economic policy analyst and public affairs commentator. And also from Benin City, Comrade Christopher Ojekere will be joining the conversation. Let's x-ray the possibility of this being the missile or part of one of the missiles fired by the United States. Will they? I mean, they did say it was precisely hit its target in Sokoto at the time. And then, if you look at this, coupled with the fact that another warhead was found in Sokoto some days back by some young men, something they played around with and took to their homes at the end of the day, with defense intelligence from the DHQ saying, please, we beg you, return it to the nearest police station because it might be harmful to you. Let's x-ray these happenings, the December 25, 2025 happening, and what we have seen, afterwards. Mazi Amobi.
Thank you very much. I think the citizens needs to be sensitized about the American intervention in Nigeria, because we've not had it like this before.
When you say sensitized, what exactly do you mean?
Sensitized in the sense that they need to understand a whole lot of things. That when you see an object, you don't touch. And then when you should also be ready to abide by instructions, because Nigerian government made us to understand that they are working in tandem with the Americans. So if they are working in tandem with the Americans, it is very imperative that the government should be able to also let the people know what this is all about. You can recall that in Lagos, I think in 2001 or 2002, thereabout, when we had that bombs, explosion in Lagos. Yeah, about 21 years ago or thereabout. It was obvious that Nigerians did not understand what a bomb is. And just like you said, people go about fiddling with it and all that. So there is need for Nigerian government to sensitize the Nigerian people, particularly those that are within the vulnerable areas, that you don't just, take an object and begin to fiddle with it. It can be very, very destructive. I think that is one thing the Nigerian government should do around for now, that it is obvious that the Americans have come to intervene.
Okay. Barrister Darlington,
yes.
When that incident happened in Sokoto State, we were made to believe that it was in conjunction with the Nigerian military forces, and one would expect that such an activity in conjunction with the military forces, Nigeria, of course, will provide the boots on the ground, because I don't think it would go well for the sovereignty of our nation if America provides boots on the ground. And then, if you talk about boots on the ground, shouldn't we have seen an immediate assessment of the strike site and then retrieval of whatever debris might have been left behind for Sokoto, as against what we are seeing happen much later? And then, could you possibly hazard a guess as to how this particular warhead might have found its way to Niger State?
Now, propaganda is in the offing now. With what has happened, these people who never wanted to give up the terrorists, they are going to use all manner of gimmick to embarrass America. They will tell the whole world how America have planted IED and is killing their people. They will tell the whole world that the bomb America brought to Nigeria is killing their people instead of the terrorists. So I am not amused, because ask yourself, how did the bomb get to that place? Did America fire anything in Niger State? Please tell me. Did America fire anything in Niger State?
Are you alluding to the fact that this might be some
Is it not obvious? How did he get to that place? Did he walk on his legs to Niger State? Did he walk? These are the issues here. Propaganda. This thing that these people are doing, they think that they are not. This thing is deliberate. How did the bomb get to that place? That's the question.
No,
if you have a military that is very, very circumspect, a military that is very active, none of these things would have been hard. They would have mopped up everything after the bombing.
Barrister, when you say propaganda at work, are you saying that, look, what we are seeing is not a bomb that is found somewhere in Niger State? Or are you speaking to a possible complicity that, look, you recall that after that incident, the Nigerian military told us that they had cordoned the place. And they sent pictures. I even saw pictures of Nigerian soldiers walking around that place. Is there a possibility, could there be some form of complicity that, look, they took the bomb and now in the process of, because recall too that Nigerian government said they were monitoring the movement of the terrorists. So if they were monitoring, could there be a complicity that this bomb found its way through some form of arrangement between Nigerian people, Nigerian government, Nigerian soldiers, and the terrorists, and probably they want to use it in parts of Niger State? Is there a possibility?
If there is truth in what they told us, that bomb wouldn't have gotten to Niger State. If there is truth that they cordoned off the place, they would have mopped up everything there. Is that not true? They would have made sure that nothing leaves that particular spot.
And that's my question.
So
you haven't mopped up, and now we found this bomb.
They didn't now. That's what I'm telling you. That's where the lie has been exposed. Because a bomb cannot work except you take it to one particular place. A bomb cannot work now, Mr. Okoro. From Sokoto to Niger, somebody made the movement now. Okay. So who is that person?
And that's the question.
So the military should tell us. Because something is not something you pick on the road or whatever. It's not. So the thing is that by the time this thing starts exploding in people's house, they will now call America. They will tell the whole world, it is American bomb. Oh. Look at it. Oh. Look at where it came from. It is American made. Oh. You know that kind of thing. By that time now, they will embarrass America and say, look at the one they came, they did not even bomb the terror, they are bombing our people. How will you explain that? Or you think they don't know what they are doing? It's deliberate. It's deliberate, and that's what I'm saying here. There is no way that bomb can move from Sokoto to Niger State. It's not possible.
But Barrister, after that, the Sokoto bomb, we discovered that states that are contiguous to Sokoto State, talk about Zamfara, Kebbi, that parts of them, that they were also affected in the process. Is there a possibility that probably Niger State too?
Look at Niger, look at Sokoto.
Okay.
Look at Niger, look at Sokoto. Are they too close?
Okay.
No, please tell me, are they too close? This is where Nigerian people should not be deceived here. Mr. Okoro, ab initio, the federal government of Nigeria never wanted these things to stop. And so if somebody is coming here to stop it, they won't be happy. They feel embarrassed. Especially our Nigerian military, who have not done the needful over 15 years now. Over 15 years, Nigerian military couldn't stop this thing. And somebody is coming all the way from America. You think they'll be happy? No, tell me, you think they'll be happy? If you think they're happy, then go and read how the last chief of army staff was murdered. Go and read it. Is it not the military that carried out that operation? Tell me. And that's the man who wanted to stop this thing. So how can I sit down here and clap for them that they are doing well? If they are doing well, America wouldn't have come here to help us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Let's go to Benin City, where we've been joined by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Ojekere, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Good morning and Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Happy New Year to you too, Chukuma and the others, please.
Okay, very well. Now, Chris, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. We are having issues here after the bomb incident in Sokoto State. The other day, like a few days ago. Meanwhile, in parts of Sokoto State, we saw young boys, young men, fiddling with something that looks like a bomb, apparently confirmed that it's a bomb. And we saw young men fiddling with it. And at that point, the authorities said, look, we need to do more to sensitize our people. And a few days after that, we now hear that in far away Niger, away from Sokoto, we see another bomb. Something that looks like it anyway, and it's been confirmed by police authorities. So how do you explain, can you help us make sense of the fact that something happened in Sokoto State, far away, and in Niger State, which is not even contiguous to Sokoto, and we have like 3 other states, before you get to Niger. How did it get there? Could you help us answer the gates,
In a bit, it's going to be a bit because this is by no means a professional point of view. But I know it for a fact that the bomb that was used in Sokoto, the Tomahawk, has a mechanism of self-operation. And if it's flying from a particular destination of launch to its target, it drops several things along the way, depending on the distance. I know from where it was launched in the Gulf of Guinea to Sokoto, it's about 1,000 kilometers. So as it's going, it's self-regulatory. It has a self-regulatory mechanism. And in the process, it uses some canisters and, things that look like bombs and IEDs and all of that. When it has used it off, it drops it. You even found one in Kwara. They picked up something in Kwara, not just in Niger State. So it drops it. It refuels itself. It's able to go further. We have not been told specifically what this thing is, whether it's a bomb.
If I understand you clearly, if I understand you clearly, Dr. Christopher, I beg your pardon, Christopher Ojekere, you're saying that the bomb, when it was launched, had parts of it dropped before it got to its final destination.
It's not bomb. The Tomahawk itself is self-regulatory.
Okay.
If it's going on a very long journey, the mechanism it uses, there are some it burns off, and then it
just like a rocket would.
Like a rocket those things it burns off, it drops them, and then it renews itself. That's how it is designed. You
All
can
right,
read
now
it up.
would it be easy or would it be difficult to locate areas where it might have dropped off some parts of itself before getting to the final destination? If
Well,
it's easy,
it will not have been difficult if it has a ground, like you said, if you had the military here putting their boots on the ground and they have their flight route and they have their mapping, then we should leave that to experts who would have been on ground to know, such targets, because it's just a self-regulatory mechanism. So as I said earlier, they found a piece of canister also, not this big, in Kwara State. So what we don't know for now is that what we have in Niger, whether it's a bomb or one of those used canisters that he dropped on his way to Sokoto. However, I do not completely discount the theory of the barrister, because these bombs seem to have been placed to be found, whether it's a bomb, I shouldn't call it a bomb, a canister, whatever it contains, seem to have been placed to be found. And if you watch the response, strategy of the entire story, somebody found it, told the local government chairman called the police. If the police were this responsive in other issues in Nigeria, then we could say it's normal. For me, this response mechanism and this serial analysis of how the bomb was found by a farmer through the local government chairman to the police is too smooth for me. So it does look like something that was dropped to be found. And as the barrister said, if you have a government that is opposed to external help against terrorism, the government will want to discredit the work that was done by the Americans. That work must never and can never be discounted. We are hoping for more of such work. So whatever it is, the government needs to come out. They say they want to check and study it. I'm surprised that they have to take such a long time. They could have been able to tell us it's a bomb that was not detonated and whatever. But if it's ever that it's normal and natural that it happened, it must be one of those used, disposable canisters by the Tomahawk. If not, we don't have a further explanation.
all right, then. Well, let's also go to Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi, who joins the conversation from Oka. Doctor, we're basically just postulating here because we don't have, any military personnel to give us the actual fact as to how this might have found its way to Niger State. But what are your thoughts, really, on all of this? And if it's some sort of propaganda, to what aim, if I may ask you?
Well, thank you very much. This development is quite a further embarrassment on our own part, because instead of handling this kind of information in a very sensitive manner, we are only trying to, continue to wash our destiny in the public, because I see no reason why, as a country that is having this kind of challenges, we should be allowing this kind of information to fly around. And you will not be wrong to join those conspiracy theories now that we want to align with the argument of the barrister in the studio, that these things are a way of setting things in motion to discredit the intervention that we are getting from the international community. Because over the years, we've been trying every means possible, domestically, internally, to try to address this issue, this security threat, security challenges, but we've not, made considerable success. Then when this help is coming, though belatedly, we are now trying to create opportunities where we can now puncture holes into the intervention. So for me, I would say that we should keep our focus on, sustaining the effort, maintaining the tempo, because yes, I'm no security expert to know what was discovered along the way. But somewhere along that, I used to remember back then, they tell you how some explosives were found long after the Nigerian Civil War, and the stories they now try to spin around after it. So, but in our own case, in this case, our military should continue, our security forces should continue the acknowledged cooperation they are already having with the United States security authorities in trying to know or to confirm the source of this. Either it's a bomb or it's a canister or whatever explosive device, whether active or engaged or dormant or deactivated, how they can follow up on this so that we don't have a repeat of something like this that can put the neighboring communities in harm's way and maintain the tempo of fighting these insurgents.
Okay, now, Dr. Ekes will be talking about fighting the insurgents, talking about fighting terrorism. I don't know if you listened to the chief of the new Minister of Defense talking about Christopher Musa. He said in an interview, I think that was the day before yesterday, he said, anytime the moment we are trying to, make success, somebody pulls us back. Now, he was chief of defense staff. He experienced all of that. He is now in the Ministry of Defense, more like supervisory. Supervises the army, the police, the intelligence, and all of that, defense minister. And he's coming out to say, look, anytime we try to make success, somebody pulls us back. Does it look like it's already becoming overwhelmed, just months, a few weeks, of being appointed Minister of Defense? A lot of people expected that with his experience as Chief of Defense Staff and now Minister of Finance, he'll be able to, aggregate all those experiences and now push these people back, but he's now complaining. So what do you see?
Challenges did not, like I said, did not start today. Even if he has been directly or indirectly involved in the counter-terrorism efforts so far, but this is the first time he is coming face to face with the policy side to see that yes, there is a different perspective or different dimension as to tackling security challenges from what you find in the field, in the battlefield, and what you find in conference room and boardrooms. So maybe he's speaking from the benefit of hindsight that yes, that there are persons in place who their stock in trade is to sabotage the security efforts of the government. Now it is left for him to now take it a step further and summon that courage, the political way we always talk about, in trying to identify who these persons are, where these threats are coming from, and trying to neutralize them. He is now in the position to give the order, to call the thoughts. So he shouldn't succumb to that narrative of always, joining this.
Complaining. This is where the problem is. This is where the problem
is. Now that he knows where the problem is to tackle it head on.
All right.
And as somebody who has the experience and the background, he should go ahead and do so. Nigerians are tired of this continuous explanation and the narrative as to excuses.
Okay.
We should go ahead and give us results.
All right.
Just like
thank you very much.
Thank
you very much, Dr. Ekesobi. Thank you very much. Now let's come back to the studio. Barrister Darlington, I don't know if you listened to Chris Musa saying, look, anytime we try to make progress, something pulls us back.
I am not surprised that he's coming to give us excuses. I said it here. I remember the day this one was appointed. He said, do you know what pissed me off? He said he's going to put up a panel to investigate who gave the order to withdraw the military before the security agency, before they kidnapped those guys. I said, are you serious? So such a thing is what you are going to set up a panel for. Abi? Something, a phone call, 2 minutes phone call, can give you the name and the person, and you want to set up a panel. That was when I knew that they are not going to do anything. And I said it here. I said it. The day this topic was brought here. So more excuses are coming from him. Even the president who ordered those people to leave that, did he get answers? Nigerians, please, did he get answer? A whole president of Nigeria, go and try it with Trump. Try it with Trump and see what will happen to you. So these people are not ready. I don't like coming people to deceive me. Look, I don't want it. Every day we discuss this thing. Meanwhile, we know the truth. Nobody wants to say it. So why are we talking about it? Somebody wants to play my intelligence and I am playing along. That means I'm a fool. How can you tell me that up to now nobody knows the solution to this problem? Meanwhile, the people that are controlling the levers of this security are walking about in government circles. In government circles. You tell me you are fighting. Arrest them and put them where they belong, and this thing will end. Nobody wants to do that. Then what are you saying? Please, what are you saying? It's just that I had to do this. If not, I would stop talking about this insecurity because Nigerian government has not told us what they are doing.
We can't stop talking.
Then what is the need? What have we not said, Okoro? Tell me what you have not said. Tell me what excuse.
We'll keep talking.
Talk in this matter. We follow Donald Trump method. It would have solved this problem. Okay. Talking is not. You don't talk in this particular
Now, if you were not talking, you would not prefer this prescription. Now, you have given us a prescription. Now, let's come to Mazi Amobi. Mazi, I want to ask you. I know you have a few things to say, or even a lot. I want to ask, between policy and politics, where should we locate our problem? I ask that in the light of the fact that in policy, we had a chief of defense staff, who reported directly to the commander-in-chief, and we are looking for political will embedded in the military command, and we couldn't find it. Policy. Now, in the politics, as Minister of Defense, he's still complaining. So where should we look at our problem?
It's politics. You locate your problem in politics. Very unfortunately, though, when he was, appointed, people also complained, just like Barrister is saying, that there is qualitatively a different ball game between operations and policy making. And some of us have been proved correct in that direction. I think what Musa should do is to I don't know whether there is a monster in this whole presidency thing. When you get there, you begin to also prevaricate, as it were. You don't say it the way it is and all that, because there is an over, bearing influence of certain things and all that. This problem needs no, sugarcoating. And that is why I strongly believe in what America is doing. Because if left alone, Nigeria cannot take that vital decision to exterminate insecurity. That is my problem. The problem is located in politics. Until we have a leader that can eschew politics from insecurity, this problem will be solved in the next 2 weeks, 3, 4 weeks. Otherwise, we'll still, play along. Recall that after the American invasion, the tempo has died down because they are now finding ways to continue what they are doing. I think what America should do is to step up the tempo and then get these people subdued, and then we can now move forward. Left alone, the Nigerian elite, political elite, to my mind, does not seem to have what it takes to, stop this insecurity. A lot of things has happened, and then you continue to tell the people that want to help you that there is this, is that. You have hands-on knowledge of what is going on, and yet, in your acts and utterances, you are not doing what it's supposed to do. So I think the problem can be located very well within the political structure of this country. That's my take.
All right, then. Well, if that be the case, it doesn't seem like it's something that we'll deal with and sort out anytime soon, does it?
If we have the much touted political will, we can deal with it.
Asking where can we buy this political will?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Just take a madman, in quotes, to get this thing done. A madman. Just get a madman momentarily.
The president is not mad enough.
I do not think so. I do not think so.
The example of his attitude, the example of his attitude
I do not think so.
In the midst of all this thing will tell you what is going on. Where is he?
First, when the president when he came into office and he moved major CBN offices from Abuja to Lagos, and some individuals in the north complained. Some people, down south and down east were like, yes, this is what it takes to make laws. I mean, the president has also pushed for local government autonomy and some other things, and he seems to be getting his way. Why is that of dealing with insecurity different?
Because from the look of things, there is an agreement. They said it openly. Especially when this movement of offices happened. The North said that they have not been treated well, but this is not the agreement they had when they gave him 60% vote. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you hear it? So there was an agreement. And now Tinubu is in a dilemma how to implement that agreement because of second term. That is what is going on here, nothing else. Look at how he cleverly excused himself out of Nigeria. In the midst of what is going on, does it show you that this president is serious about ending this matter? Tell me. In the midst of what is going on, he just left. No talk, nothing, you know. And then, so of all the time you have to go on holiday, it has to be this time, Abi. All because you don't want to make a statement and offend those you had an agreement with. I have asked you here, tell me the truth. Since Tinubu came into office, have you seen any time he made a statement directly to these people causing this problem? And call out their names because we know them. Have you seen any time he made a statement calling them based on security report that your nonsense must stop? You have had enough. I can't tell you know.
But Barrister, when you say call them out directly, the president has been very, vocal in saying, Chief of Army Staff, IGP of Police, go after these people. At a point, he even asked the Minister of State.
Who are those people? Who are the people? Who are those people?
So does he know them?
Who are those people?
Okay, you have started. He doesn't know them, Abi. Security report have not told him who they are, Abi.
The names of people involved?
He doesn't know. When he went to Benue, the 13th had to tell him, this is not farmer header class.
Okay.
Is that not enough information?
And he asked, would these people have they been arrested?
Who are the people?
You see, Mr.
Every time you cleverly avoid mentioning names.
Mr. Koro, the information available to Mr. President is so humongous that you don't even have it. All the issues, all the parameters that he has to take decisions are with him. The point is, how can he take this decision?
Okay.
You understand? He left for Europe. Where is Europe? Is Europe a country?
All right.
Tell us exactly where Mr. President is at this particular point in time. And before they now came and told us he went to France and all that. You see, they are not serious.
We are not seeing him.
They are not serious. The issue of insecurity is much more than even when you put it on a scale. For me, it weighs more than the politics. Of course, if you don't have a country, you don't have politics.
Indeed.
But they are joking with the whole situation.
All right. Now we'll have to let Barrister go, and then I would like to ask Mr. Christopher Ojekiri this question, and Dr. Ekesubi can also respond to the same question. Does it seem like the commander-in-chief is not really the commander-in-chief in Nigeria? Because something as little as withdraw escorts from VIPs has not been implemented. Something as little as that has not been implemented. We still have disciplinary committees being set up. We still have, some looking out for those policemen that are still playing the role of escorts for VIPs and all of that. Is that a bigger problem in Nigeria beyond what we see and what we talk about? And how can we solve it? Is it a change in the leadership? Will that solve the problem? Or what exactly will solve the problem? Especially if you also consider the fact that countries like Saudi Arabia have dissociated themselves from certain individuals that have played a role in the insecurity going on in Nigeria. And names have been given to the government of Nigeria, but nothing has been done. In fact, we've heard the National Security Advisor, the office of the NSA, giving guns to bandits.
Implicated.
Giving weapons and vehicles for logistics to bandits in the hope that these bandits will help protect the forests. How confusing is that, really? And what is the bigger problem, and how can we solve it? That's my question.
What is clear is that our constitution still guarantees all the powers that are located to the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is the President, Head of State, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But what is not clear, or what we have been unfortunate not to have, is that we have not had a president that has been voted by Nigerians into that position in the past 4 years. President Bola Tinubu was not to be commander-in-chief of the armed forces and head of state and president of Nigeria. His election was fraud. And because of that flaw and fraud, we have a president who is a fraud. That is what the Nigerian people know. The books may be saying differently. Now, if you are an unpopular president, you won't get the cooperation, the support of the people to be able to solve the problems in the land. Because you will need the cooperation of the citizens from all cadre and categories of citizens to get information, to get advice, counsel, and even technical expertise, professional inputs, and so on and so forth, to deal with all problems of the land. So we must ensure that we go back to the electoral process. When Nigerians are allowing themselves to be manipulated or bribed or bought to produce the wrong president or the wrong leadership, this is what we get. There is no country that can solve its own problems if the people of the country are behind the president. So when you have a president who came in through a flawed and fraud, system, he will be dealing with people who are fraud and flawed. And then they will give advice and they will give directions to satisfy that interest. You just heard the barrister say something about covenants. There are so many covenants made. I remember when he was campaigning, one of his closest aides, I think Aja Hajatu or something, left him. And the reason why she left him is that he went to the president to say, what is your policy on security? What is your plan and policy for the North? And the president said he has no policy on security. He was very plain to her. He said he doesn't have any plans and policy. If I go too much after these people, they might even remove me from office. I mean, it's a public news. So the president has no plans for all the things you are asking him to do, because he came there with an agenda, a category, cabal, and interest, and he's there to serve that interest. And that interest goes beyond Nigeria. It goes as far as the international community. Why is the president bringing France, for instance, to come and take over our tax system? He's fulfilling an IMF, World Bank policy, whereby they bring those people they call taxes or tax officers beyond borders to come and take over your financial system, and they are getting remittance to pay for the debt that you owe, so that you continue to remain a debtor and continue to borrow from them, continue to service the debt. The people who should investigate that. No, so the president himself is serving an interest. That interest is not the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that is why issues that concern the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he doesn't know how to deal with them. Because those who are well-intentioned, who should help him to deal with them, he's not at the same page with them. So that is the problem. So to answer your question directly, we should ensure that we get it right in 2027, because there's nothing we can do right now, and ensure that it is the person Nigerians vote for that will be president of Nigeria, so he can solve Nigerians' problem.
All right, then, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher Ojekere. Well, let's get concluding thoughts from Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi, and then we'll wrap up this conversation. Doctor, please, if you had the question, go right ahead, react to it, and then give us your concluding thoughts as well.
I think my concluding thoughts on this will be this. We have seen instances where very strange, or will I say an overreaction on the part of the presidency and the president. For instance, when the issue that came up with River State that made him all of a sudden, from nowhere, declare the state of emergency, when we've had, even worse situations in other states and the governors were left untouched. So if we could be that proactive, that forceful in the case of Rivers, for instance, why can't we be that decisive as far as addressing security situation in the country is concerned? Look at that. If you can revisit that tweet by the United States president confirming the attack in Nigeria, he said, at my direction as the commander-in-chief. You see, we need to start taking responsibility for certain things that are going on in this country. The president is the commander-in-chief. He is the minister of petroleum. if you look at these sectors that are directly under the command of the president, you see that there are still some lingering issues that needs to be addressed, and the buck stops at his table. So he needs to spare us most of these emergency consultations with the security chiefs and the rest, and begin and move straight into action.
All
we
right,
are tired of all the noise, all the excuses, and get the security situation addressed.
All
Whether
right,
there is
thank
an
you very much. Nigerians are indeed tired and they want
that is
solutions to the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso AKCOB. Now let's dive into another conversation. Now, politics, major politics. Atiku finally breaks silence on stepping down for other ADC aspirants. Oh well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has spoken out on the growing debate around the 2027 presidential race under the African Democratic Congress, ADC. But Atiku made it clear that no aspirant in the ADC presidential race will be pressured to step aside. He said every qualified contender is free to pursue their ambition within the party. He made a clarification in a statement issued on Tuesday by his media advisor, Paul Ibe, while the statement also warned Nigerians against what he described as deliberate attempts by the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to weaken the opposition ahead of the next general election. Atiku's reaction follows growing speculation that he is under pressure to step down in favor of a southern candidate as the ADC prepares to challenge President Bola Tinubu in 2027. In the statement, the former vice president argued that the real person who should step aside is President Tinubu. He described the president's leadership as a burden to the country and blamed his administration for worsening economic hardship and democratic decline. We still have in the studio here with us Mazi Amobi Ihebo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi, for
Thank
staying
you. Thank you.
And from our Benin and Oka outstations, we have Chris Ojekere and Dr. Chukwunonso AKCOB. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Let me start from the studio here. Mazi, now on how the cookies crumble. We hear articles say, look, nobody is going to step down. Nobody is going to step aside. We don't want APC, to start manipulating and dictating for us as a political party. And we hear Rotimi Amechi say, look, I'm not going to deputize for anybody. P2B has entered, and when P2B entered, Atiku Abubakar said, Obi's entrance is a turning point in coalition efforts in 2027 to oust Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We hear the same ADC say, well, we are trying to arrive at probably a consensus candidate. But nobody should tell us that the presidency should go to the south and all of that. Maz, I want you to capture the whole essence of what is happening in the ADC and tell us the possibility of ADC producing a candidate that will be able to challenge what looks more like a hegemony of the APC in 2027 general election. I want it to be very broad.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Koro. When Obi entered, declared his political allegiance to ADC, people felt, okay, probably the skirmishes have been resolved. Because just like Rotimi Amechi said, that he's too presidential to be a vice president. And Obi did not also mince words when he said he cannot be a vice president to anybody and all that. So with his entrance, and that probably delayed his declaration. So when he finally declared for ADC, people thought that issue has been resolved. Not until Paul Ibe now issued a statement from his principal. What that tells us is that the earlier ADC sought out this issue of where the presidency will go to, the better for them, so that they can begin on time to strategize on how to, face that octopus called APC. If they continue to dilly-dally on the matter and all that and begin to play politics, it is not going to be well, or it is not in their overall interest to begin to delay. Time is of the essence. The whistle has been blown. The politics has taken over. Governance is now at the back seat. So what we are now talking about is politics. So they should get their ass in order.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And the odds favors a Southern presidency.
I was coming to
it
that.
It favors a Southern presidency at this point in time.
Do you think that this statement, should we take the statement for a statement, or should we take the statement for a decoy? Because Atiku Abubakar also is, and members of the ADC are afraid that, look, if they narrow it down, if they zero down their candidate to a particular person, that the federal government or the APC, as a matter of fact, might as well come after not just that ADC, but after the person. So, should we take the statement for a statement, or should we take it for a decoy?
If you ask me, it is in their own overall best interest to have a candidate by now.
Okay.
Tinubu was, given a clean bill of health over 1 year ago, when every other person stepped down for him, and he has been coasting. So it is better for ADC to have their own candidate now, so that the federal government, if they want, they can throw the tantrums, they can hit the policy, the system open, so that the person will begin to absorb whatever. And if you ask me, a Southern presidential candidate will be more favorable, in the present political ecosystem of this country now, to grabbing power from the APC. So whatever, I think probably they are playing a little more politics, but this is January 2026. They should take that decision very, very, fast, okay, so that the person, they can go to work.
All right.
There is a lot of work to be done to begin to upset this albatross called APC.
All right, there's a lot of work to be done, according to Mazi here. Let's go to Benin City, where we still have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now, Mr. Chris, you are a top member of the ADC. So let us into what is going on in your party, the presidential ticket. Are you guys rooting for a Southern presidential candidate or what? And if you bring your candidacy, your ticket to the South, we have a situation where we already have the incumbent here in the South talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you bring your candidacy, your ticket to the South, where you have probably a Rotimi Amechi or a P2B, and slash the votes of the South into two. And you have somebody from the North, comes out with a ticket, and the North throws their weight behind the person. How is it going to work out? So let us into your plans for 2027 as a political party.
Let me just say to you that there are many things going on behind the scene that you are not aware about. What you are finding now in the public space is narratives spewed by the APC, who thought that they could derail this process of this coalition that God has blessed Nigerians with. We are aware of their strategies, we are aware of their manipulations. And so we have made up our mind long ago in the ADC that we are not going to allow APC dictate our pace. No,
but it's not the APC that is speaking now. It's Atiku Abubakar of the ADC. He's the one speaking.
Yes. I'm coming there. That we're not going to allow the APC. You see, they go out to the press, and what Atiku was responding to did not originate with the ADC. It originated in the press, and we know those who put it out there in the press, trying to stampede our party into a premature, organization. We said it ab initio that we are going to conduct a primary. Because if we are going to be ADC, we must do things differently. We cannot appoint, as the APC did, we cannot appoint a presidential candidate. We cannot, by fiat, name any individual as a presidential candidate. We are going to do our primaries. We have our own strategies. We have our own timetable. We are well aware of Inec's timetable. So the ADC will do a primaries, and then whoever emerges as the winner of that primary will be acceptable to Nigerians because the primaries is.
Do you think whoever, as you put it, emerges will be acceptable to Nigerians when Peter Obi and his supporters, the Obedient Movement, have said, look, if he's not the flag bearer, if he's not gunning for the presidency under the ADC, we will not even support him.
No, the Obedient Movement didn't say that. You see, that's part of
they
the
did
narrative.
say that.
No, it was part who told me on Channels Television.
No, some of the members of the Obedient Movement also said that. You are referring to a particular interview. I'm referring to some conversations. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. I understand the interview that you are referring to, but I'm referring to conversations that we have had with members of the Obedient Movement that have said, look, it's either Peter Obi is contesting for the presidency or nothing else. And if he's not contesting for the presidency, if he's going to be a running mate to anybody in the ADC, we will not support him. These are coming. This is coming from
where Humphrey. You should take our official statements. Yunus Atanko is the head of the Obedient Movement worldwide, and shortly after that, pronouncement by Patu Toby, Yunus made it very clear to the world that the Obedient will not walk away, even if Peter Obi does not get the presidential ticket. We want to keep them in their suspense. We are going to follow our processes and will produce our presidential candidate. He will be acceptable to Nigerians because a primary, a national convention, is itself a mini primary. It is what you may refer to as a mock election before the real general election, and that's why we're insisting on the primary, because we don't want to make the mistake that the APC and other parties are making. Okay. We want to ensure that Nigerians sees that democracy was put to play and that we had a primary, and then we arrive at a candidate. I will present that candidate to Nigerians, and then we will sell the candidate across the country. If it's from either part of the country, we'll sell him to the other side. Right now, we are the most balanced party. We have gladiators from all parts of the country.
All right. Yeah. Freely and fairly conducted primaries. And we know how primaries that have involved Atiku Abubakar has, we know how these things have gone. But if that's the position of the ADC, let me find out from Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesebi what he thinks about the workability of this position if Nigerians will run with it. Dr. Chukwunonso, please. You've heard a member, and are you also a member of the ADC? Okay, we've lost connection to Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesebi. But Mazi Amobi, this position, does it sit well with? Are you a supporter of the ADC? Because I know you're not a member of the ADC.
I'm not particularly happy with his postulations, because history has taught us in this country that when you are pretending, just like what is it called, PDP did. You now know what is left of PDP. Because they were saying, let's go to the primaries first, whoever emerges, and blah, 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 and all that. You can see the remains of PDP. In fact, by the end of the January, I don't think PDP will have a single governor. And that is it. So PDP has gone into oblivion. Because of what they should have done, what they needed to have done, they did not do. So I am also saying that ADC should take a cue from that and have a position. I'm not saying you should name a president, have a position so that people can run with it. People can build on it. So that by the time your candidate emerges, you begin to, it's no longer news. People have already taken positions and all that.
But his position is following due process.
I agree with you. Which type of due process? You see, constitutions are written, some are unwritten. As at now, we have an unwritten understanding that the presidency should remain in the South for the next 8 years. Tinubu has gone to and. You understand me? What of the remaining leg of the distance? It should come to the South. In 2031, it should go to the North. So when you make your policy statements and all that very clear, it leaves room lesser room for ambiguity.
No,
and then people will run with it. That's what I'm saying.
People are asking.
Because just like you rightly pointed out, we know how primaries are conducted in this country.
Okay, I'll come to the primary state. But people are asking, what if Atiku Abubakar is candidate in 2023? It would have truncated the arrangement. And would there be any problem with that?
It could have truncated, but he didn't.
No, but assuming. Yes. They create a what if scenario. What if Atiku
could have
won?
Truncated it because Atiku could have gone his 8 years. And then by that time, the South will come back again.
No, what I'm saying is that at that time, Northern Buhari was living.
Yes, yes.
Now, Atiku came and he was first runner-up with over how many 6 million votes or so, or more than 6 million votes. If he had won...
The sentiment could have also counted. The part of these sentiments of North-South dichotomy could also counted. So what we are saying is that in a fair contest, let us adopt this thing. Now that we have adopted it, let us run with it. It's an unseen thing.
So if we have adopted it, then we shouldn't see another run when...
Well, at an individual level, they said you are inalienable right to contest any election. You understand me? But as a matter of policy, there must be rotational presidency. What is left is trying to enshrine this into our constitution, which we have, for too long shied away from, because it is undemocratic, like they say. You need to shut out some people's rights and all that. But democracy should be homegrown. Democracy should be, what you think is democracy. You see, in your family, the way you run your family, qualitatively is different from the way I run my family. You understand me? And both of us can get the same results. So democracy should be domesticated to suit the, understanding of the, if, for instance, in Ghana, they don't have this rotational thing. In Nigeria, we have it. It works for us. We run with it. And I think the people that crafted this North-South thing now means well. So that, because politics is along ethnic line, along geopolitical line, and along every other line. So if we divide it into the North-South, it makes it easier. It makes it easier. So when you come to the South, you begin to politic. Who comes where? Of course, when you come to South, the Easterner will tell you, okay, the Westerner have had their own. The Southerner will tell you, okay, this, that, another. And you have a consensus, and then you run with it. So what I'm saying in effect is that ADC should come up clean and make a bold statement, and very quickly too, because time is running out. APC has already taken position. And there is a time when you come into the race, it becomes difficult to dislodge such political, pillars that they have erected. So the time to act is now. Even if you are not, it's not time for you to pick a presidential candidate, you can make a policy statement to the effect that the party has zoned into the South. That's what I'm saying.
This is the direction we are traveling.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and a lot of people, this arrangement, it's working for Lebanon. Lebanon has this arrangement where they rotate their presidency and vice presidency among the major ethnic groups, religious groups, and it's working for them. Abacha tried to do that in Nigeria, but unfortunately we lost it, when he died. Let's go to Oka, where we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi. Dr. Ekesobi. Oh, okay. I understand that we've lost connection with Dr. Ekesobi. Let's go to Benin City, where we still have Chris Ojekere. Chris, I would like to get your final word, your final thoughts on what is going on in the politics of ADC presidential ticket. What should we expect? What do we expect from your party?
There's going to be a primary. The guest you have at the studio there is speaking to rotational presidency. Unfortunately, ADC already has a constitution, and then we are bound to abide by that constitution. Zoning is not a constitutional matter. It's a matter of convenience and expediency. That will be discussed sometime, later. But for now, let's stick with the constitution. The time is short, as he said.
Okay.
And let Nigeria know that there is a party that follows internal democratic process. So we follow our constitution.
All right.
We do a primaries and we produce a candidate.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now we'll go for a short break, and when we return, federal government inaugurates committee to train 1 million Nigerians in digital skills. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The federal government has inaugurated a Joint Implementation Committee, JIC, to plan a national digital literacy conference and oversee the training and certification of 1 million Nigerians in digital and emerging skills as part of efforts to attain 95% digital literacy by 2030. The committee was inaugurated in Abuja on Tuesday by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office of the SGF, Mr. Ibrahim Kana, at the launch of the Clergy Wealth Digital Skills Nigeria Skill Up Initiative. Now, speaking at the event, Kana described the inauguration as a significant milestone in the federal government's deliberate and strategic commitment to deepening national digital literacy, strengthening human capital development, and promoting inclusive digital transformation in line with national development priorities. Kana also stressed that the program, which is being implemented under the future-proof economy model, is fully sponsored and executed by Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society Limited, without any financial commitment from the federal government. Oh well. But the federal government basically has spoken at this event that it's not exactly financing. But now, let me start off with you, Mazi Amobi. 1 million Nigerians. We've heard a lot of this. Does this give you any, do you feel this would be any different? We've had a lot of empowerment programs here and there, employment to be given. And then, especially in a society where Nigerian youths are quite tech savvy.
Yeah, I'm not particularly amazed with, especially when government is involved. Because before you say Jack Robinson, you begin to see partisanship in whatever. Some people might be asked to go and get a letter from your ward, state chairman or whatever. Then that will make nonsense of the whole thing, because every other person in Nigeria is not a card-carrying member of the ruling party. Having said that, they said Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society and all that, in conjunction with federal government. Have we, looked into who are the members of this Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society to begin to see clearly what the agenda is all about? I think government is not particularly entrenched to, creating jobs, or the government should give enabling environment for jobs to be created, for skills to be upskilled, and all that. They should not directly be involved. That is our problem in this country. A lot more, in retrospect, if you check government activities in terms of, this line of thought, you find out that it has not worked. At a point in time, a DG will come and say, where, another, and the whole thing will scatter. If this government goes out, a new government comes in, they will not really support that initiative. So what I'm saying in effect is that the government should put on their thinking cap, think deeply on how to, do this and all that, and begin to, actualize it. This government thing, because you have had some people that were employed 8 years ago in certain agencies were asked to leave in this country. And as at that time, they believe that they have gotten a job, only for a new administration to come and then say they are, asking them to leave and all that. We had that experience in this country. So, against that backdrop, I'm saying that it is not in the place of government to begin to do what they want to do. Their own is to give enabling environment for people, for issues, companies to thrive, and then provide security of life and property. That is the major aim of government. Our society is capitalist in orientation, and then people will zero in on the favorable environment created by government to begin to create jobs. That is what we're saying. It is not in place of government to do this. Okay. Government should give enabling environment, make the society very safe and all that, and then we are not daft, I'm not daft, a lot more Nigerians are not daft. People have ideas, but one thing or the other is inhibiting them. Okay. Talk about this tax thing. Some people are even looking at the whole thing again. Yeah, you do this, you pay tax. You do that, you pay tax. The government is not providing the enabling environment. There are certain things that government should look away from. Tax is not just the only way government can generate revenue.
Well, this basically
you must have to produce first before begin to tax.
Well, this basically is speaking to digital skill acquisition.
I agree with you. I'm talking about skills also. Now I have raised an issue. Who are those people that will be part of this digital skill upscale?
Members of the Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society.
And in terms of Nigerians, who are they? Are they going to be recruited? Is it going to be another scam? You saw what happened when during it's not a senator, Abba Moro, when he was a minister for interior or something like that. You saw the pandemonium that occurred during the recruitment process of one government agency or the other. So what I'm saying in effect is that, this type of thing are just to gain political mileage. That is the way I look at it. If government want to do this, they know where to do it, how to support even the existing ones to be able to do. But government cannot come, just like they said, it's clergy wealth cooperative, they are not involved, they are not financially involved. Before you say Jack Robinson, somebody is dipping hand into the cookie jar of the government to support this.
All right, then. Let's go back to Mr. Christopher Ojekiri. What are your thoughts on this one? 1 million Nigerians. 1 million Nigerians to be trained. Skill acquisition. Is this? This is not the first time that we are having things like this being said or being put out there. What's your take on this one? And is this the kind of thing that ADC will also do? It's similar. Will they do something like this?
That clergy work sounds very much like something that can emanate from Redeemed Church. Clergy work foundation sounds very much like a religio-political organization. But is it not strange that, according to the story, Clergy Works Organization is 100% responsible for the funding and training and everything, and yet it is the secretary to the federal government of the federation that is the face of what a private entity is running. The secretary of the federation is the face. One would have thought that Clergy Works would be the face, and government would express its support from the background. So that is the face and the one driving the publicity and driving the initiative, in the public space. The government cannot tell us what it's telling us. The truth of the matter is that when you say digital skills, what do you mean? Which category of people have been listed as those who are to get the digital skills, and what exactly are you teaching them? In Edo State here, the past governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, when I went to the secondary schools and the primary schools and initiated digital skills training through the schools. So we know the categories who were involved in the digital skills training: secondary school students and primary school students. Now, who are the people who are members of this cooperative? Are they going to pick them off the streets? Are they running it by the school? What exactly are the skills to be taught? Because, the information was so scanty. What exactly are you going to do? What are the packages? What are the digital packages you want to teach? And how do you intend to project it and, prosecute it? So I believe that this is another arm of government hiding under a very unknown name. And that's why you see that government is so excited and its own secretary to federal government is the one driving it. And it's probably to single out a group of people that will eventually be, some of them will be employed to man Inec, election booths later, that they have been trained on digital skills and they can man Inec polling booths and all that. We are going to watch out for all of that. I do not believe in that skill. I do not believe in that project. I believe the government is involved and is using the surrogate to front it. That's just what it is.
The vital point that you've made now, individuals from this being recruited into INEC to man the operations of the beavers and maybe IREV as well. But
yeah.
Okay, let's have your reaction to that point that he just raised.
Yeah, that is what we have when you have limited information. Just like he rightly pointed out. I raised that issue that clergy wealth corporations, who are they? Who are they? And their face is unknown. Let me paraphrase what he said. Their face is unknown. Who are they? Of course, when we now know them, we begin to attach credibility, levels of credibility in what they want to do. And you see, in this country, a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen. So if Ojekere is talking about these people after graduation comes into government will absorb them, it's a possibility. You see, because the present administration has demonstrated, obvious interest in. They said 2027 is a foregone conclusion. If Nigerian system works, you cannot be talking about 2027 being a walkover. Rather, you do certain things to be able to win the loyalty of Nigerians to vote for you. So a lot of things, anything is possible in this country. That's what I'm saying. And then the people that will be left over, are you going to give them startup packs? Are you going to the secretary to the government should have come up with a comprehensive idea of what they want to do. Are you going to give them startup packs after the training, or you're going to leave them like that after the training and all that? What is the recruitment process like? And who are the clergy wealth cooperative society? These are questions begging for answers in this country. You see, the level of trust deficit in the Nigerian system is so much that we need to interrogate whatever thing that comes out from government. That is the level we are in. Does it amaze you that the spokespersons of the government are not talking too much again? Before now, they were all over the place talking. Now, the ecosystem is very, very difficult now. They find it difficult to explain certain things. That is what we have. If not, you could have seen them all over the place, talking about this and talking about that and all that. So the important thing is that I am not very amazed with this policy. What they should do is to ensure that insecurity is reduced abysmally to a bearable level.
All right then.
Our people are very, they can do business. They will venture into areas where they can get returns.
Right.
Yeah, that is the Nigerian spirit.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi Iheburu. Thank you very much for your contribution. And also, we've been speaking with Mr. Christopher Ojekere, who joined us from Benin City. And from Oka, we had Dr. Chukunonso AKCOB. And earlier on, we had Barrister Darlington Agumbo joining the conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your thoughts. Newspaper review comes up next in about a few minutes. We'll be looking at the papers and making sense of the headlines there from the dailies. We'll see you at 10. I am Moses Humphrey, and I do expect Mazi Amobi to stay with us into paper review. See you at 10.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas. 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. This is VOP, VOP This Morning, newspaper review. Looking into it, I have my producer, confusing me, Manfred. Oh, well, welcome to the program. Now we go into the papers, look at the headlines, make sense of it all. And we do have, Chukuma is very much with me. Chukuma Okoro, very much with me. He doubles as an analyst on this part of the show. And also, Mazi Amobi Iheburu is also in the building. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you.
All right. Now, let's dive into it. We'll be joined later by Dele Fanimo also as we go into the papers. Now, we do have The Punch, The Guardian, This Day, and a few other dailies also. We'll be looking at these headlines. And the big story on the cover page of The Punch, let's start off with that one. It's the big story on the cover page of The Punch newspaper. And it says, power drain. Electricity subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. Consumers pay 1.13 trillion naira for power in 6 months amid outages. Rising electricity subsidy sparks fresh fears. All right. It's the power sector.
Yeah. The critical nature of electricity cannot be overemphasized. in terms of developmental strides of this country. We have said it even at the expense of redundancy, that government should take electricity very seriously. In the past, a lot of things has happened, and Nigerians are also growing with electricity hike. Now, electricity payments are not within the average Nigerian's reach, particularly for those in Band A. They are not within the Nigerian reach. It's very sad that it's happening that way. But what government should do, as a matter of fact, is to ensure that all these subsidies they are talking about, are reflected in the tariff structure. Our problem is that they are not. And each day they tell us a new strange of structure, a subsidy. Just like in the petroleum subsector too, we are being told that subsidy is still there by some people, that in spite of the fact that government has removed subsidy, they still say that there are elements of subsidy. So now that the government has also is touting the idea of electricity subsidy, I do not know. What it means is that it will translate into hike in electricity tariff, which will not be too good for the average Nigerian. Because you can't talk of development without electricity.
Of course, yes. Chukuma, please.
Yes, the electricity tariff and subsidy, it's something that is concerning to all of us. I recall that you and I, we did a little bit of arithmetic. I think that was on Monday, about how we have progressed between 2015 and 2025. And I recall that as at 2015, when APC came into, when the administration of the PDP ended, our kilowatt rate, for a unit of electricity was 18 naira. No, yes, was 18 naira. Yes, 18 naira at that point. But since 2023, between 2023, now depending on the band, it moved between 87 to 200 naira per unit of electricity.
Depending on the band.
Depending on the band that you are, ABC. And so it speaks to how electricity generation has become part of a problem, in our bid to industrialize. There is practically nothing anybody can do without power. It was, apart from the steam engine, that rode, apart from the industrial revolution that saw the world, progress from one form of historical development to another, it was actually at the backdrop of power generation. There is nothing practically, in our daily lives now, there's nothing that you can do without power. Absolutely. You wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is to pick up your phone. And if your phone is not powered, it can't come on. And if it can't come on, you can't check your bank balance. You can't even call your family if you are not with family. You can't make business calls. So it is power. And so when you go to other subsectors of the economy, you discover that power is the structure that every other structure is built upon. So if we are grappling with this and we are talking about industrialization, like I keep telling, the first time I heard the word diversify was when we were doing economics, primary economics in the secondary school. And at that point, how it came into focus was because it was the argument that we need to diversify away from power, away from oil. And that's about 40 years ago plus, and we are still, at this time, we're still talking about diversification. And in all of this, we are still grappling. At a point, the partial disturbance, in the national grid dropped our collective consumption, so our collective output to 50 megawatts. That is strange. Very disturbing, deeply troubling. And so every other business that is built on electricity is not thriving. I keep talking about a certain telco CEO who came to Nigeria and said, look, Nigeria is my best business, but I will have doubled, tripled, or quadrupled my earnings if I was not running two companies. And I asked him, which two companies are you running? He said, I run a telco, I also run a power generation company. Meaning that in all...
Run the power to power
his telco. So he has two big generators in thousands of base stations across the country, permanent on 24/7, because they cannot rely on the national grid. So that is one person speaking. And I don't know why it is difficult. We talk about turbine, we talk about independent generation. These things are, nobody is asking us to go and build a turbine. Other people have built. Why can't we just buy and install? So why is it a big problem? It's like you going to a market in Europe, and even if it is not Shell, you can book. Within 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, they can produce one for you, come and install, and give your people power. So why is it so difficult for us? Now we are talking about 2 trillion naira. Before we came on air, Moses did a calculation. If you have 1 trillion naira to spend over time, and they say spend 1 million naira every day, it will take you about
2,740 years.
2,740 years to spend 1 trillion naira if you have to spend 1 million naira per day. So 2 trillion naira.
And no human being has lived up to 1,000 years.
Except in the days of Methuselah.
Even days of Methuselah, they didn't live up to
1,000.
Up to 1,000.
It was 900.
900 and something.
You are my scholar. I'm a biblical scholar, so you can tell better. So we can, and countries that we started out with, countries that we've moved up before them, talking about people like Vietnam. We can discountenance Egypt. Egypt is an ancient civilization, but how about Vietnam?
Malaysia.
How about Malaysia? People that we started out with. And we are still struggling with 13,000 because when we want to fantasize...
13,000 what?
No, 13,000 megawatts. When we want to fantasize...
When do you start generating 13,000?
No, they said that is what we have generated.
And how much is being weighed to the national grid?
Exactly. That is... No, I say when we want to fantasize about how well we have done.
Well, you've heard the voice of Dele Fanimo. He joins the conversation. Welcome to the conversation.
Sorry, I had to jump the gun because I can't even...
No, I had an argument. I had an argument with a guest that he insisted that it was 13,000. And as a matter of fact, when I checked it up, it was actually 13,000 that we can do. But how many have... That we have done, that's the much that we have done. That's the highest that we have done.
Now.
But now the question is, how much of that have we willed to
the national
the national grid? And Moses the other day brought it to our attention that TSN has been unbundled. We have NISO, we have the other one, but what's still owned 100% by the...
We are paying for waste. Let's assume, without conceding, that we have generated 13,000. As of today, the national grid cannot sustain 5,000.
Which is what brought me to TCN being unbundled.
Now, what that translates to is, let us assume, because I know that the national grid as of today cannot even take 5,000. But let's also agree that it's taking 5,000. Well, remove 5 from 13. You have 8. That means 8,000 megawatts.
It's been allowed to go to waste.
It's been allowed to go to waste.
And that's what we are paying for.
That is it.
That's what we are paying for.
It's so simple. If you manufacture and government takes the responsibility of saying, go ahead and do, and we are going to be off-takers, and you don't have anywhere to utilize this particular thing, and government is paying for waste. The same way, government is servicing salaries and wages in NNPC without any contribution to the national economy.
Now that you brought NNPC,
why do we waste 8 megawatts?
Because the national grid cannot carry it. It will collapse.
Take more than 5.
And why is the 5 megawatts?
Because it's ancient.
The equipment are old.
Because it's ancient.
No,
just like
we didn't plan.
Is ancient.
Yeah. We didn't plan to upgrade. We failed to plan. We had national development plans. We had rolling plans.
Now,
and in all of this, we knew that the population...
What does it take to upgrade the national...
Let me give you a story. Yeah. Let me give you a story.
I'm going somewhere.
I was directly involved at some point. You see, the national grid does not take rocket science to increase the intake to the national grid. But vested interest, just like in NNPC, will not allow it. Vested interest includes labor union, includes importers of generating sets that are bribing the labor unions to make it impossible for the upgrade of the national grid. And then vandals that compromise this infrastructure. Now, in 2010 or 11, when Jonathan was in government, he attempted to bring Manitoba from Canada to come and upgrade the national grid. Do you know that it was this same Ajero that was the General Secretary of NUI, National Union of Electricity Employees, that stood against it? That it took the federal government some level of manipulation that I was also involved in, that made Manitoba to have inroads. But they didn't allow Manitoba to succeed. Now, during Buhari's tenure, they brought cement from Germany that had been successful in other countries in trying to upgrade their energy infrastructure. But up till today, the subcontractors that were employed, that were foisted on cement to upgrade these things, took money from them and bolted away. No law to catch up with them, for them to come and do their job. Today, if cement JAG, Germany, is still in Nigeria, they are just trying to round off without any noticeable achievement to the national grid. So it's a complex thing. Now you allow private sector to play in the generating aspect of this electricity chain. They are ready, they are pushing, they are generating, and they are saying they are generating 13,000 megawatts. 13,000 megawatts would considerably improve energy. Do you know that Lagos State alone can absorb 2,000 megawatts? But because most big companies, manufacturing rail sector, part of this Lagos State economy, they run on alternative energy. That they see PACN, whatever it is called now, as just a backup. Instead of being the main
source.
And so what we are paying, the 2 trillion that they want this government to pay is payment for waste. That's why I said it is like NNPC.
Okay.
Today, NNPC, the salary in NNPC is enough to pay half of the entire civil service in this country.
With these few points of
and
view,
they are not.
I hope he's been able to
convince me.
Well,
it's very pathetic, really. Very pathetic.
Okay, now that you brought NNPC into it, I was going to mention something also in the papers. It says Nigeria's fuel crude importation concern defies price war. And then, let's put up the Guardian newspaper. That's the big story on the cover page of the Guardian. And it says petrol imports soar to 1.8 million metric tons, highest in 12 months. Crude intake from local refiners fell from six-month average. Petrol prices hover between 920 naira and 739 naira, despite an ex-refinery price reduction to 699 naira by Dangote Refinery. And, that's the breakdown here. And when you flip the pages to, I think the big story is on page 6 itself, the writers to that says, refining capacity plummets. Petrol imports soar to 1.8 million metric tons, highest in 12 months. Petrol imports. Stakeholders list expectations for new heads of NMDPRA and UPRC.
Why is all this happening in critical sectors of the economy?
You see?
Critical sectors of the economy. Electricity subsector, oil and gas, there's petroleum subsector and all that. Why do we allow this type of thing to happen in critical sectors?
Because people are benefiting from it.
How do we arrest these issues?
When I look at the story of Venezuela, the fact that they have the largest deposit of crude oil and they have, rare earth minerals and the rest, and the country is where
the poorest.
The poorest, where it is. And then I relate it to our story here in Nigeria with how rich our soil is with oil and the other things that we have. I think these things are a curse.
Okay, I'm sure you have heard about resource costs.
It's a curse.
That's what it is.
Because without them, we would have been thinking very well,
this year,
clearly.
How about this year? The same thing.
Singapore with nothing is doing better.
Better.
Israel with arid land, arid region, desert region, doing very well.
Better. So companies that have what the world is looking for are the most poorest. How do you even explain it?
You just explain it now. It's cost.
Yeah,
It's a problem of leadership.
individuals in those countries are wealthy, but the country itself is poor.
Individuals or governments?
The government, that is individuals.
Yeah,
you know,
at least they are
those people,
individuals
they're
of
the
that
elites.
country.
The elites, they are. It's just like what is happening in Zamfara axis, where they mine gold or other solid minerals. The government is not getting anything from there, but the individuals are making, a hell of money. Helicopters will land, comes in there, pick these things, and go away. And people are richer, but the country is poorer. That's exactly what is going on. So how do you now check? And once these people come in there, pick this thing and go and sell, they make more money, they become more emboldened, they have more connections. If you talk, they say, I will remove you from there. Moses, I will remove you from VOP. And then you find out that they can do that. You understand me? So they are empowered. And once we are empowered, we are connected. Once we are connected, we are capable of doing anything. So the onion lies in government to begin to take a look at what happened when they said people should come for licensing in Zamfara area. Federal government says they should come, license them so that they know you are there and all that. Even the locals, who are the people, down there mining the thing, felt that their livelihood is threatened. And they begin to do one or two things to ensure that government agenda is not realizable. So what it means is that government should step up its efforts, in terms of getting most of these resources to come in, the largesse coming from most of these resources to come into the government coffers. That is the only way we can survive. I do not know. I think one time the Minister for Solid Minerals did say how much we are losing in that solid mineral space, and that government should be able to get it and then plug it back into, to support the oil money too. I think it is high time that thing is done to be able to rake in much more revenue to the government instead of taxing us to stupor.
You see, for me, I consider that story a sponsored story.
Which one about?
On NNPC, on fuel import and all that. It's a sponsored story. Because it's at variance with what Dangote is pushing out. Dangote says, today, it pushes out 50 million liters of petrol on a daily basis from its gantry, and that anybody can come in to verify. And our daily consumption hovers between 40 and 45 million. And he also says he has 28 days stock in case there's a disruption, that it will stop free flow for 28 days. Now, why are we now saying import is higher? You see, you need somebody who understands the depth of some of these stories. Don't believe everything that newspapers shun out. I'm sorry. I am a product of The Guardian, and I understand all my life I've always been in the media. I've never known any job. And I've played at the top. You see, this was the same thing that happened when a newspaper, I don't want to mention the name now, came up with, petrol will be sold before December at 120 to 1,200 to 1,500. I was saying that if I was the editor of that paper, because that reporter relied on just emotional sentiment to churn out that particular story, that story is not true. And I gave analysis of why it is not true. Today, how much are we buying fuel? 739. Now, this particular story negates what the sole refinery that is pumping out fuel is saying. And nobody has controverted that. Now, this story is likely to be sponsored by independent marketers. Just to give that feeling that they cannot stop importation of fuel. And some of them, they are already moving on to Dangote to lift petrol from Dangote. Yet you are saying importation has soared. Where is it coming from? Okay, imagine if Dangote is saying it can feed local consumption effortlessly. The ones they are importing, to what end are they importing? That's the question you ask. Until this story extrays the position of Dangote and what Dangote has been able to do, if it is true or not, then you cannot believe that story. For me, I am not going to believe that story.
I think the issue is that the industry was taken by storm when Dangote came in. And then it changed the landscape of that sector. And people that have been, vegetating on, that industry begin to feel the pinch. I think it's a reaction to what Dangote is doing. Right. Ordinarily, even 2-3 years ago, when Dangote was still under construction, we were told that it was a game changer in the Nigerian oil subsector. And then Nigerians were very hopeful that this change, they can't wait for too long. No sooner than Dangote entered the fray than, a lot of things started coming up and all that. So it is all about change, people are reacting to change, differently. I think that with time, they will come to terms with the reality on ground and begin to do the normal thing.
All right then. Okay, let me take a few political stories, and then we'll just lump our analysis, react to all of them together. This day has this story here. It's big story. It says, Jonathan, despite many defections to ruling APC, PDP alive and strong. Party blasts APC over Wike on Rivers crisis. Says it can't cry foul now. The Guardian has APC has no right to complain about Wike, says PDP. I will not step down for no one, Atiku vows, 2027. 2027, Jonathan pledges active role in PDP, says Turaki. These are quite interesting stories.
Like I said about 2 days ago, Wike should better watch it. His bravado has ended with the coming to APC of Fubara and the 27 lawmakers. And the earlier he understands this, the better for him. That's one. Because right now, either he likes it or not, Fubara is the leader of APC in Rivers State. And I keep saying one thing. The sitting president...
Before we continue, there's a video that was out there. Let's play that video and let's hear what Wike had to say. I'm sure you've seen the video, but for the benefit of our viewers.
And do tell them to come out. No be to talk cha. No be whoa. Yes, so we can our leader. No be cha. No be we can our leader. No be whoa. No be whoa. Yes, so we can our leader. No be cha. Yes, so we can our leader. If I don't say this, let me one those who come to Rivers State because you have heard about 600 billion. You come here, you collect, and you open your mouth, you talk anyhow. I want to say it. When you are doing something for the interest of everybody, some people will come out to make sure those things don't work. I say it here, Victor, I want to say it here. Take this message. Tell your national secretary, leave River State alone. Leave River State alone. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Go and ask those who have tried it before.
Kapinta, Bidikila, Owa Pondole Dole, Kamanga, Wokandole, Owa Pondole Dole, Kapinta, Bidikila.
Brought the state chairman of both parties together, that of PDP and APC. And he said, look, who can do this? Nobody else can do this. Only Wike can do this. Bring state chairman of two parties together, And, he's here and there. He's now the octopus. The octopus Wike.
The game is over for Wike, if you ask my candid opinion. Yeah. The game is over for Wike.
Wike also did say in an interview that, look, nobody can dump him, can use and dump him.
It's possible. It's possible the federal government can dump him. So possible they made him what he is, they can also dump him.
Will there be consequences?
There were.
For the federal government.
No consequences.
In River State.
No consequences.
2027.
No consequences. Tinubu has already gotten an inroad in River State. So Wike's influence in River State vis-a-vis relationship with Tinubu has come down. You understand what I'm saying? So if
has some structures.
No, which structures does he have? Similarly, Fubara has inherited such structures. If there is any that Wike left.
Local government chairmen are his.
It is not. Things are going to change. You see, politics in 24 hours is a long time in politics. Once the people now know that Fubara is aligned to the federal government, to Abuja, that is it. That is what they need to swing loyalty. The moment, assuming tomorrow Wike is relieved of his ministerial appointment, that will be the last straw that will break the camel's back. Of course, he will not have any pedestal to stand to begin to do what he knew best how to do. So what I'm saying in effect is that Wike has gotten to his zenith, his apogee, as political apogee as it were, in River State. It's now coming down. He will stabilize a little bit there and then nosedive. That is what it's going to be in Rivers politics. I think he has done his job for Mr. President. Mr. President has appreciated him for doing a job, for destroying PDP and all that. PDP find it very difficult. Don't forget about what Jonathan is saying.
What if he moves into the APC? What if
ADC?
No, APC.
Let him move now. Why is he not moving?
Officially.
Why is he not moving?
You have qualified it right.
Why is he not moving? Why is he not moving? If he moves, what difference will he make?
No, he has to remain in PDP.
He already, the governor has moved.
If he steps out of PDP, the inner caucus meetings, he will not be able to attend. No, but and he will not be able to do maximum damage. He still has his men.
He still has his men there.
No, having your men is different from when you are with him. You fight more when you are with him than when you are without.
The PDP is destroyed already anyway. The governors PDP is destroyed. The governors that have left the PDP will not go back.
They won't come back. PDP is more like a skeleton. You don't understand what I'm saying. A half-dead snake can still strike. No, now the point is you must watch that snake until it dies. At the stage that PDP is now, do you think that if Wike leaves, that it could be revived? At the stage it is today.
Going by what Jonathan
it's not
is
going
saying.
to be. No, Jonathan.
He played his active role in PDP.
No, I know what I'm asking. If Jonathan has only emotional attachment to the old PDP, that is the carryover from those days.
For making him the deputy governor, vice president, and president, he was very thankful to PDP. But PDP becoming relevant in 2027.
I don't see it happening. Yes, to your question.
Yes. PDP is still alive and strong. That's what
PDP is still alive.
But not strong.
But not strong.
Okay.
And the best approach to decimating PDP is to have moles there. And the head of the moles is who we all know. So moving from
that position, he may not have inroads.
Exactly my question now is, if he leaves now, as PDP is constituted, you know, if Wike leaves, is there a possibility that PDP could be revived to become strong again?
It could happen.
Nothing is impossible in this country.
Okay, not in 2027.
It can be relevant in 2020.
There's a question that you asked. I think it's you that asked it, or you said something. What if Wike moves to ADC?
Yeah, I asked.
Yes.
I asked.
If it moves to ADC.
If he moves to ADC,
will ADC accept him?
ADC, no political party will want to.
Even if you go to
even
ADC,
if it's the devil, they will always accept
the
you.
one thing is to accept you. One thing is to allow you to
play your game.
Play your game.
You understand? They will accept
I
you.
do not think ADC
at
will
least
accept
to
Wike.
spite APC.
For now. I do not
Okay,
think
Dele
they will
said
accept
something. They might accept him to spite APC.
They may
because
just
they're already
accept him.
talking. PDP is already saying, blame yourself, you know, for what happened to you.
Yes.
By allowing Wike to play your game for you.
I don't think ADC will accept him.
No political party. No political party
will
will
be accepted.
No. There
But
are
they,
people that
before they accept him,
APC will not accept him if he decides to defect.
APC?
Yes.
Will not
accept Wike.
Why?
Why?
APC did not even accept Jackson Adeleke, where he wanted to defect.
No, that one
is what?
No,
he wanted to defect. They did not accept him.
You see,
They didn't make it easy for him.
There was no time.
That was why he went to a court.
There was no time. Because APC in Osun State, they have factions on the ground that could work against Adeleke as candidate of APC. So that's why they pushed him to a court. And I can assure you,
the same thing.
after the election this year, it will move to APC.
So we are saying the same thing. So if Wike now says, already we are having, big players.
Moses, what we are saying is in principle, no party, you won't go to your ward to register, and the ward general will say no. They will let you in, but they will not allow you to play the politics. So if they had allowed Adeleke to come in, when Adeleke knew full well that they will not allow him to excel, to play the politics of Goba election in 2027, in 2026, then there was no need for that.
The important
so what
thing
we're
is,
saying is in principle, no party will reject you. But in practice, they will put entry barriers, stumbling blocks for you to, operate.
You won't be allowed to excel the way you want to excel, either negatively or positively. When they know that you are likely to be a problem for them. So the whole idea is Wike will not leave PDP until 2027, except if the people that prompted him and promoted him to this level says we are done with you.
Which they are saying, in everything.
Already, they show him the card.
If he's having,
but it's not smart.
If he's having skirmish with the secretary of a party, Moses go and tell the secretary that and all that, and having this banter and all that. So it's very, very, very. It's a red sign for me that the game is over. That is why I said the game is over. When probably Baba comes back, some of these things will be placed on the table for him and all that. Of course, before now, some APC members were having some feelings that this man is becoming overbearing and all that. Baba should try and do something to tame him and all that. So these arguments will come up again, and I think moving closer to 2027, if you begin now to weigh the options like will a Wike, will it be favorable for you to have a Wike or disfavorable for you to have a Wike in terms of Rivers politics? Because it's like a whole lot of things. It's becoming more complex than it was a year ago.
Okay.
You understand me? In Rivers State, it's becoming more complex than it was, because now that the governor has moved to the ruling party, it's now 001. Wike said it cannot be. And all that. And some people are equally supporting that 001 status of the governor. You don't even, he's talking about agreement is agreement. You don't even know what agreement Fubara and Mr. President has gone into. Because the genesis of Fubara moving to APC. When the governor of Imo State and all that, the scuffle between, power ride and all that. Now, the government was facilitated Fubara's entrance into APC, probably to spite Wike and all that. So you now see big wigs lining up behind Fubara, as it were. And those people will not let him go because Wike, in his attempt to get to the top, has also stepped on toes. So the problem is becoming more complex. Assuming Fubara was still in PDP, then you cannot say that Wike will have an upper hand, will be holding the longer end of the stick. But with Fubara in the ruling party, Wike's power has been abbreviated.
All right, then. You don't want to add anything to that?
I know.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's take a few more headlines as we coast home now. Troops arrest 8 terrorists linked to Gambaroo Market Square suicide bombing. CO, Chief of Army Staff. Inadequate training undermines operational effectiveness. Army to deploy more troops to Niger, other states to crush terrorist acts. All right? And then we also have, the rest are in the same political stories that we just...
This is not the time to make excuses.
Inadequate training. What do they mean?
What
does it mean by inadequate training?
If they bring out the budget for training of these soldiers, you will get stunned. A lot of money has been voted. What of defense budget? Every day, every now and then, every year, you see humongous amount of money budgeted for defense. What are they used for?
We hear that a lot of it go into overhead costs, overhead payments of salaries.
I stumbled on somebody, a policeman, saying they are going for training. I saw him with a rubber bucket, a 6 inches mattress, and all that. I said, why? He said they are going to training. I said, why? This is not provided. He said, you're on your own. Of course. Nothing.
You provide your uniform.
You provide everything. And meanwhile, you cannot tell me that the federal government can organize a training without the basics. If you like, you can provide it. After the training, you pack it to somewhere else. Then you can reuse it and all that. But now, the people that are going for training are providing essentials for themselves. And if you don't go for that training, you will not get promoted. And if you don't get promoted, you will not advance in your career prospect, as it were. So what the man is saying that inadequate training and all that, who will train them? No excuses. Insecurity emergency has been declared in insecurity. So you don't have any excuses. Just like the Minister of Defense is talking about, they know them, the people are doing this, that. This is the time to walk the talk. It's not the time to begin to express sentiments or begin to express inadequacies or incapacity to deal with the matter. That is what is, annoying a lot of people that now make it seem as if they don't have sympathy with government when they talk, when they say that they are not, government is not alive to their responsibility. You cannot have a government that has declared emergency in insecurity, be talking about lack of training. Or the minister will be talking about, people that are, don't want the policy to work. If you know that you know people that don't want the policy to work, you crush them along the line and bulldoze yourself through. There is no need for excuses, my brother.
You see, I'm so annoyed at the way people in the security circle shun out information without processing before they shun out. Is it my responsibility to come and train soldiers or policemen?
I know.
Is it not part of the state's responsibility to train armed forces and other paramilitary agents? How could you tell me that that training is now an albatross? Are you telling me that there is no vote for training and manpower development?
Impossible.
And is it even not a shame that at this time and age, policemen would have to carry bucket and mattress to training school in the police college and other training schools? Where is the money voted for the Police Service Commission and the Nigerian Police Force? Where is it expended?
You see, even strange and curious thing is that these people that are not very well trained, when they go outside, they excel.
They excel.
So doesn't that defeat the proposition?
I've had some of these police officers that are gone on peace.
No, I'm talking about soldiers, military now.
Even the soldiers.
Okay.
They bring UN personnel to train them before.
Okay, to retrain them.
To retrain them. Yes, to retrain them. So sometimes you don't have to judge by the fact that they are already.
No, but at least that shows that they are trainable.
Of course.
Because at some point we had people who were not trainable.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
No, you told me the story. You told me the story. So don't leave me in the lurch now.
But the point is, even the modules, for anybody that is going to be recruited into the police force, to be able to have a grasp of modern day policing, the least qualification should be OND, no longer school cert.
Yes, absolutely.
Because policing is technologically driven now. How do you impact within 6 months technology, crime detection?
I think they're even employing now. There's an advertorial I saw yesterday calling for recruitment
into
the police force.
They have already approved I think 24,000.
They said so.
You know,
but I don't know the level they are in now.
But the point I'm making is,
there's an advertorial on TV saying, "Look, come and join."
If the module,
are people coming?
I don't know.
Of course,
Moses, if the modules employed those days are still what they are going to teach in police colleges, then we are still in trouble.
Why will it not? Why will it not? If you go back to the university syllabus now, you discover that some of the things they taught us, like 35 years ago.
I went to a private university. I took a tour of the mass comm department. I still saw those old-fashioned cameras that you have to put tarpaulin on your head.
There you are. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, if you go through their syllabus, you discover that what they taught us started 5 years ago.
And they have some funny equipment for training them on sub-editing. You still have Pica and all that. I say, wow. I said, is this modern day training school for mass comm?
Now you're talking about a private university.
That's like a museum. That's like a museum. That just shows people this is what they work with.
That is why when they come out, they are relatively unemployable.
Unemployable.
You understand?
They are not fit
when
for
they graduate,
suitable.
they are relatively unemployable. Unless you need to, train them yourself. And people are getting what I say, in 5 years, 3 years experience. Say, where will you get the experience if not employed? But in private sector, for instance, you don't have that luxury of time to train. You understand what I'm saying? They believe that the university system is working and capable of providing capacity for the would-be employee of their company. So if you now employ and begin to train, who bears the cost? Time lag and what have you? In terms of the training.
I think what most of the private sector organizations they do now is they have their internal training school. So when they employ you, they run you through that.
The bigger ones.
Yeah,
the bigger ones who can afford it. They can do so. But that speaks to the deficiency in the educational system,
primary
the gap
yes.
We have.
All right, one more headline, or maybe two more. Over 140 million Nigerians may become poorer by December
2026.
Yeah. Okay. 2026. Over 140 million Nigerians may become poorer by December. U.S. operations in Venezuela undermined international law. Well, okay. Poor interagency cooperation may stall Joshua's vehicle crash investigation. IGP orders mobilization of withdrawn VIP escorts. Deploys DIG, 17 CPs. Those are some headlines.
So there was no investigation before they took the driver of Joshua to court. That's what the headline says.
Was there investigation?
That may stall.
Was there investigation before they told us that it was overspeeding? There was no investigation.
No.
And then we are dealing with, maybe it was a bus tire, or maybe this, or maybe that. A lot of assumptions as against proper investigation.
What they would have done is to take that driver to custody, interrogate him,
which they have done, actually.
Not just railroading him to the court. On what charges? Is it manslaughter or what?
I want to talk a bit about what the United Nations is saying about U.S. operation in Venezuela, undermining international law. And I asked the question, is there anything called international law? Is it enforceable? Can you enforce it? The first place to start dealing with international law is that we have 157 people sit together in a room, and one man stands up to say, look, I'll veto that decision. So what's the essence of international? There's nothing like international law. We were taught in university that there is called international law and I don't want to pronounce that word. We all know it. So it's we still live in a world where might is right. That's essentially what it is. So, but UN has said what it needs to say, because what UN is saying, 3 people will gather and 5 or 11 of them will take a decision for 157 people, and one person stands up and says, no, it's not going to work, and that ends it.
Let me put another dimension to this. What was Nigeria's stand in all this? Have we made a statement?
Should we make a statement?
Moses, I'll throw the question to you.
Should we make a statement?
Nigeria must make a statement.
ECOWAS has made a statement.
ECOWAS? Man, so why would they para for another person headache? Like, delegate headache now. Now need to drink paracetamol.
No.
Except you are telling me that
it's imperative Nigeria take a stand.
You are telling me that the thing that
unless there are something we do not know.
Okay.
Why must Nigeria be aloof? Why must we have silence?
Of our foreign policy, what goes on in America, either North America, South America.
Why did you go to Benin Republic? Is it part of your foreign policy?
West Africa.
What?
That's West Africa.
It's another country.
That's our neighbor.
It's another country. It's another country.
What worries me is we can't stay on the fence on this.
But ECOWAS has spoken. I don't
understand. What do you mean by ECOWAS?
Let me answer your question.
Let
me answer your question. I just asked you. Now, Dele has headache. I'm the one taking paracetamol.
Don't thank him yet. You thank him too early.
No, except you want to tell me that Dele has headache.
Yes.
Because Dele and I...
You are sitting closer to Dele.
No, that Dele...
If you take analgesics, it will work.
No, except you're telling me that the beer 2 of us drank last night is what is causing his headache. That is the only way I'll become concerned, that he has headache. So, analogically, what I'm saying is that except you want to tell us that what is happening in Venezuela is happening in Nigeria, and that the reason why they went to Venezuela...
We are doing analysis here.
Exactly.
Exactly what we are doing. So we want to see how what is happening in Venezuela can also either
may also happen in Nigeria.
Dovetail
into
Nigeria. Or
so, and now that's the question. Do we have the same problems?
And as a sovereign nation, being counted as the biggest in Africa, you understand me?
Okay, Moses said we might have similar problems.
The scenarios are,
they are similar.
They're similar.
I think we should, being what we are or being what we claim to be, that we should have a stand on this. In international relations, Committee of Nations, you don't need to stay on the fence. You don't need to stay on the fence. You stay on the fence when it is absolutely necessary. Probably when you're watching the scenarios being played out.
Nigeria is watching.
So that you can now have your voice. Because some other countries, smaller than you are also watching your own reaction. And tomorrow you can not log it over them.
As a payoff, our foreign policy is couched in what we call concentric circles. It radiates from the inside to the outside. What it means is that we take care of what is closest to us, and that is West Africa.
You are doing an explanation.
After West Africa, we go to
inability
Africa.
to stand up when others have,
But we still no, that's our neighbor.
That's our neighbor. So that's what I'm telling you. What are the basis of our foreign policy? 3 circles from the inside. So West Africa, Africa, and
the
then
Nigerian
global.
government communicate this to us that we are watching the situation. We don't want to dabble into something that is not ours. That will not benefit us.
No,
that is the point I'm making.
They have communicated this to us. We're absolutely out of time. We're absolutely out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi Ihegwero. Thank you very much for your contribution. We must say a very big thank you to Daily Fanimo and Chukwuma Okoro. Well, Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He's a constitutional lawyer, and we are going to discuss the politics of ADC, the politics of P2B and Article, and the politics of what is going on in Venezuela and how that affects and impacts on Nigerian politics.
All right, there you have it. So I'll be dissecting all these issues, and you want to be part of that one. Well, that's it on the show. Sports comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the front, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Africa Cup of Nations right there in Morocco. It is shaping up, and of course the round of 16 games have been played, and of course we still have maybe a set of 2 games to go, and yes, today, and of course, like I said, it is shaping up, and teams are already knowing who they will be facing in the quarterfinal stages, and the Super Eagles of Nigeria especially, they were involved in the round of 16 clash. More like a whitewash for me. That was not really a clash of the Titans. It was like a whitewash. It was like a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And the Super Eagles did not disappoint. And as a result of that, they will be awaiting the results between Algeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo that will be happening today as their quarterfinal opponents. Good morning and welcome to your show, Sports Republic. Of course, on this beautiful Tuesday morning, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. And yes, you know how we do it right here on Sports Republic. For the next 15 minutes thereabouts, we'll give you the gist stories from the world of sports. Yes, right here on Voice of the People Television. And before we go on the show today, let us tell you that you can, of course, follow us on all our social media handles. Yes, on YouTube, we have Voice of the People TV and Voice of the People TV Plus. Yes, you can follow us. You can like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. And of course, turn on your notification button, the notification bell, so that you won't miss any exciting updates right there from this show, Sports Republic, and every other show we have on the platform. And of course, where do we start from? The elephants in the room. It was AFCON round of 16. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, the game as all Nigerians have been waiting for, against the Mambas of Mozambique. And the Nigerians, the Super Eagles, the players did not disappoint. Yes, a lot of people, there was a lot of social media rants, Nigeria tackling Ghana and South Africa and all of that. A lot of people were even saying the South Africans should not leave yet. They should wait for the Mozambique national team. And of course, I think they did that at the end of the day because the Super Eagles sent the Mambas packing. They have advanced to the quarterfinals of the AFCON 2025 after a convincing 4-0 win over Mozambique in their round of 16 match in phase. And yes, the Eagles dominated the game with Ademola Lookman scoring in the 20th minute and Victor James Osimhen, yes, doubling the lead. 5 minutes later, Lookman set up Osimhen for the 3rd goal in the 47th minute, and Arco Adams, of course, Jero Adams, yes, who plays for Sevilla right there in Spain. He completed the scoring with Nigeria's 4th in the 75th minute, and the Nigerian team, led by Wilfred Onye Ndidi in midfield, kept Mozambique at bay with a solid defense, including Stanley Wabali in goal and Bright Osai Samuel, Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey, and Bruno Onyemechi, of course, in the back four. And yes, we saw the midfield as well. Alexander Iwobi, that man, I don't think he's getting enough flowers he did really well in that game. Even though I have questions, at the end of the day, yes, after this, maybe after this story, I have a lot of questions to actually ask, and my guest will be joining me really soon. And of course, substitutions in the second half saw Paul Onuachu and Samuel Chukwueze replacing Akko Adams and Ademola Lookman. We also saw Moses Simon as well, while Onyeka and Ndidi were replaced by Tom Dele Bashiru and Raphael Onyedika, and Moses Simon also came on for Osimhen. And Nigeria's victory maintains their momentum as they chase a fourth AFCON title. They will face the winners of the match between Algeria and Congo DR in the quarterfinals. For me, Algeria and Congo DR, of course, for me, I think it's the game of the round of 16. And the win marks a successful start to the tournament for Nigeria because they won all their 3 group stage matches to top Group C. And yes, there you have the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That was a brilliant performance. I mean, yes, you can say Mozambique were poor on the night, but the Super Eagles of Nigeria were just too good and they steamrolled the Mozambique national team. Yes, we saw the likes of Jenny Katamo, during the build-up, saying that he could lead his team, but it's going to be a difficult task. And it was a difficult task because you can even say the Super Eagles did not even come out of second gear because that game was just, for me, it was, like I said, it's a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And yes, we saw James Osimhen, Victor Osimhen, getting 2 goals. He could have had a hat-trick. He could have even had more. And of course, we saw goals also ruled out as well. Ademola Lookman was spotless on the night. For me, he's Nigeria's man for the AFCON. 4 assists and 3 goals to his name so far. That's 7 goals and assists, 7 goal involvements in just 4 games. You want to give it to Ademola Lookman. And he didn't even complete all the games. Did he even start against the Ugandans? I don't think so. And he still has that. In 3 games, I can say Ademola Lookman, 2 man of the match awards, 7 goal involvements. For me, that's player of the tournament statistics already. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. Even if Nigeria don't even get to win the AFCON at the end of the day, which I want them to, I think what Ademola Lookman has done already is player of the tournament worthy. And of course, he was involved in the player of the group stage 11. He was there. He has to be there. I mean, when you do your player of the group stage, ratings, you do the 11, you have to find a place for Ademola Lookman. Whether it's in the midfield role or in the forward line, you just have to find a place for Ademola Lookman, the Atalanta man. He has had his issues at the beginning of this season, managerial changes, his issues with Ivan Juric when he came off in a game for Atalanta right there in the Champions League, his coach, manhandling him and all of that. I think he has, soared above all of that and has channeled his focus into the Super Eagles, and he has done really well for himself and also for the team. Calvin Bassey as well, maybe he's not getting enough flowers because he seemed untouchable, yesterday when he partnered with Semi Ajayi right there at the heart of the defense. The Mozambique national team were not even giving them anything to have a headache about. Stanley Wabali as well, he still did his usual antics, but then we will forgive him because that is Stanley Wabali, and he's still, manning the post for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Brightside Samuel was marauding that right-hand side defense attack. He was coming in, delivering the crosses. Bruno Emechi as well was doing that also on the other side. And going forward, I think Bruno Emechi should be the one to be starting on the left-hand side against any opponents, because defensively and attacking-wise, I think he's actually better than Zaidu Sanusi, in my opinion anyways. And of course, in the midfield, Alex Iwobi, I think, is the man that is actually not getting enough props at all, because he has set that standard for himself that people actually want him to, do more. Not even like if it drops a standard 8/10 performance, people will say, hey, you still have to do more and all of that. I think Alex Iwobi, he ran the show in the midfield. Indeed, he as well did his job really well. Frank the Tank Onyeka also. Everybody in the Super Eagles team yesterday did their job really well. Akko Adams, I think, is actually partnering well with Victor Osimhen up front, and Ademola Lookman just behind them. It was just a scintillating performance. And yes, into the quarterfinals, yes, they go as they await either Algeria or the DR Congo. Good game from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, the top Group C, yes, like I said, they won all their group stage games. And yes, right there, also delivering that one against the Mambas of Mozambique. And the Mambas, they really tried. I mean, looking at their group, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Gabon, I think they were even expected to finish last in that group, but they got that win against Gabon 3-2. They were leading Cameroon at some point. In fact, at some point, as it was standing right there in Group F, they looked like they were going to top the group, but at the end of the day, that went to Ivory Coast, who also, they are involved in today's game against Burkina Faso. It's been a fantastic round of 16 so far, but for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I want to say a fantastic performance. I mean, you have to just applaud what they did yesterday. Maybe a lot of people were expecting that victory, but of course, you have to beat what's in front of you, because upsets can happen. We saw what happened between Mali and Tunisia, with Mali getting the red card in the first half, and they still went on to dump out Tunisia on penalties. So for me, an upset can come in from anywhere. I actually called an upset. Yes, personally, I called an upset because this is why we love football. This is why we love AFCON. This is why we love sports generally. There should be upsets. Fine, maybe it shouldn't be for Super Eagles of Nigeria, but I called an upset. But unfortunately, yes, you can put that, because as a Nigerian, I will still take that one. Super Eagles of Nigeria, scintillating performance. Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, everybody in that team, even the subs. Moses Simon, he did a Mozambique player dirty. He did it dirty. Maybe in the later stages of that game, he did him really dirty. But that is what we want to see. And there are still some players that want to also come on as well. Eric Chell, he got the tactics spot on. He got the tactics really spot on, and it worked wonders against Mozambique. And going forward, I think you have to study your opponent. I said that when the group stage started, in the game against Tanzania, the game didn't really go the way Nigerians really wanted, even though they got the win. I said you should study your opponent, and I think he did that yesterday against Mozambique, and we got the results. Good one for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We await Algeria, we await DR Congo. Anyone, I think at this point you can say bring it on, because this win will actually give them more and more confidence, even though that victory was mad. It was marred by a shocking attitude from a player that Nigerians did not even expect. A player that, this is a player that going into every Nigerian game, every Super Eagles game, they all want to see him. And I think he grabbed the headlines in the wrong way. And I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. I'll be talking about him in a minute. But let's take a short break right here on the show. When we come back, we'll still give you more stories about Super Eagles of Nigeria and, of course, Victor James Osimhen. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Yes, you're welcome back, and it's still your show, Sports Republic. And of course, yes, I think I'm receiving news that my guests are on with me. And of course, David Bolangiwa, and of course, Pelumi Adeosun. Yes, David, if you are there, yes, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, there was a dominant display. David against Goliath. What a match you will call that one. Well, yes, of course, maybe as a lot of Nigerians would expect, you were also expecting a dominant victory against the Mozambique national team, or you're expecting a close one, David?
Yeah, good morning, Afis.
Good morning and welcome to the show, David.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being on the show with you again. And beautiful one for Nigeria. We all expect Nigeria to win. We all expect to see the Super Eagles soar, just like the whole days. And again, beautiful performance yesterday, very rampant and dominant form. Everyone played well. 4-0 win. Our first clean sheet in this tournament, and it's quite a good one for us. And kudos to the Nigerian team. I expected the win. I expected us to dominate, and indeed, we had 4 beautiful goals to make a statement ahead of the quarterfinals. Whether we face Algeria, whether we face DR Congo, we are ready. I believe the boys are ready.
Of course, you believe the boys are ready, and of course, let me say, who stood out for you in that game? Because in fact, if you have to do ratings right now, it's like everybody will get a 10. Maybe Nwabali might get a standard 5 or a 6 because he wasn't really disturbed. He had really nothing much to do. But I think everybody will get a 10. Who stood out for you and who also surprised you in a positive way in that game, David?
All right, so I believe the name on everybody's mind now will be Iwobinho. And
Iwobinho.
I mean, Iwobinho is the name on everybody's mind at the moment. Because
absolutely, he deserves that.
If you watch the match, I mean, he made these passes look so seamless. The commentator were like the pre-assist before the assist, and it was those line-breaking passes are what disorganize your opponent's defenders. Once those passes come in, the opponents don't want to touch the ball because when they do, you're either going to cause your own goal for yourself or going to just lead on your opponents too. And it's the same thing. He made about 3-4 passes, and 2 of those passes led to our goals. And Iwobi is going to be my man of the match for real.
All right, David. Yes, I think I'm having issues with noise. Just adjust a little bit, and so I can see you really clearly. But of course, you've given your own. What about Bright Osai Samuel for you, David? In the first game against Tanzania, his crosses were really poor. I mean, going forward, he wasn't delivering enough crosses to the box for Victor Osimhen. Defensively, he wasn't covering up well. Did you think he really put that to rest in that game against Mozambique?
Everyone, like I said, everyone yesterday's game, they played super. Everyone gave in their best. And for Bright Osai Samuel, he was one of the key players I wanted to see playing. He was one of the players I really wanted to see give his best. And indeed, he did. And he played such a very wonderful game. The crosses, yes, they were not up to standard as it would be, but it's something he could learn from. And again, it was quite a wonderful game for Nigeria.
Absolutely. And Pelumi, yes, I have a question. Pelumi, was it a game of the Super Eagles being so good or the Mozambique national team looking so bad, the Mambas this time around? Because I think going into that game, a lot of the preview did not even bring out a big threat from the Mozambique team. Was it a game of Super Eagles just seeing an easy opponent? And do you think going forward they have to tweak their tactics and their formation? That's talking about Electoral now. Or it was just a case of beating who is in front of you and they will still bring the same performance against either Algeria or DR Congo? Good morning, Pelumi, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning to you, Afiz. And of course, it's a pleasure to join you on the show this morning once again. And great performance from the Super Eagles of Nigeria yesterday. For me, I think it's a combination of both, actually. I think the Super Eagles of Nigeria did really well. They approached the game very well. They had to get the job done. And for the Mozambique team too, I think it was a below par performance. I think it was a very, very horrible one for a team that made the knockout stage. They didn't really cover themselves in glory. They had barely, I think they were a little above 30% ball possession. They did not even get any shots on target. They had 2 shots in total. I think it was an abysmal performance from Mozambique. But then I think if you consider the 2 teams, player to player, I think they are not on the same level with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So we kind of expected that one to actually happen. I don't think every game would be like this for Nigeria. I really don't think. I think this is our easiest game so far in the competition. And it is coming at the knockout stage. I even think that the Ugandans did better than what Mozambique actually did.
Absolutely. I think they scored. You can give it to the Ugandans. They scored a goal.
And they even scored with 10 players. So because their goalkeeper got a red card.
Got a red card, yes.
So for Mozambique, it was a very, very terrible performance for them. But we cannot expect performances like this from our opponents in subsequent games. I think that he might get rather as it goes forward because we're going to be facing either Algeria or DR Congo. So I think that's going to be a sterner test than what we faced in the game against Mozambique. So once again, I think it was a combination of both. The Mozambique team did not do very well. They didn't give the Nigerians a run for their money. Most of Nigerian players had a free day. As at the 2nd minute, we already found the back of the net that was eventually ruled out for offside. And within 20 minutes, Nigeria got an under goal again. So I think the Mozambique should have actually done better. But kudos, I think big kudos still goes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria for getting that all-important victory.
All right. I mean, maybe the popular saying that says that the higher you go, the tougher it becomes, because I don't think Algeria or DR Congo, I don't think they are going to offer this one. I don't think they're going to make it so easy, just like the Mozambicans also did last night. Yes, from that one, of course, we are celebrating that victory, but something happened in that game, and of course, a certain player has been receiving heavy criticism, after his display against the Mambas yesterday. And if this was coming from a Stanley Wabali, of course, Nigerians have been complaining about maybe his antics and all of that. If it was coming from maybe any other player, but from Victor Osimhen, it's like Nigerians have been saving something for him. And finally, they got to open it up last night with that outburst, because Nigerian football fans are criticizing Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen for his angry outburst at teammate Ademola Lookman during Monday's 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the Africa Cup of Nations round of 16. Osimhen was seen yelling at Lookman in the 63rd minute after Lookman missed a chance, when Osimhen was open for scoring a goal. He was open for a scoring opportunity, and the incident sparked widespread criticism on social media, with fans questioning Osimhen's attitude despite the team's dominant performance. And Lookman, who had already created 2 chances for Osimhen himself, including a direct assist for his second goal, he wasn't looking so happy at all. And Osimhen's reaction was met with boos from the fans as he was substituted off the pitch, with Moses Simon replacing him. And fans took to social media to express their frustration, with some describing Osimhen's behavior as silly and unprofessional. David, I want to bring you into this one this time around. I mean, looking at what he did, his captain trying to hold him back. You can't smack the hand of your captain. That's number one. I'm not even going to what he did to Ademola Lookman now. For the fact that was even happening within the game, it was not even after the game. Your captain is trying to hold you back. There is a reason why he's wearing the captain's armband. He is the captain. If he tells you sit, you sit. Because he is the captain. He should be the one to go and face the referee for anything or whatever that is going on. He is the face of the team. For you to smack your captain's hand, that is really, really unprofessional on the part of Victor Osimhen. And for me, I am calling for something really, really big, but I don't want to say it now. I want to hear from your own side. What do you see about Victor Osimhen's? He got 2 goals for himself. Yes, people have been calling for him to score goals. He got 2 goals. I think the Mozambique national team made it easy for him, but he got his 2 goals. I won't take that away from him. But at the end of the day, his attitude looked like he was just trying to grab the headlines, and he grabbed it for very, very silly reasons, David.
Right. Thank you very much, Hafiz. And again, Osimhen, he just like you said, it's somehow like the Nigerians had something saved up for him, and they were just waiting for probably a slight mistake or a silly mistake from him just to throw out the outburst. And just like I told you off camera before now, I said I have a very different view about
I want to hear that. I want to hear that view, David.
Right. So, first of all, we are both on the same page when it comes to you smacking the hands of your captain. That is very, very unprofessional, like from Osimhen. You don't smack the hand of your captain. But the confrontation with Ademola Lookman, personally, I do not see anything wrong in that. And I'll cite a number of examples in football where players, strikers, have gone out against their co-colleagues on the pitch just because you didn't give me a pass. And now, very recent, Cole Palmer versus Nicholas Jackson at the Club World Cup. Nicholas Jackson, Cole Palmer was open, well open. I mean, that pass has gone into Cole Palmer's path. And that's, I'm trying hard to remember the match now, but Cole Palmer was well open. If Nicholas Jackson had passed to Cole Palmer, it would have been a goal. But Nicholas Jackson, trying to find his form and all of those things, thought to score. And he hits the side netting. And we all saw how Cole Palmer reacted. I mean, he reacted so bad that he even had to use his leg to strike the opponent's goal post. And he was shouting at Nicholas Jackson. Away from that, Cristiano Ronaldo, in some palaces, he is the greatest of all time. But about 3-4 years ago, Cristiano Ronaldo himself, the captain of the Portugal national team, threw his armband, showing that he is the captain. He threw it on the floor just because he's dissatisfied with his team's
But David, these instances you gave, these players were called out for that. They were called out. Jackson was called out. Palmer was called out. Even Ronaldo was called out. So I see why. I see no reason why Osimhen shouldn't be called out for his attitude last night too.
Calling him out is not my problem, but
Okay.
you saying that a striker should not be able to vent when he hurts. Why is it the striker? A striker is on the pitch to score goals, and when a striker's mentality, I have 2 goals, I have 3 goals, doesn't matter. If I have the chance to score 20 as a striker, I have to score. And if you see me open, just lay the pass to me and let me score. Let me help. This is why I'm on the team. I'm not putting on the number 9 jersey for fluke. I'm not putting it on just for my name being there.
But you've got 2 goals. You've got 2 goals at that point, right? You've got 2 goals at that point.
You have 2 goals. Scored 3 goals in a European final.
Considering the maybe trying to get a hat trick, for me, I want to bring Pelumi into this one. Pelumi, you have gotten 2 goals at that point, right? Don't you think thinking about the hat trick is becoming something like a selfish attitude? Because if your player is in a good place to also try to get a chance, that is something that Victor Osimhen himself can do. So, but even aside all of that, you don't go to your player and just try to point him out, trying to ignore. Your captain saw what was coming and he told you to calm down. You smacked the hand of your captain and you went on to the player to, try to point a finger in his face that even the opponents were even trying to draw you back. Away from all of that, you left the pitch. You asked to be changed. Just because of that one. You were not nursing an injury. You asked to be changed. You left the pitch while others were on the pitch doing their usual prayers after the game. You left. You went to the dressing room and you left before anybody. For me, that's warrants for him not to even start the quarterfinal game. Whatever wants to happen should happen, in my opinion. What do you say about that one, Pelumi Adeosun?
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't care whatever angle anyone says this from, but I don't think you can actually validate bad character. No matter how you look at it, nonsense is nonsense. That is the height of indiscipline. There can never be a right way to do a wrong thing. It is wrong and it is wrong.
It's wrong.
The way you have said it, yes, look at the way you said it, that with the way he did, and he didn't even end on the field. He asked to be substituted. He didn't wait for the team prayers. He went to the team boss immediately after the game when other players were still in the dressing room. I think it's totally uncalled for. Like, it's completely unacceptable. Now, David cited instances of Cole Palmer and Victor Osimhen and Nicholas Jackson. Ronaldo. Yes, say we have seen cases like this. I think we should probably understand something. I don't think it is something that we can actually compare. Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson's situation was a bit different. Nicholas Jackson wanted to score. Cole Palmer was clear on goal. If Jackson had passed that ball, Cole Palmer would have probably passed it into an empty net. The pass that Victor Osimhen was clamoring for, it was not even a clear chance for you to score. It was a chance for you to shoot, but then it was not a clear chance.
It was not a clear chance. I think there were like two Mozambique players in front of Ademola Lookman, and he just saw a space and he tried to go for goal.
Exactly, and it is not something bad. It is not something very bad enough. Yes, Bruno Oyemachi, we should not forget that Bruno Oyemachi's shots that actually caused all of this.
Yes.
Because Bruno Oyemachi decided to shoot instead of passing to him, and that was when Victor Osimhen flared up in there. Ademola Lookman went to tell him to calm down. You scored 2 already. And then Victor Osimhen started putting his hand on his head, telling him that he used the pidgin word that no try him again. Don't tell me that kind of thing again. You can imagine, to your team players, and in that process, you smacked the hand of your captain. I think that's a disrespect to the captain.
That's the height of it.
A disrespect to your teammates. You're not the one feeding these guys, for crying out loud. Everyone wants to impress. Everyone wants to score. You already scored 2 goals. And not to also forget that this same Ademola Lookman that you probably going to have issues with, he has assisted all of your 3 goals in this competition. Every of your goals in this competition, Ademola Lookman has assisted that one. Okay, it's a normal thing for a player to be displeased because his teammate did not pass to him. But then I think he should end on the pitch of play. And I think Ronaldo's situation, throwing the armband on the floor, I think it was against the referee when they said he scored
it was
a
against
goal.
The referee, yes. Not even against his fellow player.
It was not against his teammates, but Victor Osimhen was against his teammate. And I'm even surprised that you said that this was shocking, because Victor Osimhen, we have seen it time and again since the beginning of this competition. He was either complaining or nagging or getting into offside positions. Yes, you can be passionate, you can want to score, you can want to help the team, but then you need to calm down. You need to understand that these guys are also players, that football is a teamwork. Like I said, it should have ended on the field of play, and then you asked to be substituted. That was the height of it for me. You were not injured, you asked to be substituted, and you stopped playing with the team. You stopped joining the attack and all of that. Who does he think he is? Honestly, I think it's a behavior that
I want to bring this back. I want to bring this back to
because
David. I want to bring this back to David Ekpelumi. David, you mentioned something about the job of the striker being to score goals and all of that. He should be giving passes and that. Let me take you back to 2018, France and the World Cup, right? Olivier Giroud did finish that tournament without a shot on target. He was the number 9. He was given that trust by Didier Deschamps. He was right there. He wasn't complaining when his teammates were through on goal, the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Antoine Griezmann, even Matuidi, Kante, Pavard getting goals. He wasn't complaining. Instead, what he did was to bring them in with his hold-up play. He didn't raise his hand at anybody, even when he saw chances they were supposed to pass to him and they went for goal themselves. That is what they call professionalism. And I want to also say this to you, David, that I will ask you a question real soon. I think Victor Osimhen is actually not playing at a big team in his prime now. He's not playing in the top 5 leagues just because of this kind of attitude. Because trust me, football is not just about what you play on the pitch. Football is 90% psychology and maybe the rest 10% on the pitch, because what happens off the pitch also determines what will happen on that pitch as well. So for me, you don't know who is looking at your attitude. That Finit the Judge outburst, we didn't hear anything after that. It has not seen the light of day since that time. We didn't even know if he tendered an apology and all of that. This one, for me, I think he should not be allowed to get away with this one. And maybe, like I said earlier, I don't think he should be starting in the quarterfinals. He can come in from the bench, but I don't think he should be starting. Maybe you have a different opinion about that one. And also, going forward, how do you think the Nigerians should tackle either Algeria or DR Congo in the quarterfinals?
Right, thank you very much. I believe we all have various, perspective about this. But to Victor Osimhen, there's a difference between emotion and character. And football is a game of emotion. So Victor Osimhen is an obvious emotional player, and the emotions most times supersedes, or his characters most times supersedes his emotions. And one way or the other, he has different way of venting all of these things. Let's not forget that this same Osimhen was the one who had, let's say, back and forth with an ex-international who was once the Nigerian coach also, in name of Finit the Judge and all of those things. Also, I think this is not even more than 2-3 years ago, all this back and forth with Osimhen. Talking about the international, in playing in his prime, playing in a big club, I really think it's for him to decide where he wants to play. Where he wants to play is for him to decide. He had chances to go to the Saudi League. He said no, he wants to remain in Europe. So where he wants to decide depends.
David, you don't want us to start that conversation. So he rejected the Saudi League for a league in Turkey, and you think that is an improvement?
He's playing in Europe.
Okay, I don't want to start that discussion. Okay, so going forward, David, what do you think? How do you think Eric Schell, should handle this situation? Of course, he is the coach, right? And I'm sure he's going to put an end to this one. He's going to handle the situation. Going forward against Algeria or DR Congo, yes, sir, because it's going to be Algeria against DR Congo, in the round of 16 today. How do you think Eric Schell, should turn out his squad quickly?
All right. So last night, after the match, Eric Schell himself was giving his post-match conference, and he said it's his team and it's his management, and his management to see what's best. So saying whether Osimhen should start this in the quarterfinals or not depends on the coach and how best. And I mean, we've seen players coming out. Lookman himself, Awazim also came out to say they've settled the whole issue. Yeah. Everybody's fine, everybody's cool. So I just believe we Nigerians should sit back and just let Richel and the management sit out what's best for the team. It's a 7-game tournament. We need all our players on par. We need all our players playing at their best performance. So I just believe Richel will do what's best for the team, and he's been able to lead this team 12 games now, competitive games, without losing any. So he's doing a good job where he is, and we just want to see Nigeria win the AFCON. So against Algeria or DR Congo, let's not forget it's a tricky one here. DR Congo knocked us out of the playoffs, the World Cup playoffs, and if we'll be facing DR Congo, I bet it's going to be a thing of a blood battle, because Nigeria will want to qualify and head into the semi-finals. DR Congo will want to show that we've done it against you before, and we can do it again. So and against Algeria, we have a bit of history with Algeria also. So
2019, yes, you can remember,
So I just believe we can do this. I want to see Nigeria win this. I mean, they hold this to Nigerians. They hold the AFCON 2025 to Nigerians after the shambolic World Cup performance. So let's just hope for the best.
Okay. You mentioned something about the players coming out to say that there's no issue within the team and all of that. I mean, what do you expect professional players to say? I don't think they're going to throw their colleague under the bus. Of course, they're not going to come and tell you that there's a fight in the dressing room. But I really hope all this, is found out, because we need to get our heads together. And because, like I said earlier, as it goes up, it gets tougher. And of course, yes, we mentioned the Super Eagles of Nigeria up against Mozambique. There were other games. Egypt, of course, also did well, and they have also booked their quarterfinal place with a 3-1 victory, and they did really well. Mohamed Salah also getting a goal for himself. I mean, a lot of people also expected Egypt to, get out of that one on skates. They did really, really well for themselves as well, the Pharaohs of Egypt. Yes, the round of 16 has been fantastic so far, and there will be games today. Algeria, yes, will be taking on the Democratic Republic of Congo, and yes, Ivory Coast will be up against Burkina Faso. We have seen upsets, yes, in the game between Mali and Tunisia. I mean, the Tunisian team, after Super Eagles defeated them, I don't think they've gotten themselves properly. This was a team that did really well. They were spotless in the World Cup qualifiers. They got 22 goals and they conceded none. And in this one, they played a friendly game against Brazil. They took Brazil to the cleaners. They really did well for themselves up against Brazil. But in the AFCON, they've been really, really, really bad. And of course, like I said, Mali got a red card very, very early, but still dispatched Tunisia on penalties. And yes, this should be the match of the day. Algeria up against the DRC. This is a game that should be happening, let me say, in the semi-finals, because DRC, that's talking about Congo, they've done fantastically well. They took Senegal. I mean, they gave them a run for their money in their group, of course, and they finished on the same point. I think it was maybe a goal difference of like a goal or 2 goals. And I think DRC, they will ask questions of Algeria today. But let me quickly, who are the men to watch in this game? Obviously, Algeria, they have a certain Riyad Mahrez. As long as it's on the pitch, something magical can happen for Algeria. And of course, on the DRC, they have Wan-Bissaka, they have Bakambu, and João Kakuta, who I'm going to credit the assist of the tournament. I don't think I'm going to see a better assist than that one. He got 2 goals and an assist in his first start. That's in their final group stage game. Who are the men to watch for this big game between Algeria and DR Congo today?
Yeah, well, just like you said, I think that is the game of the day. A game that a lot of people are looking forward to. And as Nigerians, we will also have our eyes fixated on that one, because the winner of this game obviously would play against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the quarterfinal. And I love the way DRC have put themselves in this conversation. I think 2 or 3 years ago, no one would have fancied a certain DR Congo to be like a team to reckon with in this competition. But because of what they have achieved for themselves, like the way they have turned out against some of the big teams, and that is why a lot of people are talking about them now. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game. And I think it's going to be a game of flair against physicality. I think the Algerians have got flair in their team, the likes of Riyad Mahrez, Ibrahim Maza, Benacia, Amura, all of those guys.
And Isaac Musa, Feyenoord too.
And of course, exactly. And now they will be facing the physicality of the likes of Chancellor Mbemba, Tuanzebe, Kayembe, Wan-Bissaka, Pogonda, a lot of physical players in that DR Congo team. But then I think if you're looking at the guys to watch out for in DR Congo, one of the guys for me would definitely be Noah Sadiki. I think that guy has been
He's
very,
been
very
fantastic in the
phenomenal
midfield, the
for DR
Sunderland man.
Congo. Exactly, has been very, very decent. We saw what he did against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that game as well. And it was also really instrumental in their 3-0 win over Botswana, their final group game. So I think he's a guy that they should definitely watch out for. Yes, the Algerians, they have a very, very good defense that they have not really considered. But then we should also forget that the quality of the opponents that the Algerians have been playing against. I think they are very lucky that they've been playing against, should I say, lesser oppositions, like of Sudan, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea. I think they've had it very, very easy in that game. So I think the game against Diago is going to be a lot more different. We should not also forget certain Meshak Elia, who scored against the Super Eagles of Nigeria as well. Yes, I think he has also been decent for this DR Congo team. So I think it is a game that we should watch out for. I don't know, but then my crystal ball is telling me that DR Congo will find their way against this Algeria team because they are very physical. They know how to play for 120 minutes. It might even go into penalties. I think they might stretch the Algerians really, really so that the Algerians might not really have the tenacity to go with them until 120 minutes or after penalties. But the DR Congo team, they can actually do that. They've got the physical players, they've got the energetic players that can actually run through more than 120 minutes. So I think that's going to be a very, very big plus for DR Congo in the game today. The only way Algeria can get this over them is probably if they get an early goal. Then maybe the early goal weakens the DR Congo team. But trust me, if it remains
I don't think an early goal will weaken them. I mean, Nigeria scored first against them as well in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, of course, we scored first, and then don't forget that I think they scored back. I think it was in the first half that they even scored back.
Yeah.
So I think they were able to equalize again. But then if the first goal it spanned for a long time, I think it might weaken them, and it might even make them want to come out desperate to get a goal because it is a knockout stage, and they might get it on the counter. But the moment it gets to goalless, the Algerians become more desperate, and then the DR Congo team become more stronger right there. So I think that should definitely be a plus for the DRC side.
Absolutely, because I mean, the last time we also saw Flair up against our strength, it was a Cameroon, overcoming South Africa. Because for me, South Africa, they had everything in their hands to defeat Cameroon. Or at the end of the day, the way those Cameroonians play, I think it's even going to spell trouble should they meet Nigeria at any stage in this tournament. Because those guys, I mean, you know how we call it on the streets around football. They are very, very, very good at it, and they can hit you on the counter. They are a fantastic side. I was talking about the likes of Brian Mbeumo and Christian Kofani, who has done really, really well for himself as well. The Bayer Leverkusen youngster, he has done well for Cameroon at this AFCON so far. And of course, we saw Morocco up against Tanzania. A lot of people were expecting Morocco to roll over Tanzania, but Tanzania, they had chances, especially in the early minutes of that game. They should have taken the lead. But of course, Brahim Diaz, who is doing well. And a lot of people have also been saying that maybe it was Victor Osimhen that was chasing Brahim Diaz. That was what got him angry, to do what he did last night. And I'm still calling for him not to even start that quarterfinal up against Algeria or DRC. Let's move on quickly and let's talk about Manchester United, because they are searching for a new manager after sacking Ruben Amorim on Monday. And under 18s coach Darren Fletcher has been put in temporary charge, with the club reportedly keen to appoint a caretaker manager for the rest of the season. And several candidates are being linked with the job, including Oliver Glasner, who guided Crystal Palace to their first major trophy by lifting the FA Cup, and he also won the Community Shield. Enzo Maresca, funny enough, he parted ways with Chelsea last week, is also a contender for the job, and the 45-year-old Italian who won the UEFA Conference League and the Club World Cup in his first season at Chelsea he has been linked with the job at Old Trafford. And we are also seeing potential candidates like Gareth Southgate, Unai Emery, and Thomas Tuchel, who is currently in charge of the English national team. For me, David, quickly, how do you see that sacking of Ruben Amorim? Is it like a ticking time bomb? Is it time up already that has been spelled a long time ago? Or do you think it's unfair on the part of the Manchester United team because they seem to be getting grips, under Amorim's tactics recently?
Much, Afis. it is a ticking time bomb. It is a ticking time bomb. I wrote something yesterday, and I was trying to, just oppose who are one of the, worst Manchester United managers in recent history. And we have many of the Jack Robson and all of those. But I had to go deep down and research about Ruben Amorim's game. The approximate win rate for Ruben Amorim is within 36 to 39.7%, and he has the lowest win percentage post-Ferguson era. I mean, as a manager in this era, post-Ferguson era, if you're having the less win percentage, he has lost more matches than he has won, and even his draws, they are not so convincing enough. So it came in with enough enthusiasm for Man United fans. After all he did in the Scottish League and with Sporting Lisbon and all of those things, but he came into Man United. I believe he was not settled enough, and sometimes managers need time, but for a big club like Manchester United, that time is not what they have, and they are going down. I mean, they finished last season below middle team, about
towards relegation places.
Yes,
I think they finished about 15th or 16th.
And this season, they are literally in the same position. They are just hovering around the middle team. So, them sacking, managers come and go, the club remain. Yeah. And the club is obviously bigger than any manager. So, them sacking the manager is just a ticking time bomb, and it was waiting to happen. It was just hoping to happen.
All right, Pelumi, just like David said, managers come and go, but the club will remain. And yes, Chelsea in London right there, a manager has gone. That's talking about Enzo Maresca, and the manager is set to arrive. That's talking about Liam Rossini, the Strasbourg manager. Do you think Enzo Maresca should now look at it and say, okay, I've been replaced, and I shouldn't stay out of work for too long? Let me get a job at Manchester United to still even remain in the Premier League. And of course, speaking of Manchester United, Darren Fletcher, I don't think they are going to stick with him towards to the end of the season. Who do you think, who is the name quickly, that, aside Enzo Maresca, who do you think should take up that Manchester United job? And how do you see Rossini's appointment at Chelsea?
For now, I don't think that any reasonable manager would want to take the United job, honestly. Because it's a job that could mess up your career at this particular point in time. You look at the caliber of players that they have in that team, they are not bad. But I think the results are not forthcoming for this certain Manchester United team. The fact that they had 13 managers in the last 10 years says a little lot about the level of decline in this particular team. We need to coaches, but I don't think they're out there that really big margin for this United team. I've always said that to some manager is not the most important. Then to get a reliable replacement.
Pelumi, Pelumi, you seem to be having issues with the audio right there. But of course, let's quickly move on, Pelumi, because Manchester United, yes, they've had 6 permanent managers since Alex Ferguson's departure in 2013, and the club is eager to find a successor who can turn their fortunes around. And well, quickly, let's see if a manager, we have the likes of Xavi, who is still, let me say, out of job at this point. Maybe Xavi Hernandez, the former Barcelona manager, can also look at this as an opportunity. Roberto De Zerbi is also a name, in the list. We also have likes of Oliver Glasner. Yes, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who has managed Manchester United in the past. Maybe it's time for a comeback. And maybe the likes of Frank Lampard, also who is doing really well with Coventry, can also take up a big step and go on to coach Manchester United. Time will tell, because of course I don't think they are going to stick with Darren Fletcher for so long. Let's quickly move on. Time is going out on the show. Let's quickly move on and let's talk about this Nigerian boxing sensation, Elizabeth Oshoba. She has climbed to the world's 4th ranked super lightweight boxer, of course, and according to the latest rankings, and of course the 26-year-old WBC silver featherweight champion, has been on the road, maintaining an unbeaten record of 9 wins with 5 knockouts. And Oshoba expressed her gratitude and ambition, saying, "I'm grateful to God for this achievement, and I'm not stopping there. And my eyes are set on the top 3 and ultimately the #1 spot." And Oshoba's rise in the rankings follows a stellar 2025 campaign, including a historic win against Italy's Michela Braga in January 2024. And of course, making her the first female Nigerian boxer to win a world title. And she now holds the IBO female super featherweight title, won via unanimous decision against Martina Rigi in November of 2023. And the current top 3 in the rankings are USA's Alicia Baumgardner with 17-1, Belgium's Delphine Pearson with 50-3, of course, and Australia's Mel Motu with 23-1. And Oshoba is confident in her ability to continue climbing the rankings, stating, "Every fight is a step closer to my goal. I'm ready to face anyone in the top 3 and prove that I belong at the very top of the division." It's good to see a Nigerian, rising to the top of the boxing rankings. And from one Nigerian to the other, yes, this one might be, let me say, a rather sad one, because we've known what happened to Anthony Joshua. And of course, he's considering retiring from boxing after a fatal car crash in Nigeria that killed 2 of his close friends and team members. That's talking about Sina Gami and Lateef Ayodele. And the 36-year-old boxer informed his family of his decision following the tragedy, citing the emotional toll of his career. And his uncle, Adedamola Joshua, expressed relief at the possibility of Joshua leaving boxing while he is still at the top. I mean, can you recall that he earned a massive payday, when he defeated Jake Paul? But all that, is in the past now, because all that, to be honest, does not really matter at this point, when you lose 2 close associates. And Joshua's friends, Gami and Ayodele, were killed instantly when their Lexus SUV collided with a stationary truck on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And Joshua, who was in the backseat, survived with minor injuries and has pledged to support the families of his deceased friends for life. And he also attended an emotional funeral service at the London Central Mosque on Sunday to pay his respects. And the driver, of course, he has been charged. That's talking about Adeni Kayode. He has been charged with causing death by dangerous driving, reckless and negligent driving. Of course, driving without due care. And let's see how that one is going to come out of that. Maybe Joshua might still go on, but if he decides to retire at this point, I don't think anyone is going to fault him for that. And also moving on, let's talk about a big man in tennis. Yes, of course, Novak Djokovic. Of course, he has stepped down from the Professional Tennis Players Association, the PTPA, the organization he co-founded in 2021. And the 24-time Grand Slam champion cited concerns over transparency, governance, and representation as reasons for his departure. Djokovic expressed pride in original vision of the PTPA, which aimed to give players a stronger voice, but felt his values are no longer aligned with the organization's direction. And in a post, Djokovic stated that his focus will now shift to tennis, family, and contributing to the sport in ways that reflect his principles. And the PTPA was created as an alternative to existing tennis governance structures, and he has been advocating for player welfare. And the organization has been involved in legal action against ATP and WTA tours, alleging anti-competitive practices and disregard for player welfare. I mean, for an organization that you set up to tackle the WTA and the ATP, now you are leaving the organization because there's lack of transparency. That's really a funny one coming from Djokovic. And of course, he should be participating in the Australian Open, but he has decided to leave the Adelaide Open. That's talking about the warm-up tournament to the Australian Open. He's citing that he's not physically ready yet, but I think he should be back, for the Australian Open, as he aims to break the record for the most Grand Slams. 25 is targeting. Let's hope he will get there. That's talking about Novak Djokovic. And of course, with that, we'll be wrapping up on the show. Sports Republic this morning. It's been a fantastic ride with Pelumi Adeosun and of course David Bolanrewa. I want to say massive thanks, and I also want to say thank you to those behind the scene that has made sure that this show has been a fantastic one. The midday news is coming up next. It's been Sports Republic, and I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Have a wonderful end to the day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian presidential mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian president and vice president, as well as meeting spaces.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a...
Yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. To echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Oh, yes,
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news with the Midday News with the headlines. Consumer body flays tariff policy as subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. Revenue Committee assures tax acts to benefit economy citizens. Joe Jesus slams criminal retirement in health sector. Opposition threatens Ekiti poll boycott over PDP exclusion. Atiku Abubakar vows no stepping down for anyone in ADC. Court grants Malami son wife bail of 1.5 billion naira. In business, Nimasa bars non-compliant vessel from Nigerian waters. In the world of sports, Cote d'Ivoire seals last 8 with 3 goals past Burkina Faso. In entertainment, NITDA, future map partner on Kannywood Film Studios. Now the news in full. The Nigerian Electricity Consumer Advocacy Network, NECAN, has taken a swipe at the federal government over its service-based electricity tariff policy, stating that the adjustments have failed to reduce subsidy payments and rather deepen the power sector inefficiencies. This comes as the federal government incurred a total of 1.98 trillion naira in subsidy obligation from October 2024 to September 2025, with 458.75 billion naira incurred in the third quarter of 2025 alone, according to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's quarterly report released on Tuesday. NECA National Secretary Uket Obonga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which government officials justified as a pathway to subsidy reduction, had delivered the opposite outcome. According to Obonga, it is more baffling that the revenue collected by the distribution companies, that's the DISCOs, is almost at par with what the federal government now pays as electricity subsidy, thereby raising doubts about the policy's effectiveness. The body accused the DISCOs of benefiting from poor supply while continuing to collect tariffs from consumers, adding that the original objective of the service-based tariff regime had collapsed as the structure of electricity demand in Nigeria is fundamentally flawed. Meanwhile, Chairman of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, Joseph Tegbe, has described the Nigerian Tax Reform Act 2025 as a more sustainable fiscal framework, saying that it will significantly strengthen the economy and protect citizens. Tegbe explained that by broadening the tax base, simplifying rules, and improving administration, the reform will create a more predictable environment for businesses and households, thereby encouraging compliance and investment. Citing countries like South Korea, Singapore, and Rwanda, where effective tax reforms have driven development and improved living standards, Tegbe said the policy direction aligns with global best practices. According to him, a key focus of the acts is the protection of low-income earners and small businesses with measures including zero personal income tax for individuals earning up to 800,000 naira annually, and the expansion of zero-rated value-added tax items in critical sectors such as healthcare, education, and agriculture. Away from that, the Joint Health Sector Unions, that's JOHESU, has warned that the federal government's recent review of the health sector retirement age, which it said selectively favors one cadre, threatens equity, teamwork, and effectiveness in healthcare delivery. In an open letter to the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, JOHESU expressed concerns over what it described as a discriminatory implementation of a policy that was originally conceived to benefit all health workers. According to the union, healthcare delivery in Nigeria is multidisciplinary, and any policy that elevates one group We sincerely apologize for that technical difficulty. Still moving on with the JOHESU story. In an open letter to the Office of the Civil Service of the Federation, JOHESU expressed concerns over what it described as a discriminatory implementation of a policy that was originally conceived to benefit all health workers. According to the Union, Healthcare Delivery in Nigeria is multidisciplinary, and in any policy that elevates one group above others undermines equity, teamwork, and system efficiency. It accused the federal government of health and social welfare of hijacking its demands for an increase in the retirement age of all health workers from 60 to 65 years, with health consultants retiring at 70 years after the approval to advance a selective retirement age extension that largely benefits physicians. Meanwhile, the National Association of Residence Doctors has dismissed claims that its planned industrial action was politically motivated, saying that it had become inevitable following doctors' deteriorating welfare conditions, shifting of government positions, and weeks of unmet promises. NAD also rejected claims that its memorandum of understanding with the government, which led to the suspension of an earlier strike, had been implemented. According to NAD President Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman, none of the agreed demands, including the reported 90 billion naira allocation for health workers allowances in the 2026 budget, had been fulfilled since the signing of the MOU. Sulaiman, alongside other union leaders, told newsmen in Abuja that the association's stance was driven solely by the need to safeguard the welfare and safety of members rather than the partisan consideration. And to some legal matters, the Federal High Court in Abuja has granted the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami and his son Abdulaziz bail in the sum of 1 billion naira. In a ruling, the trial justice Emeka Nwite equally granted Malami's wife and defendants in the case, Bashir Asabe, bail in the sum of 500 million naira. Justice Nwite directed all the defendants to provide 2 sureties, each in a like sum, who must be owners of landed properties in either Asokoro, Maitama, or Gwarimpa districts of the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The court further ruled that aside the submission of title documents of the properties for verification, the defendants must surrender their travel passports, while the sureties must submit 2 of their recent passport photographs and depose to an affidavit of means. The court warned that the defendants must not travel outside the country without permission and adjourned the case till February the 17th for trial. And to some political matters, some opposition parties in Ekiti State under the umbrella Inter-Party Advisory Committee (IPAC) have threatened to boycott the state's June 20th governorship election over the exclusion of the People's Democratic Party (PDP's) governorship flag bearer Dr. Wale Oluyede from the official candidate list. Joining the PDP's peaceful protest and meeting at the Independent National Electoral Commission headquarters in Edo Ekiti, IPAC State Chairman Owola Daramola said the opposition parties would not participate in the election with any party or candidate excluded. Daramola told newsmen that IPAC in Ekiti wants to establish a free, fair, credible, and inclusive elections narrative in the state, noting that the PDP conducted its primaries according to the rules and its candidates emerged duly. In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has vowed that neither he nor any other aspirants will withdraw from another of the African Democratic Congress ahead of the party's primaries for the 2027 presidential election. Atiku's opposition, in a statement by his media aide Paul Ibe, followed recent comments by Peter Obi's allies, including Professor Patu Tomi, activist Aisha Yusufu, and the coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Dr. Tanko Yusuf, that Obi would not be a vice presidential candidate in the coalition. Atiku rejected any suggestion that he should step aside, describing such calls, whether overt or covert, as dangerous for Nigeria's democracy. According to him, any call for Atiku to step down aside or to step aside is a gift to authoritarian ambition and a betrayal of the Nigerian people. Meanwhile, he accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of shrinking the democratic peace and deliberately weakening opposition parties in a bid to impose what he described as a creeping de facto one-party state. Still talking politics, the Coalition of United Political Parties, that's the CUPP, has described as a national disgrace and proof of the federal government's failure to protect citizens the recent massacre of defenseless citizens in Kazuwan Dachi community of Niger State by suspected bandits. No fewer than 42 villagers were reportedly killed and several others injured when suspected bandits opened gunfire on the Kazuwan Daji community over the weekend and further abducted a yet-to-be-verified number of villagers. Condemning the incidents, the CUPP National Secretary Peter Ame said in Abuja that the attack was a profound disgrace to any nation that professes to safeguard the lives of its citizens. He regretted that in spite of these and many similar sad incidents, President Bola Tinubu has shown absolutely no compassion or empathy for those who suffered in this horrific atrocity, but rather acts like those slaughtered in broad daylight were not citizens of the Nigeria that he leads. Meanwhile, the coalition of Northern Groups, that's the CNG, has accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, of intimidation, repeatedly overstepping the boundaries of his office and interfering in matters beyond his constitutional mandate. Citing what it called Wike's meddling in matters concerning the Bauchi State Governor, Senator Bala Mohammed, the group said it is imperative to publicly address these issues as they not only threaten the integrity of the political landscape, but also undermine the principles of governance and accountability. In a statement, its national coordinator, Jamilu Charanchi, expressed concerns that Wike's tenure has been marked with a troubling pattern of behavior that includes unwarranted encroachment into territories beyond his jurisdiction. According to him, his blatant disregard for the boundaries of his office is alarming and lacking of his expected responsibility to uphold the principles of federalism and respect for the autonomy of state governments. Charanchi added that Wike's actions suggest a troubling inclination to interfere in the affairs of political parties and to muscle opponents, thereby crossing the red lines of tolerance essential for functional democracy. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us right now is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News.
Good afternoon, David, and Happy New Year.
Same to you, Barrister. It's good to have you on the Midday News.
Yes.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Paulua Taiwo. Mr. Paulua is Executive Director, Africa Bridge Initiative, and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Paulua Taiwo, once again, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here today.
Thank you so very much for being here. Let me start off with you, Barrister. As it stands, questions are being raised, and of course, conversations are being raised as well over the interference of the FCT Minister, Minister Nyesom Wike, with some political matters across Nigeria. As it stands, the coalition of northern groups has clearly come out to accuse the minister of meddling in affairs that, according to them, is against his jurisdiction. First off, what's your position with the fact that Wike presently is being accused of these kind of functions, of course, and not within his jurisdiction and powers?
When Wike started this is a political rascality, I knew he would end up like this because no evil lasts forever. Besides, a man who is neither in PDP or APC, I don't need to be told how his story will end. Because at the end of the day, he will be neither here nor there. And that's what is going on now. So Wike, whatever he's doing now is like a dying horse. You know, a drowning man catches as a straw. Look at it yourself. Is there anybody Wike is not quarreling with today? All APC member, PDP member, National Security Advisor, APC leadership. So, he's a gunner.
Now, Doctor, so on this part of his interference, there are questions that are being raised about federalism firewall. In other words, should Nigeria legislate a ministerial non-interference code with personal sanctions for breaches, particularly on the part of maybe travel bans, fines, and removal of office, should any minister go against his jurisdiction? Should this be something the Senate should legislate upon? Because this kind of interference and, of course, conversations surrounding Nyesom Wike is not what his functions as a minister of the FCC should be.
Look, you don't need to legislate on this type of matter. The thing is that Wike was being used, and he was not wise enough to realize it. Are you telling me that if Tinubu and APC did not give Wike the audacity to do what he's doing, will he try it? The answer is capital no. Now that they have finished with him, and Fubara has become the leader of APC in Rivers State, I don't think Wike should be making noise again. If he continues to be too rascality, if he continues to play this rough fight, EFCC will knock on his door. Because from what he's saying, he has already indicted himself. All the things he has been saying since yesterday and all that. The man gave a history of how he stole money, how he did this, where he did, so he has confessed. It's just for the EFCC to pick him up and say, okay, you did all these things, and you are still making noise. So this feeling above the law, it will soon come to an end. Telling the APC he must choose the next governor of Rivers State. Is he the owner of Rivers State? If not for the support given to him by Abuja, will a Wike can he even spit? Not to talk of insulting people in this manner. Is it not because of the cover and the protection given to him from Abuja? So if they withdraw it, what will he do? No, tell me, what will Wike do? Nothing.
Okay. Well, interestingly, we have also joining us virtually Mr. Paul Oluwatawo. Once again, thank you so very much for being here. Still on the same conversation, Mr. Paul Oluwa, what's your position about the fact that Minister Nyesom Wike seems to be having issues with almost everybody? And the same person a couple of years ago did say, when it comes to godfatherism, it can never be found in Rivers State. How much of do what I say against not do what I do should Minister Nyesom Wike take into consideration whenever he's talking?
Right. For the Nigerian political space, especially talking about the pre-2027 general election cycle, the game is on from different political quarters. But one thing that is very clear from every political leader that we have, especially in this Fourth Republic, is that we have not been able to identify a structural ideology from any of the political leaders that we have as of today. And that is why we are having the challenge with the likes of Barrister Nyesom Wike. Is a legal practitioner, but his activity within the political space is not sounding like somebody who has a legal background. But beyond that, we must also understand that when you have no ideology politically, then everything can come out of your mouth. And everything will always go on well with you, because we believe that everything can always be done with money. And that is why I always have that kind of ideology, that a nation that celebrates materialism above humanity is going nowhere. So that is why we're having this kind of conversation. If not, we are not supposed to be wasting energy on the likes of current Minister of FCT. Is a political figure without a political feather. Is a public office holder without any political party backing. And that means it's a toothless bulldog. The only thing he has now is money to waste around to the media, calling media chat every month. But that is not politics. Politics is not paid on the pages of newspaper. There's so many political juggernauts in Nigeria who are not on the pages of newspaper. So if he thinks he wants to play his own politics on the pages of newspaper, well, he should continue. Like Barrister Daliti said, only time will tell for him to understand that truly the gods are not to be blamed. But that is if the gods knows their onions. So if they don't know their onions, I'm afraid the gods might be blamed this time around.
Oh, well, that's another conversation that we should be having sometime soon. But I want to stay with you, Mr. Oluwatao, particularly in the fact that the Coalition for United Political Parties clearly has ascribed as a national disgrace and proof of the federal government's failure to protect citizens the recent massacre of defenseless citizens in Kasuwan-Daji community of Niger State by, of course, suspected bandits. Because you would recall no fewer than 42 persons were killed in that particular incident in that Kasuwa-Daji community. What do you make of these kind of conversation about the fact that the presidency clearly did say that they have on-hand report on their part and they are carefully looking at the situation, and of course the perpetrators will be brought to book? That's, of course, according to the federal government. What's your position with these kind of statements that are not laced with actions and results like Nigerians would see as it stands presently? Mr. Paulua.
All right. So, the security challenge of Nigeria is very peculiar. The security apparatus and the architects of Nigeria is porous as of today. We have a gallant officers, both Air Force, Nigerian Army, and the Navy. We have gallant men who are capable of defeating these bandits. But the question is, do we have the political will? Do we have enough intelligence to destroy the bandits? Another conversation we should be having is that, do we have enough missile to waste like that of America? So these are some of the conversations that will guide our activity, especially from the presidency. I was one of the people that do not blame the problem of Nigeria on Jonathan administration. The same way I will not blame the security challenge today of Nigeria on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, the question is, where are the traditional rulers in each of the states of Nigeria?
But some persons would bet to differ, Mr. Oluwatao, because he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And that clearly is a position no man in Nigeria has, except him.
Commander-in-chief of the armed forces does not necessarily mean that you can command at any point in time.
No,
there's a command.
Well, Mr. Kodwa, maybe you are trying to be correct by half, because the commander-in-chief has every right to do anything when it comes to the military apparatus of Nigeria.
He has every right, yes, but that right cannot be activated at every point in time.
What do you mean it cannot be activated? How do you mean?
It cannot be activated all the time. It can be activated anytime, but it cannot be activated all the time. Now, clearly, don't forget the issue of genocide. When Obasanjo came on board, he was able to level some areas in Bayelsa. You and I were crying foul of genocide. Now, Buhari came in. After Buhari, Tinubu came in. If you want to level the entire Niger State, if you want to level the entire Chukutu. You can see what happened recently from USA. That is another conversation. Now, one thing you must understand is that whatever is happening in my local government, as of today, I will be untruthful to blame it on the presidency. To be sincere with you, I will be untruthful to blame it on Aso Rock. If I have gallant men in my local government and they have enough equipment, the question is, am I giving them the right information? Then another conversation is that who is in charge of every state? Where is the conversation of the state governors? I'm sure the next question you'll be asking me has to do with state police. But before we get to state policing, who is securing each of the local governments in every area in Nigeria? We have 774 local government areas in Nigeria. Who is securing each of those local governments? The answer is not presidency. The answer is not Aso Rock. If each of the local governments are ready for security to be settled in their area, the solution will come out. Because if I'm to be in Aso Rock and I'm to command my troops from Niger to come over to Lagos, before they leave Niger to come down to Lagos to secure Lagos, what do you think will have happened to my citizen in Lagos?
Mr. Kwalua, before we go further, before I come to Barrister, I'm going to ask you a very direct question, and I need maybe 1-2 sentences for your answer. When the presidency declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, was there a major mayhem? And do you think he had top intelligence to have declared a state of emergency in a Rivers State?
And he has exercised that right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. I think you've answered me. Let me come back to this. I'm going to come back to you on this. Barrister, I heard you shaking your head, and of course, your body language was quite different from what was going on. Same question. What's your position?
My position is that we should not be trying to pamper Tinubu in whatever shape or form because of this insecurity. He told us not to pity him, that he prepared for the job. Is that not true? He is the commander-in-chief, and the buck stops on his table. He swore on oath to protect Nigerians. So any Nigerian who thinks that he will not blame Tinubu for insecurity, that person is not sincere. That is the major thing he swore to do. That is the major job. Just like Donald Trump is reacting. Your citizens are your greatest asset. Nobody should tamper with them. That is the truth. Anywhere in the world, your citizen is the first, your first asset, the greatest asset you have, so you must protect them. If you cannot do that, you have failed. No, make no mistake about it. Do you know when I know that Tinubu has failed? It was when one Sheikh Tenshi threatened the Tinubu's wife, direct threat to him that the woman should be killed because she's a Christian. She's an infidel. Tinubu did not even open his mouth and utter a word. He didn't call for that man's arrest. A president. A president. You can't even try that with me. I will call you to go and show me the God that says you should kill my wife first. Me and him will battle it. He will tell me what my wife did. Not to talk of a president. And you are telling me, please, let nobody say this in again. Because you are trying to pamper Tinubu.
On that part,
and that is not fair to us.
On that part, Barrister, the path of the wife, don't you think the president also was just trying to be a bit understanding, not to even overreact based on what was said?
What are you talking about? Do you know that if Tinubu had reacted, in fact, if that man had been prosecuted and jailed, others will learn a lesson.
Now, talking about prosecution,
that Barrister, is the first thing to do. I don't get the example with president outside here. Donald Trump said that Maduro was producing drugs, and the drugs are heading to US, and they are affecting his people. Did you hear the allegation? And here, terrorists are walking into Nigeria. They are even threatening your authority, telling you what to do in your own country. Some of them took over part of Benue and Plateau, and they are there now. They are there. Your own people are in IDP camp. Please, I don't want to...
Now, Barrister, talking about prosecution, arrest, I'm going to talk about the arrest to justice gap, because this is a bit concerning. And of course, you're a lawyer. Of all suspected arrested individuals for mass killing in 2024, how many do you think have reached the charges and trial conviction so far? Because as it stands, we're not seeing anyone go public about
David, the federal government of Nigeria is not serious about this insecurity. If they are, Donald Trump wouldn't have come into Nigeria. In fact, this is the worst of it all. That a foreign country is coming here to help you protect yourself, David. Do you know what is shame? Do you know what is embarrassing? Imagine if APC were in opposition and this type of thing happened.
But the federal government also said they had the coordinated efforts in that particular strike.
Whatever they are telling me now, they are talking to themselves. They should have done the needful before Donald Trump will come here. If they had done the needful, Donald Trump will not come. It is because of the sentiment they brought into this matter. This is insecurity. No tribalism, no ethnicity, no religion should come in. But the federal government of Nigeria is afraid of some people. Nobody even want to call their name out. Nobody want to mention their name. What the hell? Are they the owner of Nigeria? Instead of you to be very frontal and deal with them, you are pampering them, covering them. Meanwhile, other countries are laughing at us, giant of Africa.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation back to Mr. Paulua Taiwo. Again, I want to find out from you, Mr. Paulua, how firm, if you're going to rate this administration when it comes to the security situation that has bedeviled us as a nation, how would you rate the federal government as led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course, on security?
Administration in Nigeria, as at the last, as at the 2023, early 2024, I was one of the people that spoke directly to the presidency, that the presidency is not serious about the security challenge of Nigeria. And I was very clear about it. But moreover, towards the middle of 2024, now 2025, we have seen different actions that shows that the president has the power to do more. Like you have said earlier, he has the power to do more. And he has seen that his job is at risk, especially towards the second term, because it is only those who are alive that can vote for him. So I'm sure maybe that is why we have seen some strategic move. And don't also forget that as an international law student, I also understand that there is no sovereignty break without any form of collaboration, both internally and externally. So whatever you think, the almighty action that has been activated by Donald Trump still has some internal collaboration. Because if the president or whoever is working with him on security architect are not collaborating with whatever is coming from external, then the whole ulabalu will still continue. But before that, we must also understand that what transpired before my administration, what transpired in the last two administrations, and what is happening in my current administration. We need to weigh in between the two, because it is very easy for me to speak out of Aso Rock, but it is not easy for you to speak when you are in Aso Rock. So the conversation is not the same. You can say that the president has all the power. Yes, I've told you, I know he has all the power, but that you have all the power does not mean that you use the power all the time. There are two things entirely. Because if I'm bringing out a particular architect for Borno State, don't forget, I cannot bring that same architect into Nasarawa State or Yobe State. Why? The territorial gap within those 2 or 3 states are not the same. So whoever is saying that whatever armor I'm bringing out for Niger I should bring out the same hammer for Sokoto State. That person is not a sincere Nigerian.
All right, then.
That person is just trying to be political.
I still want to stay with you really on this security situation because Nigerians will also want to know better. And of course, as I speak to you, some will be saying that you're trying to speak some truth by half, by their own judgment. But let me find out from you. Are you aware that a former spokesperson, a former assistant to the Minister of Defense for State has accused him of sponsoring, and not only sponsoring, doing deals with these bandits? Are you aware of that? Even though it's alleged.
That's what? I'm aware that what?
That a former SA to the governor, the former governor, who is presently the Minister of Defense for State, I'm talking about Matawali now, has accused him of sponsoring and promoting these bandits while he was in office.
That is a very good statement, but I leave it to be a political statement. Why was that statement not made when he first got to the office or when he was still a former governor? You know, you can't be listening to a political statement at the wrong time, trying to save your head because you want to seem to be bold. Why don't you come out to be bold when he was the state governor for us to understand what is happening?
Okay.
Now, let me tell you, are you aware that Honorable Patrick Obayagbon, towards the 2011 and the rest, he stated clearly that he was speaking against President Jonathan administration. And while he was speaking live, I caught him live on NTA. Immediately he finished speaking, he got a call from the presidency. One of the close aides to Mr. President offered him 11 million naira that he should continue on the national television to speak against Jonathan. These same people that are working with him. So that somebody is speaking like this against a former minister or a former governor, for me, it's not acceptable. It's a political statement. Where were you when the person was in office?
All right, then.
But don't also forget.
I think I understand the position there as well.
Now, don't also forget that there is no security challenge area of political actors.
Are you also aware? Sorry, Mr. Paulo Atawu. Are you also aware that the same person we're talking about, I'm talking about Matawali now, has said to the state governor, who is his predecessor, that no security movement would happen in that state without his input? Exactly. I'm talking about the executive governor of a state being told by his former boss. Are you aware of that as well?
Now, you have just answered the question by yourself. You said by his former boss. Yeah. So he has the power, being a political godfather, to speak to his political son. Okay. So he's speaking to his political son, but he's not speaking to the entire Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Mr.
So it's not left for the political son to be brave and act against his political godfather.
Okay, all right. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, I'm trying to make too many meanings to what he's saying, and I'm trying not to assume some of the things he said, but he has clearly spoken his position. I want to move away from this conversation, maybe in 30 seconds. I want you to react to the same conversation of Matawali still being in office after being allegedly accused by his own.
David, without looking at it from any angle, what is fueling this insecurity is what? Sentiment. Either religious, party, ethnic, or tribal sentiment. If these things are removed out of the equation, we'll fight this thing headlong. Nothing else, nothing. All right. Because from the way we are talking and the way we are looking at this thing, we are looking at it from the angle that it suits us, our person, our person, and Nigeria is sinking. Imagine what will happen with the allegation against Matawali. Please, do you need to ask him to go? Do you need to ask him to leave office? At least let us verify what they are talking about. But because Matawali is in their good book, there is something he is doing for them, just like Wike. Just like Wike, they are using them for certain purposes.
Oh, well, Barrister, because
meanwhile, it is to the detriment of Nigeria. You can see. You can see it.
Well, because of our time, really, Barrister, we need to go. I just want you, maybe in 10 seconds, the position of the National Association of Residence Doctors claiming that the industrial action forthcoming, the planned one, is inevitable because government is clearly not talking to the MOU that is signed with her a couple of weeks ago.
Look, if they are going into national industrial action, and they are not ready to go the whole hog, they are not ready to make something out of it, they should sit down and manage the situation. How many times will they go on strike?
All right then.
At the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. Are they serious at all?
All right,
if they want to down to, let them down to. Let the government know that yes, I don't like this idea. Every time we are going on strike, at the end of the day, what happened? How many times will you go? The politician go on strike.
David,
do they go on strike? Nigerians have not learned any lesson.
Because of our time, really, this is where we
all
have
these
to
unions, they should think. Do the government of India, those who stole our money, did they go on strike? Somebody is pocketing 210 trillion naira that we are looking for now. Mostly, some Nigerians have pocketed that money.
Oh, well.
You are telling me there's no money to
This is where
them.
we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We really are pressed for time. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Okpeoluwa Taiwo, who, of course, lent his voice on the analysis segment. Mr. Okpeoluwa is Executive Director of Africa Bridge Initiative and also Public and Political Affairs Analyst. And also we have in the studio with us, we had in the studio as well, Barrister Darlington Agomo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and of course, Public and Political Affairs commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my
We'll
pleasure,
take a very short break right now. When we return, the rest of the news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Let's go straight to talking business. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the MASA, has granted stakeholders a 30-day window from January the 5th, 2026 for self-audit and voluntary compliance as it begins a special operational enforcement against non-compliant operators on the Nigerian maritime domain. The requirements include proper vessel registration, valid certification, updated ownership documentation, adherence to cabotage provision relating to vessel ownership, registration, manning, and build. It also emphasized the importance of timely payments and remittance of all statutory levies and fees as prescribed by law. Codename Operation Zero Tolerance and Non-Compliance. The Marine Notice was pursuant to the agency's statutory mandate under the NIMASA Act 2007, the Coastal Inland Shipping Act 2003, the Merchant Shipping Act 2007, and other applicable regulations. Consequently, all ship and vessel owners, operators, international and national oil companies, masters of merchant ships, shipping companies, and vessel operators at the free trade zone, among other stakeholders operating or intending to operate within Nigerian waters, are required to ensure full compliance with statutory requirements. Meanwhile, the NIMASA Director General, Dr. Dayo Moberola, has reassured all stakeholders of the agency's commitment to promoting indigenous shipping development, enhancing maritime safety and security, protecting the marine environment, and ensuring strict compliance with Nigeria's maritime laws. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Manchester United winger Amad Diallo stirred at Cote d'Ivoire beat Burkina Faso 3-0 to become the first African Cup of Nations defending champion to reach the quarterfinals since 2010. Diallo struck the opening goal and created a second for Yan Domani before halftime. Substitute Zoumana Traoré completed the scoring in the closing minutes in Marrakesh. Cote d'Ivoire will now travel south to the Moroccan coastal city Agadir, where they will face record 7-time champion Egypt on Saturday for a semi-final place. Since Egypt successfully defended the title in Angola 16 years ago, 7 title holders have failed to reach the last 8. Cameroon and Senegal made the last 16, and Zambia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Algeria were eliminated after the group stage, while Egypt and Nigeria failed to qualify for the tournament that year. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. The National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, is set to collaborate with Future Map Foundation to transform creative and digital industry in northern Nigeria by providing technology capacity building and establishing a world-class film studio. The public-private initiative is designed to align the northern region's creative operations with global best practices, leveraging the power of the digital economy to drive national growth. Announcing the intervention during a roundtable with tech innovators and Kannywood stakeholders at the PR Nigeria Center for Research and Development in Kano, NITDA Director General Kashifu Inua noted that filmmakers often wield more power in shaping public perception and behavioral change than political actors. He urged producers to move beyond profit-seeking and create content that inspires the next generation of tech builders. He further pledged that the agency would provide advanced infrastructure through a modern studio, incubation center for emerging technologies, and training to enhance content quality. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next, top of the hour, is Spotlights with Precious Agumano. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government. the Oluwo family. While chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone to have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead, and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, voice of the people TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and your voice matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. It's a beautiful day, yes, to stay positive and inspired, and trust me, today is a beautiful day. I'm feeling already excited, and I'm sure you are too. And don't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, please get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. So we're going to talk about a lot of things today. And first on our list today, we're going to talk about popular Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage has sparked widespread reactions on social media after she publicly warned media personality and influencer Dami, Foreign over comments involving her son, Jamil, and the singer, who did not mince word, called out the influencer on X, formerly Twitter, stating that mentioning her child in online conversations was unacceptable. So Tiwa Savage stressed that while she can tolerate criticism directed at her, bringing her son into public discourse crossed a red line and warned that further actions would go beyond social media if it continued. So following the backlash and Tiwa Savage's firm warning, Dami responded with a public apology, acknowledged that his comments were inappropriate and not well thought out. So he explained that he never intended to disrespect Tiwa Savage or her son, and expressed regret for any distress his remarks may have caused. So the incident has since ignited conversations online about respecting boundaries, especially when it comes to children of public figures. So Tiwa Savage stands on protecting her family from online scrutiny. And this brought me to talk about the things people do. I say this all the time, that Nigerians, sometimes, we react to things too quickly. In as much as we all know Tiwa Savage and, her family and the rest of them, I think there should be boundaries to some things. You don't just come out to say things concerning someone's personal life and family and stuff like that. You cannot come and speak wrongly to me or talk bad about my parents or anything. It's wrong. I think there should be boundaries. It's supposed to get a limit. Yes, seriously, because a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people do this, and I don't know why. Maybe because we feel so free and we are free to talk the way we want to speak. freedom of speech and the rest of them. But then, please, there should be boundaries. I think what Tiwa Savage came out to say then was, like, it's the best. There's a line to all those things. Yes, you can talk about her, the backlash and everything. You can direct it to her, but not her son. I think she holds the son so dear to her. So likewise, even Dami too will also want to hold his child so dear to him. So nobody will want to come out to speak wrong or, say wrong things about the child. So yes, let's, a lot of people talked about this and, give their own experience and said, this is really not nice. Speaking about, especially people that come out to say, I want to talk to you, and you are not directing the thing to the person's mother or parent or anything. It's really wrong. I think people should learn how to speak, learn how to talk, not know how to put words. Every time you come out, you just open your mouth and you feel that, because it's freedom of speech, you can say anything you want to say. You just have to be very careful. This is 2026. Please don't carry that character back into 2026. The old character, old things are passed away, and yes, old things has become new. So a lot of people have actually come out to state their own experience on the issues and the matters. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come to say. So yes, somebody said, I don't get how people troll someone and their children publicly. Who trolls children? Yes, because it's something else. You want to talk bad about somebody, you don't bring the person's, family members into the issue. It's not right. And yes, another person said, if them lock this one up for months, gullible people will come out saying abuse of power. Now this kind will them they slam lawsuit. Seriously, because see, we don't do for this country where we did. We don't do. I think when they don't use person as scapegoats, every other person go learn. Yes, because you can't just come out and be saying plenty things. You guys calm down this 2026. So nobody is smiling with you. I'm telling you, just for your own, it's just a simple advice. I'm giving you the advice now. This year, I've told you before, I've said it before, that if you're going to be speaking or talking about anything, please watch your words and be nice. You don't talk like, all those, talk like a child or speak wrongly to people. You should know how to speak. You should know how to put your words. It's very, very necessary. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say concerning this. And another person said, social media is a leveler. Okay. And another person said, at this point, I hope Tiwa actually deal with this one. A lot of people, our celebrities, they really try. I'm telling you, because they get to talk a lot about them. And even the ones where they do, the ones where they don't do, everybody go just join the team together. They give them back to back. But it's how some people, tend to deal with this kind of things, that all these things come to them, but then they don't allow it, get to them. You even see them, freestyling, doing their thing. If you like talk from here to heaven and earth, it doesn't stitch it. Waiting go stay up. Yes. I don't know. Some people go just do talk this way, you do this way, you do this. See you. Waiting go stay up. They will still be moving. They will still be happy. See, you cannot come and it's not them that you want to pressure. I'm telling you, not allow anybody pressure you, because these Nigerians, they can do a lot of things. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Latasha Lagos said, why are children never off limits when people want to get nasty online? Like, why? What is wrong with humanity? Actually, that's the same question I would even ask. So another person said, the major reason why someone would do something like this is because people are not making use of the Cyber Act law and the court enough. So another person said, what do people really gain from causing other people pain? Like, do you get? You will feel so comfortable to say that you want to see this person cry, you want to see this person mad, what do you really gain? Do you feel so happy? Because this is a question I need to ask. Yes. Why do you then, inflict pain on somebody else? You can't just say you just, in any way. You could say you want to hurt that person, maybe by physically hurting the person. But do you know that words really goes a long way? You could say you're not doing anything wrong to the person, you're just talking to the person. But how do you speak to those people? It's really wrong. I think we Nigerians, we see this recently, we just need to start doing better. We just need to start doing better. Know how we talk to people, because a lot of people are going through a lot of things, and you're, putting more pressure, putting more pain. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. Seriously, I'm just saying to all those people that do those things, I think you should, reduce, you should stop it totally. It's very wrong. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, people are also bringing up their own ideas and saying their own experience. Someone said, see that you talked about my mother. They feel so sad about that. You don't even, when you're having issues with somebody, you don't bring the person's family members into your discussion. Deal with it with the person and let it go. All right. Yes. Another person said, Banga boys. All right. And somebody said, as rents they increase, many of you go like relocate to Kirikiri. God, I beg go. It be like saying that place they're supposed to keep some of them. All right. Kako's hair said, I am so angry right now. I wish Tiwa would ignore him and take actions outside X. All right. Replying him is like giving him relevance. What is Dami? Where is Tiwa? What is Dami where Tiwa is actually? You know, the level is, he needs to level up. and trust me, he needs to level up. Dami needs to level up because there's a lot of things. Because why you go come out and talk plenty things, it even shows the level up. See, I just feel that there are some things you need to reply to, and there are some things you just need to, overlook. But this particular one, I don't think they should overlook it, because why would you come out? I know you want to say a lot of things, but you're not meant to say things concerning people's family members. People's family, you just keep it out of your mouth. You could say any other thing, but don't bring people's family into your discussion or your heated arguments with them. Yes. Anything where you feel do person do and back to you, reverse. Just take it like that. You don't need to say those kind of things to somebody. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Soft Bo Girl said mention her son. So if them bomb your papa well, mention her son again. Silly guy. All right. Kelechi Kasmia said, my brother, if you get mind, do am. You go see signs and wonders. Don't be small signs and wonders. So. All right. Blair said, they said you should tweet about her son, not on a mother face. Oh, there. Okay. And Miss Ake said he should write any of those nonsense about her again now. Okay. The real J Dan said, Kirikiri down full, but space, they Sokoto prison. God, I beg you. And Ambi Jen said, sometimes when you see people suffering, leave them. Don't interrupt people's karma. All right. And Sweet Julie said, at this point, this dummy of a sweet boy needs to be dealt with like you really lack home training. And yes, I want to bring this story back to our mothers. The way your child actually behaves right now, you will see a full grown man, behaving the way he's behaving. I think basically part of all these things are home training. Yes, maybe he didn't get a better home training that he speaks, wildly of some people. And it's wrong. So to my mothers, I'm still going to say this. Yes, please train your children well, so that when they go out, they would also give you that respect. And you will also be proud of them, because a lot of mothers right now don't really, take care of their son the right way they should. A lot of people talk about, train a woman. Yes, the man also needs to be trained well. You don't carry somebody's daughter and say you want to go and marry the person's daughter and behave, like a rascal, if I would call that. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Njem Food Place said, for this one, I am sad. It be great to take it beyond Twitter. All right, Holy Life Girl 96 said, if them born you well, tweet about her son. Okay, Afobaje 90 said, hand go touch him, he go get sense. And Mario Make said, now that social media has monetization, since they think being nasty and making fun of people is content, newsflash, is not funny. And actually, it's not funny. You'd want to, make those things or say those things maybe just such to get followers and likes and all the rest of them. But I think that is not the best way to go about that. Yes, if you want to talk about something, don't bring the person's child, mother, father into your conversation. You could just do your conversation and say, maybe you want to, create that hate. Let it be between you and the person. You don't bring, see, a lot of people are so calm. And I see you as a calm person. Yes, she's actually so humble. Even after everything has been said about her, she's still, she carries herself with pride, ego and the rest of them, and she still stands. So, and there's nothing that you would say right now that would even want to hurt her or anything. So why then do it? Yes, Why then stress yourself, go to those stress and still collect what's on top? All right, that's it for that. But my advice, Dami, thank God he said you don't apologize, but it's better for you too, because you don't need to, bring up people's family into your conversation. It's very wrong. And I just hope that it won't happen again, because anything that comes up when next time you do it, it's on you. Okay. And yes, let's take more and more just. And next on our list, we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about Nigerian actor Timi Eguson and Dakore Eguson Akande are in mourning following the death of their father. So Samuel Eguson. So Timini shared the heartbreaking news on his official Instagram page, posting a heartfelt tribute that expressed his grief and the sense of loss he feels. So in his post, he reflected on the unfinished conversation and memories with his father, writing, "Didn't think I'll start the year saying this, and rest in peace, Dad. So much left unsaid, but I'll keep making you proud." So the announcement quickly drew an outpouring of condolence and support from fans, colleagues, and fellow celebrities across Nigeria's entertainment industry. So the Eguson family has received messages of sympathy from all corners of the world and corners of Nollywood too, community, highlighting the impact Samuel Eguson had on those around him. So Dakore Akande, a prominent Nollywood actress, has joined her brother in mourning, sharing memories and tributes to their sober moments for the family. And many fans and admirers continue to celebrate Samuel's life and legacy while offering prayers for the bereaved siblings. Oh, it's a lot to Timini and Dakore. I really wish that God gives them the grace and the strength to bear this loss, because trust me, losing a close one is really painful, and it's not something you could just wake up one day and say, I'm gonna be fine. A lot of times you want to act strong, act better, but something within yourself that inside your heart you're not okay. So sometimes at this moment, basically they need all the care, they need all the love to be shown, because it's a lot. A lot of people during 2025 that has just gone, a lot of people lost actually a lot of people, and it has never been an easy one and a happy moment for the families. But right now, this is January, and this is a new month and a new year where everybody wants to, move ahead and be happy. But this is actually a sad news. And I just pray that God continues to strengthen them. It's not easy, but trust me, it will be fine. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say they're sorry and pray for the family of Timini and Dakore. So let's take some tweets from what people have actually come out to say. So TBOD said, "I have always known that they are siblings. Those screaming that they didn't know, how will you know when you are busy trolling on the internet?" It's well. All right, Timini and Dakore are actually siblings, and it's a lot for them this period. So Cherry Gelly 001 said, where I dey bad things no dey sup. All right, visit my side and be saved. I don't get that. If you visit your side, what will happen? It's well with you. Life happens. And yes, life will also move on and go on. So Way of Life said, all right, another person said, Great Benzema said, what a handsome man. Rest in peace, sir. Yes. And we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's a lot of things. I just feel that losing a loved one, the mother, the father, it's really painful. It's not as easy as we say. I have had such experience, and I know how it feels actually. Yes, losing someone that is so dear to you, you might feel that you're very strong to overcome all those fears, to overcome all those situations, but it's not easy. So at this moment, these people need the care, they need the love, they need the calls, they need people, around them to, to cheer them up and the rest of all those things. So it's not really easy. So where they come out, say, it's people that has never experienced this kind of thing that would want to come out and say a lot of things about this and be like, you move on, don't worry. It's not easy. Even as we are saying it, it is not. All right, yes, let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, somebody said, and now I come to see the resemblance. Okay, and Black Heritage said, human being know they live long again. It's well, and I am Clara Chick said, I didn't know they were related. Child. Okay, we have a lot of comments and let's take more. And Chrisabel said, men die too much, I beg, and we don't stop dragging them. Their lives always in a roller coaster. It's well. All right. And Pretty Tamara said, siblings. Wow. Okay. And Lage Me said, be strong. It is well. Yes, it is well. And Jamorita said, may God grant you and your family the fortitude to bear this loss. Amen to that. We have a lot of comments. And Queen Blackzin said, my condolences. Losing a parent isn't easy at all. So yes, Teresa Mafe said, my condolences. All right. And Pride of Africa said, so they are blood siblings. I think, yes, they are. You people haven't seen the resemblance. The resemblance is there, actually. And Skincare Junkie 4 said they are sieves. Okay. And for Nancy said, may God console them. Amen to that. And Adobe Perfumes said, wow, I never knew. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And Jaff 143 said, where do we go after death? It's only the dead that actually knows that question. So another person said, so sad. And Ohis Apoka said, rest in peace, sir. And the Bookie Berry said, so sorry. Let's take more comments. And Slim Shady for 94801 said, rest on daddy. And Dazzly Golden said, fine man like this kind. The Excel Dish said, condolences. It's not about how fine. I think that doesn't see how beautiful you are. Yes, it doesn't. If it comes, it comes. It's something that you cannot hold. So the truth is, when we have the life on earth, we should live it well. That is the most important thing. We should live our life here on earth well. And yes, one day, because definitely everybody will someday, be under the ground 6 feet. That is just something you cannot deal with. So it is what it is. I just keep praying that. Oh, okay. And Tammy Pearl Touch said, lost my dad on 30th of December. Still feels like a dream. I can't believe my dad is gone. Oh, sorry about that. And I pray that God gives you the strength too. And Super Taura said, handsome in your man. It's well. And T-Fire said, life is so fickle. And Becky said, RIP. And somebody else said, sorry for your loss. I am Peggy Agbe said, Chai, may God give the family the fortitude to bear this loss. And yes, amen to that. And that's it for that. We have a lot of comments, but we'll have to go to our next story. And yes, our next story, we're going to talk about a self-described baddie has actually sparked conversations online after recounting how she abruptly walked out on her date when the man allegedly began chatting up another woman during their outing. So according to the viral social media post, the situation became more awkward when the other lady he was engaged reportedly paid for their lunch or dessert bill. So feeling disrespected and uncomfortable by the man's actions, the lady said she chose to leave immediately rather than continue the date. So the story has, which has gained traction across social media platforms, has triggered mixed reactions, with many users applauding her decision while others debated dating etiquette and boundaries. So while the account remains a personal experience shared online and not actually officially, it has reignited discussions about respect, loyalty, and expectations during dates in today's social sense. So my question is, why would you, take out a lady and in your head you have somebody else? You take out this lady and the lady that you have will now pay for the lunch which you have already taken. Like, how do you, hey, God. My men, I don't know how you people do this thing. Like, how do people come up with all this kind of thing? You don't even have the money to ask a lady out. So why would you then ask a lady out? Cuckoo there where you did. Don't ask anybody out. You want to come and be like see the disgrace. Like you ask a lady out when you know that you don't have money in your pocket. You see, later that they will say, Precious, you still like money, you are too vain. Please, nobody should just come for me. There are some things that need. See, this is 2026. To all my ladies that are still accepting rubbish this 2026, I pity you. I'm telling you the gospel truth. You see, this year, more na change. Any person wey say go just dey where, shift am. No need to talk plenty. Like, I really love this step this lady took, because why? Why would you ask a lady out and you will take her out stating that you want it, and another lady will send you bills? My ladies, I don't see shege. It's well with you. You know, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So we'll take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And you know, people have brought out their own experience, and you know, they have a lot to say. So let's go to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said this is exactly why self-respect matters. If a guy is already chatting up someone else while on a date, and that someone even paid for a dessert, he's showing exactly what kind of person he is. Yes. Why your person? Not trustworthy. And yes, he said walking out wasn't just justified, it was necessary. Yes, thank you. Women shouldn't settle for being treated as an option or afterthought. Yes, because why would you treat a lady like that? If you have someone else that paid for your bills while you took somebody else out, that is crazy. My men will not do. God will help you. And I pray, say, may God not bring, to all my ladies, may you meet right people, not people that will come and, you know, do anyhow. It's something else. Let's take more comments of what people are actually saying. And somebody said, you lost me at the comparison. Okay. And Piper Royalty said, don't allow any girl stop you from meeting your wife. Like, I don't understand. Who from you? Where are you coming from? Piper Royalty, I don't understand. Please, which one is don't allow any girl stop you from meeting your wife? With all this bad character you are fronting up and down, is well. All right, Olamide Dark Skin said, there's no way I would be on a date and think another random girl is prettier than me. Like, do you get it? That's where the problem started from, Lord. And actually it is. If you don't want to go out with this person, don't. Like, I saw a story where someone said, would you accept gifts from your ex while you know you're dating somebody else? Please, don't come and be deceiving yourself. Don't even bring out your own wife. Come and start deceiving yourself. Don't collect. It is as simple as that. If you want to collect the gifts, Kuku, just go back to that person. Then we know that you're with that person. You can't just say, oh, you are with somebody else and you're collecting gifts from your ex. Even if it's me, I'm not good, even they happy with you. So it is normal. So why would you take a lady out while you have somebody else? And the lady that you have is even the one paying your bills for the outing you guys went for. It's funny. You will do things that really make us laugh. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, Goodness said, after crying, work harder on your self-esteem. Don't compare yourself to anyone, thereby feeling less. Don't do that. Okay. And Universal Sound Academy said, oh, sweet hugs, girl. Okay. And You Found Favor said, you'll be fine, love. Okay. And Wankwo Naza said, thank God he showed you signs. All right. If not, you foresee wonders later. And not be small wonders. All right. And Kelechi Kasmia said, you honored yourself living that. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And somebody said, the block icon isn't for fancy too. Yes. Please, the block icon is not for fancy. Once you leave that place, just straight and fast, just press your block button. Don't stress for plenty talk. Because I don't know why that kind of person, even that kind of person is not supposed to be around you. Yes. So Charles Daniel said, how do you know if the girl was interested in both of you? Hey, you didn't even wait for feedback. She's most likely wanted. Daniels, I don't understand what you mean by, hey, God, I beg you. So Tim Tommy said, you told him to go introduce himself. Now someone cuter and hotter and obviously has more money in between. Okay, it's well with you in your head. You are imagining things right now, Abi. Okay. And Maxwell Gozier said, what he did was wrong and definitely not manly. Even the girl he went to meet won't rate him much for doing that. The girl dodged a bullet, so no need to feel sad. And another person said, oh, Chim, where we want to start the motivation speech from now. And another person said, men in female-dominated field. Hey, God. And Luchi Abba said, girl, leave this OS, bro is for the street, clearly. It's how people say that men are polygamous in nature. See, I don't want to say this thing because if I start, a lot of people will come for me and say, Precious, you have started saying things about men. But see example now. You go there with another babe, another person, they pay your bills. Where this one won't lead to now? It is actually funny. Where? I see men doing this, and it's really not, it's just not called for. Because I don't know why would you be in a relationship and you also want to, that means in different relationships, and one day all of them will just face you. Time is well with you. And we have more comments. Let's see what people.
Here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
It is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. I'm your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, I'm so excited because we have been talking about a lot of things. Yes, we don't talk plenty things about life. And yes, we still talk about a guy who don't carry one woman come out. Still get another babe one side. They collect money from that one, take they fund the bills of the one wey carry come out. But come to think of it, una men una to do. Hey God, see. Anything concerning relationship this year, may una just try. So all my ladies, more that they try the get sense this year, because if you not try, they go now men now go they do you. I don't want to generalize. I don't want to specifically talk about the guys, but I'm saying this basically generally because see some ladies see they do the same thing. They follow one man like this. The man not tell them say and they don't show interest and all those kind. And you know say you don't want this person, but then you still get another person from one side. Like why all this stress? I see this thing as stress. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You want to call this person, all this cheating and all these things. It's not stress, me. Why don't you give yourself peace of mind? So we still talk about this matter, and a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things. Say, this one, the kind of person, the kind of men where we get this time around are Gen Z men. So God go help us. All right, let's take more comments of what people are still saying about this. And somebody said, woman, where get money, don't collect your date. Ew, blood of Jesus. God, I beg, bro. Now, hey, woman, where get money, don't collect. You see, it come to think about it. To all my ladies, I always tell you people this thing. When they shout, I want to marry Odogu, I want to marry Odogu. Is that about, the problem is not about getting married to Odogu. It's you yourself, put value on yourself. Because Odogu no go bring one married person when they even fit form bills. You understand? You self suppose don't day your own. Get value. Then the Odogu will come rushing to you. I'm telling you. You want to sit down one side, they say, Odogu must come. Okay, this is 2026. They play. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying. And somebody said, glad you left. Nah, don't cry. You did yourself good. And guess what? You are unique in your own way. All right. Another person said, lol, woman like you intimidated you. Look at self-esteem on the floor. Oh, Jesus. And Abri told me, said, that was disrespectful. And good you left, Sha. He found his missing rib. Sorry. Actually. And Lizzie of Failure said, intentional woman don't collect man. So. All right, Tonya Graham said, I don't write and erase comments tire. Whoa, pawpaw is a kind of fruit. Fruit. And Lee Ma said, person asked you what he should do and you told him to go and introduce himself. Girl, you gave him no shit. See, this year, any person will go try give you stress, better push on one side. I think God beg you, because why would you want to go out with somebody? And come to think of it, I think ladies has to start, paying bills when a man takes you out. Actually, I know it's not appropriate, but basically it doesn't mean that when someone takes you out or you go out with someone, you cannot pay bills. Yeah, you can also put in your own money. Make the man know they look like say you be one kind person where they don't speak for. See, give us some respect. At least when you portray we ladies way there outside, you gonna give us some respect. Don't be just come out like that. You just come out, hey, my guy, they take me out. At least own money for pocket in case they leave you outside. But it's well. Yes, to all my ladies, please get sense, and to all the men too, get sense this year. This is 2026, no dull moment. All right, let's take more comments, and we have one more comment. And before we go into the next topic, and yes, another person said, Chimo, I love those swings. It's well. All right, it's well, oh, but I don't talk am. Say you will one day date. Shall open your eyes. And yes, to our next topic, we'll be talking about a lot of things. And yes, to our next topic, we're still talking about dating. And guess what? So popular Nollywood actor Maurice Sam has stirred reactions online after celebrating Pearl Watts on her birthday. So sparking fresh conversations about their relationship, the actor took to social media to share a heartfelt Pearl Watts message in honor of Pearl Watts, describing her in a warm term and wishing her a joyful new year. The post, which quickly gained attention from fans and followers, featured affectionate words that further fueled speculations about their romantic connection. So clips and screenshots of the post have continued to circulate widely across social media platforms, with fans have since flooded the comment sections with congratulatory messages, while others express excitement over the pair's apparent closeness. So the gesture has once again placed Maurice Sam and Pearl Watts in the spotlight as admirers eagerly follow developments surrounding their relationship. What is this screaming? Let me know. Is this screaming wedding or engagement or what? I don't know, but then this is actually beautiful to see. The people, line up, you don't reach. But trust me, this is actually beautiful. And I think this people, they actually sit together and, celebrating someone on your special day. See, and they tell all those men, man, they try, they get all this, see all these intentional men, they very intentional. They don't they hide. If they like something, they go for it. You try to get this person gifts, make the person happy. Don't be the one where go come say, no, I don't want to make the person chop my money. Blah, blah. Well, see, this year, any rubbish for any kind of dating, I push it aside. This year, we are going to be intentional. In fact, that is the logo for this year. That's the team. Be intentional. I'm telling you. All right. A lot of people don't come out talk plenty things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Tiki Kov said, thank God say I get man, I for cry. Oh, sorry there. This is beautiful. I love intentional men. Yes, so may they continue to grow and find happiness in each other's hearts. And it's Rookie said, you don't watch finish. Oh yeah, try close your teeth. God. So you are actually smiling when you are watching this. God, I beg, God of this. See, all these single people this year, just they pray, say, God, please. Anything when you feel you just pray. When God come out to you, because this life, you go see, you go see things where you never tire finish. All right, I am Norma said, sending rapper from Admiralty. Okay. And we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this. People way too love. I go say I love, but not be the way all this my comment section people day. All right, and somebody said they've been dating way before they both came into the limelight. So check Maurice Sam's social media pictures from as far as 2017. You'll see them together. Okay, Blissful Henrietta said, "Where see as you they smile. Do not forget that you're single." It's a vast boast for me. God. God, don't worry. Don't pressure us. At Blissful, don't try it. Don't pressure us this year. We are going, everybody where they're single, where desire to get their own. God will find you in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, which girlfriend? Is well, though. And somebody said, Imo girls are winning. Oh, see as Maurice don't learn Igbo finish. Oh, God, I beg you. So, Tiki Cock, we have a lot of comments, trust me. And Happiness Ibonusia said, and I get like her dress for coffee brown color. Love, where are you, child? Now, only clothes you can't get. You know, can't get the man. God will help you. And somebody else said, this is how we like it in town. Ooh, okay. And Rebecca said, so beautiful. And somebody else said, they are so cute. And Lisa Duke once said, see the way I they shine teeth as if. Please close the teeth in Jesus' name. Don't bring your mouth. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And people that actually love to see them together. And somebody said, sadly, after showcasing and doing all these beautiful things for you, when they are ready to marry, they will look for innocent and good ladies. Blood of Jesus. I know people will insult me, but this is the bitter truth about the male celebrities in Nigeria. Come to think about it, me, I cannot say much on this because I've seen, people that really don't, fancy the Nigerian lady. But trust me, a lot of Nigerian ladies, we are all beautiful, no matter where we're from. So if they decide not to like us, do you get? Please, the people that will like us will still come. Don't stress. Don't pressure yourself. All this one that they're saying is plenty talk. All right, let's take more comments and we're up for today. And somebody said, see me blushing over the last side. I love this. And somebody is sending heat. Why you scatty? What is going on? Please hold your cough and kata at one side. All right. And this is so sweet. God bless them. And Kamsi Chuli said, what's the title of the movie? It can't be assisting a movie. God, I beg you. Then the Davis said, now this make leave Sonia. Please, una don't come again. See, Nigerians, na too they quick to the talk plenty things. More na they calm down. Shebi that love they show you. Continue like that. No just go anywhere. Relax. Una too they do for this, our comment section. Let's take more comments because we have a lot of people talking about this. And trust me, it's actually beautiful, talking about love and the rest of them. See, I love love. When you see the right man, I'm telling you, you not even know the time you'll be smiling from ear to ear and you'll be so happy. I pray you meet that love because for those that I say, I'm in a violent relationship, see, in as much as we have people that are bad, we still have good people that will love you the way you want to be loved. So this year, it's just a reminder for you to know that you don't need to rush into anything. Calm down. The person will go still love you right, will still come. And definitely you go there happy too. All right. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for today. Trust me, I enjoyed myself because all the laughs and all the, everything that has happened. To all my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And don't forget, till next time, I'm Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now and see you next time.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zyro Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. VOP TV.
Is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our site. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Burkina Faso, where the government has said it thwarted an alleged coup attempt against President Captain Ibrahim Traore, accusing the former transitional president Lieutenant Colonel Paul Henry Damiba of orchestrating the plot. Security Minister Mahamadou Sana disclosed that the plot, which had been planned for late Saturday, was foiled thanks to the professionalism of the intelligence services. He said the plan involved a series of targeted assassinations of military and civilian officials, starting with an attempt to kill Traore, either at close range or by planting explosives at his residence. He added that after the actions, there was to follow an operation to put the drone based out of service and a ground military intervention by external forces. Sana said authorities would name only the main suspect for confidentiality reasons, identifying him as Damiba, whom he said was responsible for planning the operation, raising funds and recruiting both civilians and soldiers. Away from that, China's top diplomat Wang Ying began his annual New Year tour of Africa on Wednesday, with a focus on the strategically important East, as the world's #2 economy seeks to reinforce its influence on the continent. Foreign Minister Wang will travel to Ethiopia, Somalia, Tanzania, and Lesotho on this year's trip. Wang's visit to Somalia, the first by a Chinese foreign minister since the 1980s, is likely to provide Mogadishu with a diplomatic boost after Israel last month became the first country to formally recognize the breakaway Republic of Somaliland, a northern region that declared itself independent in 1991. Beijing, which reiterated its support for Somalia after the Israeli announcement, is keen to buttress its influence around the Gulf of Aden, the entry of the Red Sea, and a crucial corridor for Chinese trade heading through the Suez Canal to European markets. Further south, Tanzania is central to Beijing's push to secure access to Africa's vast copper deposits. Chinese firms are refurbishing the Tazara Railway that runs through the country into Zambia. In the meantime, there are reports that say that Russia said the newly re-elected president of the Central African Republic, Faustin Archange Touadera, has invited President Vladimir Putin to visit his country. Moscow has been a key ally of Touadera in recent years, with CAR in 2018 becoming the first West and Central African nation to bring in Russia's Wagner machineries as the chronically unstable nation sought to fend off several rebel groups. Touadera, in power since 2016, won a third term in office, according to provincial results this week, securing an outright majority in the presidential election held on December the 28th. In a video interview with TASS, Touadera called Putin a great leader, saying the Kremlin chief was even attentive to relations with Bangui. Touadera's victory is likely to further Russia's interest in the country, including gold and diamond mining. Moving on, Somalia has condemned what it called unauthorized incursion into Somaliland by Israel's foreign minister Gideon Saar, calling on Tel Aviv to immediately cease all actions undermining Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. A foreign ministry statement said Saar's visit represents an unacceptable interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign UN member. According to Somalia, such actions violate the UN Charter, the African Union Constitutive Act, and established norms of international relations, including sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference. It added that Somaliland is an integral and inseparable part of Somalia. Mogadishu said any official presence, contact, or engagement on its territory without the federal government's explicit consent is illegal, null, and carries no legal effect. Away from that, Amnesty International says Uganda's opposition is being subjected to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the country's January 15th general elections. The Ugandan presidential candidate, Bobi Wine, is challenging President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has ruled Uganda since 1986 by repeatedly rewriting the rules to stay in power. Term and age limits have been scrapped, rivals jailed or sidelined, and state security forces are in constant presence at opposition rallies as Museveni seeks a seventh term. Wine had said recently that this time the military has largely taken over the election and that at least 3 of his supporters have been killed in violent campaign events. According to him, the police has conducted itself as the most illegal and unprofessional manner, to the extent that they have come out to warn citizens against carrying the national flag. According to the human rights group, the use of tear gas, pepper spray, beating, and other acts of violence amount to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the vote. Meanwhile, in Kenya, a Kenyan teacher and mother, Baza Kaisha, is reportedly quietly transforming lives in Vihiga by setting aside part of her monthly salary to feed school children. According to reports, what began as a childhood promise has grown into a foundation providing daily needs and keeping learners in class. With many families in Vihiga saying her act of compassion has become the difference between hunger and hope. Kaisha grew up in a part of Vihiga County where poverty levels have plagued the population for decades and often affects school-going children. While she was raised in a well-to-do family, her parents who paid bills and fed them comfortably, she was not averse to the happenings around her. According to reports, seeing the struggles, she made a quiet promise to herself that she would one day be the source of hope for her people, having seen children miss schools simply because there was no meal waiting for them at home. In 2018, she fulfilled that promise by starting a lunch program at Masana AIC Primary School for the disadvantaged children, which has now grown beyond her wildest imaginations. But still in Kenya, Riley Odinga's 2022 presidential chief agent, Saibatao Kanchore, has made scorching attacks on some of the late leader's closest allies, claiming that if Odinga were alive today, he would immediately fire them. The lawyer alleged that ODM leaders, including Suna East Member of Parliament Junit Mohammed, Energy Cabinet Secretary Opio Wandayi, and John Mbadi, have prioritized personal gains over the nation and party unity, betraying the principles that Odinga championed. His remarks came as the nation marked what would have been Odinga's 81st birthday, a moment that Kanchori described as bittersweet. While he acknowledged the importance of celebrating the late leader's legacy, he said the behavior of certain politicians since his passing has been deeply troubling. In spite of the criticism, however, Kanchori emphasized his lifelong commitment to the ODM. Moving on, civil society organizations, Kochokoro says that 36 persons have died in clashes between artisan miners and the police in Mozambique's district of Mogovolas, and a further 13 persons have been injured. A claim by the Nampula-based group is radically contradicting the version given by the police last week, which claimed that the clashes in the Mogovolas administrative post of Luluti were between the police and members of the peasant militia known as the Naparamas. The police initially claimed that only 7 persons had died, but Korunchuru told Newsbed in Nampula that the death toll was 38. According to media reports, Kochongkuru also denied the police claims that the victims included members of political parties, notably the National Alliance for a Free and Autonomous Mozambique, which was set up by former presidential candidate Venancio Mondlane. It stated that none of the dead were carrying party membership cards. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also on this table, a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. Once again, my pleasure.
Thank you so very much for being here. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Professor X.N. Iraki of the University of Nairobi. Professor is also on this particular segment, would also be a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Professor, good afternoon to you, sir. Okay, I understand he's not in yet. Also, we have all the way from Kenya as well, joining us virtually is Mrs. Messi Ngota. Mrs. Mercy is a cleric and a political and public affairs analyst. Also, she is a candidate of the Nairobi Women Representative seat. Mrs. Mercy, a very good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, David. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you so very much for joining this conversation. Also, joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Joseph Opuru. Dr. Joseph is a doctor fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam. I understand Dr. Joseph has not joined us yet. And of course, we're expecting him to join the conversation as we move along. First off, let me start off from the studio here. Barrister, interesting conversation coming from Mozambique, where civil society organization Kochong Huru has said that 38 persons have died in the clashes between artisanal miners and the police in Mozambique's district of Mogovolas. What's your position with these kind of clashes, particularly with miners who, again, are trying to get their living and police clashing? And of course, you know, police have said that just about a tiny few of these people did die, as against the reports given by civil society organization. In fact, the police claim that only 7 persons died in that clash.
It is unfortunate that these stories keep coming up in Africa. If it is not South Africa, it is somewhere else in Africa, now Mozambique and all that. It is very unfortunate. Why can't African leaders have a standard of taking care of these mining institutions? They should go outside here and study how mines are protected and how people should work in those places and all that. And then give them living wage, since these are the sources of income for both the citizen and the government.
Okay.
So why should it turn into a problem that every time it is either mines are collapsing or miners are rioting because of poor pay and all that? Please, for God's sake, when will Africa get it right, David? Everything that is negative is in Africa. And you have leaders who are living like Lord, not caring about their people. Look at 30 people died because of clashes with the police.
38 precisely.
Over what? Over what? Over what?
Now, Barrister, there are concerns also that the Mogovolas district questions are being raised about why hasn't the Mogovola piloted the rapid ASM licensing and community benefiting agreement, which was, of course, one of the conversations that the miners have with the government. Plus, the fact that this has repeatedly showed clashes after when you see miners wanting to, formalize their position with the government. Why are they not implementing what was agreed upon?
Exactly, because these are sources of income for the people. And you government, you are to provide this thing for the people. The government and their police went to kill them with all manner of excuses.
All right, then, Barrister, let's take this conversation to Kenya, where Honorable Mercy Ngota has joined this conversation. Honorable, first off, on the path of government, what do you think can be done right with the miners in Mozambique? Clearly, because as it stands, police operatives have no, I don't want to use the word training enough to manage these kind of protests by individuals across Africa. We're seeing this happen over time, and the rules of engagement are not being adhered to. What do you think can be done moving forward in a country like Mozambique?
Thank you so much, David. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be with you here. And it really is sad to see how much our democracy in Africa is not maturing any fast. Our democracy has refused to grow. So this kind of incidents, unfortunate incidents, will keep on repeating itself as long as we do not know our rights, as long as the constitution that we have, different nations have different constitutions. But it's very unfortunate that some of our constitutions do not protect its citizens, do not protect the business environment, does not protect the people and the things that they do. So it's quite unfortunate that one of the things that is really tying us down is our constitution and the respect to the rule of law and our democracy. Because if people will be dying, if people will be going out to protest over their basic rights, over things that are supposed to be laws that are supposed to be written down, and the moment they are written down, they give it a safe environment for people to work. If things are simple like that, we in Africa and in our governments, they are not able to fulfill, then it becomes a problem. So the main problem that we have, David, that I can tell you today for sure, is for the fact that it has become extremely hard for us to implement the laws that we have set and for us to respect our rule of law. That has been the problem. And this is both ends. You find both on the side of the government and both on the side of the citizens. Everybody wants to fight for their right, for their space. And this is making us to be in an, how can I call it? It's like a shambolic environment because everybody is fighting for their own space. So it's very unfortunately what happened in Mozambique, and we are praying for the people.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay with you. Interestingly, a lot of persons have said that this particular situation in Mozambique is long coming because there is that trust deficit, particularly on the part of the government and the people, because the government is ruling out just 7 persons as dead, while the civil organization is saying over 38 were killed in that particular situation. But then again, concerns are being raised about transparency on how these documents come out to the public. What do you make of documentation, particularly knowing for a fact that the miners truly want to be documented with the government, but the way at which it's going, because according to reports, some oppositions are saying that this is the government trying to throw out the miners who are doing their legal job.
So David, you see, what you're talking about is something that it's a crisis in Africa. And not only in Africa, any other country that is privileged enough to have minerals. This is a conversation that we are going to have for a very long time, as long as our leaders are not able to capitalize on the natural resources that God has given unto us to create wealth for its citizens. So the problem that you are seeing in Mozambique, it is because of that interest. It's because of the goodwill from the government. People want things to be done the right way. They are willing to even give out all the documentations. But yet again, do you know what it entails for people to give out these documentations? You find the the local government, from the main government, you find the process, the bureaucracy is just too much. So people are forced to go out and try to make a living. They will do everything possible to go and take whatever they can take and be able to sell to just make an ends meet. But this is the main issue. The bureaucracy in getting the documents. It's extremely expensive. The documentations are there, but it's extremely expensive for people to get hold of the right documents. For example, they can even ask for documents that are not even enshrined in the Constitution, something that is not enshrined in the business sector or in the business panel of the Penal Code of the Constitution. You find it's a document that has not even been written down. They go from one local place to another and they still are not able to get it. So we must ask ourselves, where exactly is this problem coming from? The bureaucracy of getting the right documentations, and number 2, the laxity from the part of the government. Why should they allow people to mine in dangerous zones, knowing very well that there is risk of casualties? It's extremely sad, David. It's sad.
All right, then. Let me bring back this conversation to the studio here with Barrister. Barrister, Honorable Mercedes speak about the bureaucracy found in documentation in some of these countries. Let's use Nigeria as a case study. Nigerians have consistently been talking about the e-passport, plus some other documentation that have really been very, very vital for Nigerians to get. And of course, still talking about elections now. Inec has said that they've started the registration again. What's your position with the fact that bureaucracy hinders a lot of this registration being done right? And why do you think the government is not looking at it directly to cover it clearly?
Look, government is exploitative against the people. Most governments in Africa, they are very exploitative against their own people because they believe they are mostly illiterate. That's why they create all this bottleneck and all that. Knowing fully well that the downtrodden, the illiterate, the uninformed will not cross that hurdle. And so they want to exploit them. In fact, whenever they come together, some civil society group organize them to protest and they shoot them. Like in Mozambique. This is what is going on. Exploitation. Government want to take maximum advantage of their people, especially in Africa. That is why they are poor. David, that is why they are poor. Meanwhile, these mineral resources, the proceeds are going into the pocket of these African leaders. They use it to live large to the detriment of their people. Why do you think Africa is poor? Because their leader made them poor. One man may be richer than the whole country. Ask yourself, where did the money come from? From the resources of the same country that should have gone round the people. One man decided to take it. And so when the people say, look, let us make this thing go round, they say, no, you are not worthy to have a share. Why should you even talk? They will shoot you. That is just the modus operandi of most evil leaders in Africa. They don't want their people to have a breathing space. Oh, well. And if we are not careful, this thing will cause revolution in Africa. It's Africa that have not had revolution. Europe have had their own. America have had their own. I hope you know. It is only Africa. And they are calling for it. It will come. David, it will come. Because this evil will not continue forever.
Oh, well, Barrister, that again is another conversation that we will be looking at pretty soon. But let me take this conversation back to Honorable Mercy. Well, I want to come to you because in your country, and I'm talking about Kenya, Riley Odinga's chief agent, Saibato Kanchori, has made scouting attacks on some of the late leader's closest ally, claiming that if, of course, Riley Odinga were alive today, he would immediately fire them. Do you think at this point the lawyer alleged that the ODM leaders, including the Suna East member, I'm talking about Member of Parliament Junet Mohammed, Energy Cabinet member Secretary of PEO Wandai, and of course John Mbadi, all prioritize personal gains over the nation? I want to use that word, as a political figure that you are as well in your country, do you think that this statement by the chief ally of Riley Odinga is coming at a time that Kenyans truly need to know the reality of where the party that the late Riley Odinga left behind is heading to?
What is in the public domain is before the man died, he was very particular that he wanted the people of ODM, for many years, he wanted them to be part of the government. So this is the truth, and nothing can be far from that truth, that was his own wish. But again, we know that the previous government, President Uhuru Kenyatta, he campaigned fully for Raila Odinga. He campaigned for his presidency. But eventually Raila Odinga was not able to win. There is a question there. And you know, in a mature democracy like Kenya, the truth is that it is extremely, or let me say, in some democracies in Africa, it's extremely hard or rare to see a candidate backed by the president fail at the last point. So whatever the chief agent is talking about, Konchari, whatever he's talking about, he's trying to defend himself. And I can tell that I have a feeling that what he's saying is the truth. Because if Raila Odinga had all the machineries, he had the agents, he had everybody on his side, he has the government on his side, and every other thing was in his side, and he still failed. Who failed him? They are all there who ensured that the man failed. But the will of the people prevail. That is what I can say. But it's very rare to see a situation whereby a leader who's been backed by the president eventually comes to fail, meaning that there are people who ate the agent's fee, or they were not able to really observe and protect the votes well, and that is why you see this man failed. But what I know, what I know, David, what I know is this. If people go out to vote, it's extremely hard to steal votes in Kenya. There is a lady who vied in Kenya. Her name is Inec Toto. She's just a young lady. She just vied for women rep of one county, Nandi something. Yes, she did not have anything. She went door to door. But at the end of the day, she beat some of the wealthiest women who were vying for the same seat. So this tells you that no matter the conversation that is going around, whoever that won the seat, fair and square.
Well,
we are supposed to face.
I'm still going to stay with you. Concerns are being raised about the fact that, yes, should Riley Odinga be alive, according to the chief agent, he would have fired these people. But would firing the named leaders fix anything without party financing, transparency, and of course, digital primaries like what we see presently in Kenya? Or does the ODM risk swapping faces, like, of course, while keeping the same patronage machine that has helped these people get into power?
What I can say, David, is this. The man left his people, he died, and by the time he was dying, he had put in machineries, he had put in his own people in the government, in the cabinet, he had put in Badi there, he had put in Opio Wandai there, he had put all of them. He is the one who went into an agreement with the government, and then the government decided to place his own people. And now it seems that as the party proceeded, and as the more we were nearing the general elections, some of them felt that no, how comes it is only a few people who are benefiting from this broad-based agreement of Raila Odinga and President Ruto? So there are some who began to feel that no, it seems they are not being factored in. Now this is where this is where now the conversation takes a different direction. Now some of this group, they began to claim that the former president, they began to go back to the former president because they need his support. Politics is more about interest.
Right.
So the people who are not able to fit into the government, to fit into the plan, now they also want a piece of the share. If they're not going to be given a piece of the cake, then they are going to form the next government. So this is all about interest.
All right, then.
It's personal interest, sir.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, you are very aware of this situation. In fact, before the late Riley Odinga died, there were conversations about the fact that the present president, I'm talking about Mr. Ruto, William Ruto, carefully is going to align with Riley Odinga for his next election. That, of course, was not substantiated enough. But from your position, Barrister, the person of Riley Odinga, knowing that the legendary Uhuru Kenyatta also gave this man that level of support, do you think having these kind of men in the ODM is an indication of the fact that politicians will always be politicians in the end because they would go their way and not the way of the people, like, of course, opposition is saying right now?
African democracy thrives on corruption. If you are not corrupt, you don't make any headway. The reason why Riley Odinga could not make it is because that man was not corrupt. At least to the extent of what we are seeing today. The last assessment of corruption index worldwide, Roto came first. Is that not true?
Right.
Good. What does that tell you? That the man is sitting on corruption. And so, corrupt people will rally around him. You saw how the youth of Kenya rally around to stop him and his corrupt cabinet. And so, what is happening in Kenya is like a failed dream. Seriously. It was a failed dream because Rally Odinga couldn't make it to reposition Kenya. He couldn't because of age and all that. And now the guys he left behind could not continue his dream. That's what happened with your disciples. The moment you are not there, they will go their way and start looking for crumbs from the master's table. Just ask yourself, how come that Roto is the most corrupt person in the whole world from the assessment of this corruption index? It will not tell you what is going on at home. So I'm not surprised. When Odinga is no longer there, who will put his boys in line? Who will put them in check? Nobody. Nobody. And so they too want to have a piece of the cake. And that means corruption galore.
Oh, well, we definitely will keep our eyes on this conversation as it progresses in Kenya. But Barrister, let's move from there to Uganda, where Amnesty International says Uganda's opposition is being subject to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the country's January 15th general election. Now, it's no more news that the head of military operations in Uganda is a son of the sitting president. I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Just yesterday, one of the analysts from Uganda did say that as it stands, internet has been shut down in the country. Barrister, looking at the fact that in a couple of days, Ugandans will be going to the polls, what is expected of the election come January the 15th?
That is, you see, I have been warning these African leaders. They think I'm joking. With the interest of Donald Trump in Africa now, they should be very careful. It will not take the man anything to kidnap all of them since they don't want to hear. How can you be doing an election because you're on seat, you're in power? You now want to suppress opposition. Donald Trump, with all the power he has in America, can he do that, David? Be sincere to yourself. Can a Donald Trump do that to American opposition? He dare not. The institution in America will catch him. They will deal with him. But look at Africa, small Africa, with local champions.
So in other words, Barrister, are you saying that the institutions are the problem, not the people?
Who created the institution? Is it not a human being? If this man were to say, look, I don't want this nonsense, will he not stand? Hold on. Will he not stand? A president of this country once said that the blood of one Nigeria is not what is the election, and he kept to it. So why can't you have leaders who are very futuristic, who have vision? David, the vision for Africa, it is not on their mind. When they get in there, they want to play God. The other woman has even copied it from Tanzania. In her case, she went a bit further. She took it a notch, higher. Rounded up all the opposition and put them in detention until after the election. David, is that democracy? Tomorrow now, you come and tell me how the Western world colonized you. How they did. Was it the fault of America and Europe that you are doing all these things? Is that the democracy you copy from them? It's like African leaders, they went into a meeting, into a coalition, and said, look, this is how we are going to do this thing. Since in the 60s, all of them, if you check what happened in the DR Congo now, that was there. When Mobutu Sese Seko was there, he said, before me, there is no Zaire, and after me, there will be no Zaire. Is that not what happened? This man plundered his country. At the end of the day, what happened? He died miserably. Do you know what even surprises me? When they want to die, they die in such a way that, in fact, you don't want to drop a tear or one for them because of what they have done in their country.
All right, then.
This same Uganda now, look at what Idi Amin did there. Did he not die in exile? This particular man, this Yoweri Muslim, he should be very careful.
Oh, well, Barrister,
he should look at the history of Uganda. He should be very, very, very careful.
I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister. Let's take this conversation to Kenya. Honorable Messi, interestingly, this conversation about the fact that opposition have been totally suppressed in Uganda is a concern to the point that Amnesty International is reading out a statement. But concerns are being raised about the fact that terms and age limits have been scrapped from the constitution in Uganda. And of course, rivals jailed or sidelined. And of course, state security forces are a constant presence at opposition rally. What is your take about the fact that not just internet shutdown is what is experienced, is what's been experienced in Uganda, but the fact that oppositions are being suppressed? In fact, a record of 550 persons from oppositions are either arrested or killed, according to a report that came out just last week from Uganda.
The main problem of Uganda is lack of patriotism. I've been in Uganda. Lack of patriotism, the sense of patriotism in a way that judges, parliamentarians, they're not willing to come out and fight for their rights. This has been the main problem in Uganda. How can a man be in power for more than 40 years? I've heard Barrister talking about history. What other history does Uganda know apart from the history that has been written down by Yoweri Museveni? It's all about the people refusing a revolution. What Uganda needs now is revolution. How can a man sit down and decide to shut down the whole internet? I was there recently. Facebook is not working. You're not able to access. You're not able to access international communication. It's hard. Sometimes they are monitoring you. It's extremely hard. Why? Because people have refused to fight for their rights. There is no democracy that is just found like that. Democracy is found when people go out and refuse repression. They go and they fight for their right. Lack of patriotism is the main problem with Uganda. Everyone is afraid to face the president. They think if they face the president, they will die. But if the people speak in one language, there is a time that we had the End SARS movement. In as much as it was not as successful as we wanted, but the world got to hear about the genesis of Nigeria. So the same thing we are talking about here today, that Uganda has refused to become some of the people have refused to become patriotic, to fight for their rights, go to the State House and demand for their rights. It doesn't matter what the government will do. We can decide to fight for our rights, and eventually we will win. The oppressor will not always win. Eventually the victory is in the people.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, let me just come back to the studio. Barrister, in less than 30 seconds, the elections in Uganda is a few days away. And as it stands, repression and oppression of opposition is clearly seen, because opposition figure, I'm talking about Bobby Wine, is saying that almost half of his supporters are either in detention or are being killed by military forces, as led by the son of the Ugandan president. What is expected of election in January the 15th in Uganda?
In the first place, there's no election in Uganda. What we have in Uganda is selection. Like every other African states where dictators are in charge. There is no election. Make no mistake about it. With what is happening now, there is no election. And so, the result is already out there, David. We are just waiting for the announcement.
All right, then.
Like it happened in Cameroon.
All right, then. Well, we definitely will be keeping our eyes on that. And of course, we're hoping that our Ugandan analysts also will be giving us insight on what is happening in that country as the days go by. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who lent his voice on the analysis segment of the African News. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Also, Honorable Messi Ngota, candidate for Nairobi Women Representative seat and also a cleric, and of course, a political and public affairs commentator. Thank you so very much for lending your voice on the analysis segment of the African News.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Several civil society organizations in South Africa have held nationwide protests in solidarity with pro-Palestinian hunger strikes being held in UK jails, urging the British government to release them. The protests were held outside the British Council offices in Johannesburg, the British Consulate in Cape Town, and the Durban City Hall, where protest leaders handed over their list of demands to officials. According to Madison Bannon of the Palestinian Solidarity Alliance, the hunger strikers, are on the verge of death, with some going without food for over 60 days. She said that they have been held without bail and are now really on death's door. The hunger strikers have been held for over a year on accusation of allegedly breaking into Elbit System, a UK subsidiary of the Israeli Defense Company in Bristol and the Royal Air Force based in Oxfordshire. Moving on to other stories, Guinea's Public Prosecutor's Office has announced the death in detention of former Presidential Security Chief Claude Peavy, who was convicted of crimes against humanity over the 2009 Conakry Stadium massacre. Prosecutor General Faliu Doumbouya said in a statement that Peavy, aged around 66, died from a hypoglycemic coma linked to chronic diabetes despite emergency treatment at a military hospital. According to him, a forensic autopsy has been ordered to confirm the cause and death circumstances of his death, and its results will be communicated in due course. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking African business. Ghana Statistics Services said the country's consumer inflation slowed for the 12th consecutive month, falling to a 5.4% year-on-year in December 2025 from 6.3% in November. According to government statistician Al-Hassan Idrisu, while inflation pressures were coming down across most major components, the drop was mostly driven by a slowdown in food and non-alcoholic beverages prices. Idrisu told newsmen that this steady decline signals a sustained shift towards price stability and improving macroeconomic conditions, adding that last month's inflation reached its lowest level since a rebasing exercise in 2021. Still talking business, in Kenya, Kenneth Kiplagat, representing a beer distribution firm Vitosha, has filed a case at the country's high court seeking to block Diago's $2.3 billion sale of its local subsidiary, EABL, to Japan's Asahi Holdings over pending litigation. Diageo, the world's biggest spirits group, said last month it had agreed a deal with the Japanese brewer for a sale of its 65% stake in EABL as it responds to United States tariff and shifting consumer patterns. However, the deal faces a challenge by Kenyan distributor Vitosha, which has asked the court to stop it until litigation against Diageo and EABL over a competition dispute is determined and settled. And to wrap up the African news, go straight talking sports. A fan of Democratic Republic of Congo's national team to the African Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco, Michel Kuka Mboladinga, has achieved for himself and his country an exceptional fame by remaining motionless throughout his country's game till their round of 16 defeat to Algeria on Tuesday. Though his team was was knocked out in an agonizing fashion, a human statue colorfully dressed and looking towards the sky with his right arm raised and palm open will be remembered as the tourney's most remarkable supporter, with his eternal tribute to the country's independent leader and late Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. Mbolandinga's statue's pose was inspired by that of a statue of Lumumba in Kinshasa. Congolese fans at the AFCON have expressed pride at seeing his tribute to Lumumba. The 35-year-old Jared Bitobo, head of communication of the supporters group, to Mbolandinga belongs. The pose was a sign of peace. And according to him, the fan was sending out a strong message both at local and international level, with his open palm signifying peace, which the country needs most at this time in view of the ongoing conflict in its eastern border with Rwanda. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Maritime Frontiers on VOPT. Oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plug.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone to have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is a Maritime Frontier Show. Today, we are discussing on the topic, corruption, the bane of optimal realization of the potentials in the maritime sector. It's a general belief that corruption has eaten deep into the fabric of this nation, and so something needs to be done urgently to take care of the things that the corruptible and corrupting issues, so that the country may realize its potentials in all phases of its national life. And today we have a man who has written a book titled The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria as our guest. He is in the person of Chief Basil Chudinwoli, sir. Chief, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, Dili.
Chief, while we're talking before this program started, you were saying something about corruption being a dragon, sort of, in the lives of so many Nigerians because of the effect it has had in the level of development we should have had as compared to the level of development that we have now. Please, could you throw more light on that?
Thank you very much.
We're talking about the maritime sector here, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Dili. In the maritime industry, it seems that the key to the maritime industry's business transactions and all that is corruption. Corruption is the objective. Corruption is the nature of most of the activities in the maritime industry.
it is becoming as if it is a natural phenomenon to, to act the other way around, to behave abnormally, to kind of leave the norms and do something else. In Nigeria, we have rules, we have regulation, we have extant laws. Nigeria is blessed with rules and regulation. But who dares to follow it up? Nobody. Almost 90% of activities in the port are corrupt.
Can you expatiate a little bit more on that?
Yes. For example, you see a shipping line that's supposed to collect charges for auction container at 25% rate of the cost of auctioning of that container, collecting 550% of what it's supposed to collect. For example,
how sir?
You see, normally, if you get an auction paper, for example, from customs, you see that what is written on the paper is 25% of the cost of that goods, the auction value, should be paid to the shipping line.
And the terminal
25% will be paid to the terminal operators. You see some terminal operators and shipping companies collecting 500 to 550%.
Sir, do you have any evidence to buttress this?
Yes, I do.
You've experienced this?
I do. I experienced it physically. And a lot of people have been calling me to challenge this process, and they've been sending their documents with which they were extorted by these shipping lines. And I can assure you that I'll give you those documents because it's terrible. It's abnormal.
Which agency of government should take charge of that? I mean, should they take care of things like this?
Honestly speaking, if Nigerian Shippers Council are serious about anything, this is the first thing that they show their competence and their strength. And then the Council for Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria must go forward to protect the freight forwarders, for which is their core mandate. That is their main responsibility, to protect the interests of freight forwarders and other people within the corridor. Example, the importers and the exporters, and also the transport logistic providers. You understand what I'm saying? So, but unfortunately, in Nigeria, we have a collaborator. People collaborate with criminals. Those that are invited to checkmate bad activity, was the name, or that monitors of police, decides now to collaborate with those that are asked to go and
corrupt
checkmate.
officers.
Are you getting what can they achieve? They can achieve nothing. Just, if you collect 100,000, give us 50,000 and go with her. That's protecting them. This becomes a seal of protection. That means if you are duped, or if you are cheated, or you are extorted, and you go to the regulator to report, the regulator will even inflate the charge because he will get some from the collection. So that is the problem we have.
Sir, you are directly indicting now the shipping companies and the terminal operators with this example.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. They are not the only ones within the sector, operating within the sector. The Nigerian Customs Service that gives you the auction paper, which says, go and pay us, if you pay us a total value of the auction, you pay 25% to the terminal operators and 25% to the shipping companies. Is there no mechanism for ensuring that that's exactly what is paid and what is
I can assure you,
observed?
I can tell you for free that the customs board, that's those who are in charge of that auction, they have written the shipping company several times, telling them to redirect their steps. But what they do is that they deal with a particular case. Do you understand what I mean by particular case? If, for example, now
you take your case to them,
to customs, and custom write them, they will treat my case. They isolate it and treat it. Those other people that don't know what to do, what do they do?
Okay.
For example, now if I approach custom and customs in their magnanimity decide to write them or call them, and they give me the supposed service. What about those that are being blinded to believe that that's the norm for them to collect that 500 to 550% or what they're supposed to collect? That's the problem we have.
Now, well, goes back to the question of the regulators, economic, in this case, the economic regulator of the maritime sector, the Nigerian Shippers Council. What are the steps being given people take to make them do their work?
The truth of the matter is that the regulators are doing nothing now, as far as I'm concerned. What they are doing is just a tip of the iceberg, maybe 5%, 10% of what they should do. When the shipping company, the terminal operators came up with escalation of the cost of services in the port, what did they do? The regulators did nothing. And there is no consummate improvement on services rendered. Things are getting worse. Tell me, how can I pay a shipping company their charge today and not get TDO today? They will tell me that confirmation has not come from the bank where I paid. If I pay you money now into your account by transfer or by any system, don't you receive a alert?
Yeah, we do.
Why must you wait for for the bank to write you to tell you that I paid you? That is exactly what the shipping lines are doing, causing delay. That's what the terminals are doing, causing delay so that the people will pay demurrage cumulatively, painfully though, so that this amount that are being paid that are not regulated are now being shifted to the consumers. And the consumers in this country are stressed up. An average consumer in this country has already had it on his neck. Trouble, family trouble, drugs, being able to buy medicine, to take care of their needs, to buy food. And then you come and put inflation of corruption on it. To the extent that a container that comes into the port that is supposed to be taken in 3-4 days will last 30 to 1 month and 30 days to 2 months. That payment you do, which is about will end up being between 1 million and 2 million. You plow it into the cost of your commodity. And then who takes the stress? It is you and I. It is the general public. It is the poor man, the poor woman.
Sir, aside from being a freight forwarder, you are also the president of the National Compliance Joint Task Force of Customs License Agents. That's a kind of anti-corruption crusader.
Yes, yes.
Now, in your capacity as the president or the coordinator, what do you people do to see that some of these sharp practices are curtailed or brought down to the barest minimum?
As we entered into the system, we found out that there's a conglomeration of corruption. Like I explained earlier, if a group or an organization, a federal government parastatal is given the mandate to regulate what is going on, and they are not doing it, and they are collecting kickbacks from the people that are supposed to be regulated, you see that the system will be absolutely that of confusion. And we found out that we that are asking for the right thing to be done, transparency, anti-corruption, integrity, we are being accountability. We are being isolated from the scheme of things. Isolated in the real sense of it is that if there is supposed to be a national program or an event where we can show up and ask pertinent questions, they will make sure that even if we come to that program, that they will not allow us to enter into the program to be able to talk for the Nigerian people, because we are not talking for them. We are talking for the people. And when you stand with the people, you are always a target of attack by criminals and corrupt officials.
Okay.
So we have not really done much with all our aggression, with all our intentions to make things work right. We've not been able to do much. You cannot do much in a situation whereby you are not even, if, for example, I push something forward to the press and they see it, they will be disturbing the journalist to pull it down. You can't achieve much.
That's usually the case anyway. Now, yours is not an association. It's just a pressure group.
It's a pressure group, an advocacy group.
Advocacy
We're advocating
group.
for change.
Yeah, advocacy group. But also, we know that some of the larger freight forwarders and the licensed customs agents associations also have units of that they call the compliance teams. Has there been any kind of cooperation between this compliance team for all of you guys to put resources together and fight a common enemy?
Yes.
Because
yes,
the corrupt sharp practices, it does not favor you people so much. It does not favor the other people on the other side in so much because, of course, they get some troubles too from it, even though they make money out of it.
Yes.
So why can't you people come
Yes,
on
we
the
have
same
had
table and then try to take care of the issues?
Yes, we have had several progressive meetings with one of the groups, one of the anti-corruption group. In fact, they have lent their voice to our activities. We have had several meetings of collaboration and we are still collaborating. And we believe that in near future, we will come out with a better position on our relationship. But we know that there are so-called premier associations that they are in the top of the corruption table. They are the people sharing the corrupt fruits. And they can do anything within their means to make sure that the corruption continues. Look at now, we have an issue in Semeboda. Can you believe that it was the Premier Association members that attacked our men?
Specifically, who are you talking about?
ANALCA, Association of Nigerian Licensed Clearing Agents. Our men were there on official duty when they found out that the vehicles that are bringing consignments to the Nigerian border, that their plate numbers, their number plate has been covered. We were shocked. What is really going on?
Vehicle bringing imported
items, goods into the country.
Their number plates were covered.
They started covering the number plates.
What they intend to achieve by doing
I
that?
don't know. But you know that will bring suspicion. If you start plying our roads in Nigeria with a plate number covered, or even as a private car, it brings suspicion. There must be a hidden agenda. We decided to take steps to know what is going on. We were attacked by a group led by one Mr. Austin, the secretary of ANALCA at Semeboda, and wounded our member.
What was the objective? Their objective?
Their own objective is to stop us from doing our job, from salvaging Nigeria from a very, very terrible, corruptible activities going on.
Okay, are you indirectly saying that it was their members that were bringing in those vehicles, goods?
Yes,
vehicles,
they're involved. That is my
covered.
suspicion, because for you to start defending evil, you must be part of that evil. Okay. If you don't have stake in it, why should you attack our people?
And these are people that you're supposed to be cooperating with.
And make confounded lies to custom, and custom detained our members for 3 days, which ended up by negotiation and collection of money from our people before letting them go, from their family before letting them go.
You have a proof of that, sir?
I have a proof. Whatever I say, I'll give you proof.
And what was...
And let me tell you, let the entire nation know that we know that if a shipload of rice bursts in Semeboda, it will take only about 20 days for the rice to find itself, all the rice to find themselves in Nigeria, at locations in Ogun State, Oyo State, and what do you call it?
Lagos State, yeah.
If I will give you about 20 warehouses where you will see only foreign rice there. But there's a policy in Nigeria that said that rice is banned. I'm using this opportunity to ask Mr. President to remove a ban on rice, so that government can collect its revenue. Because right now, it is the officials that are sharing the revenue and allowing the goods to come in the wee hours of the night between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Most of the time when we go out in the night, we see them, how they are using cultivated vehicles, these small cars that are built into truck to carry 50 to 80 bags of rice into the country. Some of them coming in with possibly, it is alleged that they are coming with even tramadol.
Hard drugs.
Hard drugs. And some of them are even have the temerity to bring in small arms and weapons into the country, which I have not been able to see that one. But I can tell you that from every rumors, there could be the truth there. What I'm using this opportunity to say is that let the agencies of government saddle with this, take responsibility, and make sure that these criminals that are doing all this are brought to book. You understand what I'm saying? Because how can you be allowing import to be coming to the country in drones of thousands of vehicles from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.? What is the objective? I challenge the federal government officials of police, army, or national intelligence to go and check.
No, but sir, there's of course all these people that I've enumerated, including the Nigerian Customs Service, the immigration, and the rest of them. We have so many paramilitary and military agencies lying up across the border. How do these things come?
Some of them are colluding. They create a mafia group that collude and do this thing without even the knowledge of some of the people that are there on daily basis. Because when evening comes now, you go home, you don't know what happens behind the darkness. But we have cameras, we have videos and photographs of what is going on these platforms.
Okay. This issue that you just mentioned now, did it get to the level or to the hearing of the customs area controller and the new customs area controller within that region?
We complained to the area controller of the border, semi-border. That was what orchestrated the arrest of our members, because he invited them to come and tell him what is going on. On getting there, he locked them up, claiming that they were using cameras at a designated ECOWAS location, which is a big lie. My people were never anywhere near ECOWAS examination bay. Never anywhere. If they say they were there, recorded, let them bring the camera, they recorded, let them bring the evidence that they were there. They didn't come close to this place that they were talking about. They accused them unnecessarily and put them in jail. We have reported this to the Attorney General of the Federation and other people that should investigate this matter, because this is the highest act of irresponsibility and stupidity for citizens of Nigeria to tell you that there is a gross importation of contraband in the port in Nigeria from your border post where you are the helm, and all you can do to celebrate them is to imprison them.
What's the role? Did you involve any other sister agencies to the custom, police, any one of them?
Yes,
because they are also closely involved.
When they were arrested, when they were beaten up the previous day before they were arrested, the matter was reported to the DPO of semi-border. I was told that the DPO told them that it was the DC enforcement of that semi-border that sent the people that beat them up, that is not even an ALCA that we brought to the station. Because we reported an ALCA that were there, their men. They invited them. On coming there, the DPO told my men, we recorded, it's a recorded fact, I'll give you the audio, that look, this issue of beating of your men was not perpetuated by an ALCA. It was the DC enforcement that set the people that beat up your men and collected their reflectives, and also threw the other one in a very huge gutter where he sustained injury to the breaking of his backbone. I was taken to the hospital. That we should go and settle with the DC enforcement, So when we reported that to the controller, and when my people at Asema border reported it to the controller invited them for a talk. On reaching there, they were detained, 3 of them, for 3 good days. After which, what ended up the arrest, they are charging them for using camera at the border post, unauthorized. And nobody used anything like that. If they say that they use, let us show us the evidence.
No, sir, please. While trying to get some of these things, we were able to see some trucks that came in with imported goods. By your own estimate, like how many trucks would have come in at that particular time, and what would you think would be the financial losses to the nation?
The trucks that came in within the time of valuation, when they were evaluating the number of trucks that comes on a daily basis, will be going to like 1,000 trucks. And if you plot 1,000 trucks at 10 million, for example, you'll be talking
That's the tariff that should be paid to the
you'll
government.
be talking about a revenue of about 100 billion within that space of about of 3 weeks of that investigation, which culminated in the arrest. We have videos of these vehicles. They are, in fact, our normal trailers in Nigeria. It is double that our Nigerian trailer.
Oh, they reconfigure them in order to carry more.
To carry more, yes.
Well, okay, more cargos. Wow. And were you able to give this evidence to meet with the CAC, and he still acted the way he said he did?
Our giving evidence is under the laws of Nigeria. It's our discretion. And we are ready to produce that evidence in a good constituted court of law.
Okay.
We cannot give them evidence. Evidence can, they can change things. In this modern day of technology, they can use the evidence and use AI to manipulate it. We take our evidences to the judge, this is what we are working on. And the Federal Minister of Justice will have already prepared a letter to report the whole thing to the Attorney General of Federation. This madness must stop. So they say now they are threatening the lives of my people. The controller himself and his people are threatening our lives. What kind of madness is that? Who the hell is the person that is allowing Nigeria to go on as a banana republic? This is indiscipline at the highest order.
Okay. So, you wrote the book, The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. What inspired this book?
Yes, you can see this book is talking about the official supermarkets being created by police, customs, and other groups at our highways. It's like their supermarket, their shops, where various amounts of money are collected from commuters, haulage companies, businessmen, and travelers. Are you getting me? And this has become a very, very serious problem in Nigeria today, because whatever that happens in between Abuja and Lagos, or in between Lagos and Port Harcourt, to the extent that it was an extortion, it's plowed back into the cost of commodity in the market.
Yeah.
Let's assume now you are traveling from here to Sokoto to deliver a consignment, and you ask for eguzo or road money,
yeah,
police, olopa, or putting hanya, whatever language you use to do it, and you give the driver 2 million, 3 million.
So every Nigerian language has been adapted. It's been adapted into every Nigerian language.
A culture. So at the end of the day, when you get to every of these checkpoints, you will drop. If you didn't drop, they will park you and delay you. I had a story about many years ago how NDLA along one of the roads stopped a vehicle loaded with tomato from the north. I don't know the city from the north, and claimed that the driver had been reported to be always carrying hard drugs, that's India hemp, is under the tomato. Are you getting me? And because of settlement story and all that, the tomato stayed there about 17 days. before the vehicle got to Lagos, the owner has lost over 80% of the tomato because it's a perishable goods.
Yeah.
What will you do if you are the owner? You will try to use the remaining 20% to recover your lost money. Who pays for that 20%? Is you and me.
But he has the right to sue the government agency that's involved.
That is the problem with Nigerians. They don't have confidence in our
Judicial
judiciary.
system, yeah.
Yes, they don't have confidence. Are you getting me? Because more often time they allege that technicalities are used to throw out matters from the court. This also.
So you were talking about your inspiration.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the book. The soul of the book is the illicit collections on our highways, on our roads, culminatively that raises the price of goods in the market. Because if I'm taking a container of rice or beans or whatever to anywhere in Nigeria and I pay 2 million or 3 million for the road money, automatically that money is also plowed into the cost of the goods because I have to make profit, not loss. Then it goes back to us. So this book is a book set up to start a conversation on the position of our checkpoints on our roads. And possibly government should consider putting CCTV cameras at everywhere there's a checkpoint on our roads, so that the officials that send these men to put this roadblock, we see what their men are doing.
Okay.
We see people being beaten up at this checkpoint because they did not give money. You see people being abused, insulted, delayed for hours before getting to their destination because they could not part with some money, or they are not able to tame the selfish interests of these officials. That's what this book is detailing.
All right.
The near experiences of about 34 Nigerians. The experiences of about 34 Nigerians on our roads.
Okay.
And so on and so forth.
All right, sir. We are talking generally about what happens in the maritime sector and why it's not been able to realize its potentials. Of course, the issue of corruption is the number one reason.
Yes.
We have so many agencies within the Nigerian maritime sector. One of them is the Nigerian Ports Authority. Do you think that their rules are being well played, and that the level of corruption there is not that significant in terms of maybe as compared to probably some of their sister agencies?
The Nigerian Ports Authority. The Nigerian Ports Authority is another very corrupt institution in Nigeria today.
Why do you say so, sir?
Good. You see the two call up and all the programs they are coming up with. Inside is planted booby traps. These booby traps, you cannot be able to cross it. You must have to pay your way through to cross it. Are you getting me?
How do you mean, sir? Explain.
What I mean is that at every of their process, there has to be a place where somebody will mark you good. For example, okay, the officials will say, you did right. Okay, you can go. Or you did not bring this vehicle at the place you are supposed to bring. You are supposed to take it where you wait. And you are not supposed to, you feel that you are not supposed to go there. And you pay the money so that you will not go there before coming to the port. And a lot of process they put in between. That
so they deliberately put
those things. You cannot be able to meet up until you part with your money.
ETO system, the ETO application for the control of traffic within the explanation now that you're giving, the explanation you're giving seems to...
Their portal, Tinkan port or PTML or any other port. And I said, go to where I'm going. At the time that it is given on my ticket, 11 a.m., 11:15, 11:20. Are you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
If it's working like that, there will be no cause for alarm. What you need to do is to do this thing. But you have to have a physical contact with their officers. And you see them building offices along the road. Haven't you observed the offices like Canopy or makeshift office along our roads between Mile 2 and Tinkan, between Lagos and our bridge to Apapa? Don't you see offices operating there? You have to have a relationship with them before they open the same for you.
There is a bar so that the trucks can pass.
Yes. But what is difficult in getting my TDO in Omako or Max Line or this and going to the terminal, APMT or bonded terminal or anywhere I want to go that is regulated? Is it Tinkan, TICT? Is it a port and cargo? Then at the moment I get it, I have my own documented time of bringing in talk to come and carry these goods without having to talk to anybody. Must I have to pay or talk to anybody before I pay the amount I'm supposed to pay? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody now. I can do a transfer and generate this pass and just go and load my container. If they don't know how to do it, I'll teach them.
But to be I'm not in defense of anybody or any agency, but what they say is that this particular system of being operated or adopted right now has become more efficient as compared to before, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, where we had traffic running all the way from Apapa Port to Ikorodu Road, distance of about 10 kilometers or so. And now you have virtually no traffic except for a few vehicles trying to enter the port. What do you say about that?
No, it's not true. There's still traffic. Traffic is going on. And people are paying through their nose in this new system. The other day I was listening to one official of Contour on one of the radio programs explaining out the criminality. Didn't you hear him? Or you did not listen to the radio? One Ekene Dickerson Collins. You heard him right. There's executive recklessness and there's corruption going on in Nigerian Post Authority. The problem is that nobody will ask the question. Nobody will tell them. Nobody will talk about it. Everybody is looking for brown envelope. So that's the problem.
Okay, so Eto should be, you are saying that Eto should be scrapped?
No, I didn't say so. I said that Eto is good, but they should remove all those human factors that will make you to start talking with anybody. If they are not creative enough, we can create something for them.
Okay.
Because something that will work. You see vehicles that are not even supposed to carry granite, 10 bags of granite, going to the port to carry a container. You see their dilapidated tires and all that, worn out vehicle without trafficators, Some you see them without headlamp. They enter the port. This ought to be regulated. And I want to also talk about one thing again, which is very, very important for this country. Expatriates are taking over our ports. Foreigners are taking over the clearing and forwarding business from our people.
How do you think so?
If you go to the port, you see them. They are giving even what is called express services, that if their goods come, they can take it to their warehouse and examine it there. Who knows what these people are bringing in? The other day, I observed some containers carrying seal at a location in Jao Estate. Over 30 containers carrying seal on it, trying to enter a warehouse. I asked, they said that they have officers to examine the container there.
Not a bonded terminal.
It's not a bonded terminal.
Warehouse.
I don't think it's a bonded terminal. It's a warehouse.
Unregistered area.
It's a company. In fact, it's a company. It's a company. Maybe it's a company manufacturer. I don't have the details. But I saw this and I took note of them by recording the video of over 30 containers carrying seal. You know what is seal? Seal represents
it has not been broken.
Was not broken. The container was not opened in the port before it left.
Examined.
That whole thing only happens when the consignments are going to the bonded terminal under escort of proper officers. For God's sake, do you know what those people are doing? Whether it's hard drugs or whether it's
it could be weapon, it could be bomb, it could be anything.
And we are talking about security issues in Nigeria. Who does that?
Now, but there are people who are supposed to be in charge, of course, the Nigerian Customs Service, in charge of every good that comes into the country. Where do you think the lacuna would have been?
You see, you just want me to be repeating myself. I told you that men and women or groups established to monitor what is going on are most of the time, they are being compromised.
Mm.
And if there's a compromise, what do you expect?
Okay.
I will just collect money in lieu of what I'm supposed to do as a service. That is what is compromise.
All right, sir. We have so many other agencies within the ports. There are some people also, we've had cases of people being complaining about goods being cleared, and then as they step out of the ports with the vehicles, conveying them out, the maritime police stops them and impounds the vehicle. Is this a general practice, or is this case is just isolated?
Honestly speaking, I don't have that kind of case of maritime police apprehending containers that have been cleared.
Okay.
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that Federal Operation Unit does that. And there is a missing container now that we don't know where it is. A pharmaceutical duty imported and brought to the country. They arrested after clearing, after a proper officer released it. They arrested it, and that container, they claim that they have sent it to NAFDAC. We went to NAFDAC. NAFDAC said they didn't see the container. And they too are denying that they don't know where the container is. Meanwhile, we saw the empty container in their office without the goods.
In customs office?
Yes, at Federal Operation Unity.
On their premises?
Yes. They said they transfer. Why didn't you transfer the goods with the container to NAFDAC?
Okay. Sir, please give us your parting shots on what we should do as a nation so that this issue of corruption should be tamed.
Yes. It is simple. As a nation, we don't have anything to do than to change. You cannot be walking, you want to go to Lagos Island. Then you looked at your face, you saw that you are going to Badagry. Get to Badagry before you start going to Lagos. It is never late to change your mind and do the right thing. It's never late to go another track to get what you want as a nation. We have seen that corruption does not improve the life of the people or that of the nation. Nigeria is a nation that is endowed with human and material resources. The resources in Nigeria is far above the resources in the entire Europe put together. But yet our people are suffering from poverty, bondage, diseases, hunger, and diseases. And yet we are still believing that as we are going into that corruption, that things will be fine. Or maybe we continue praying, things will be fine. No, we must retract our step and get back to the reality and do the right thing. We can't continue this way. And the truth of the matter is that those that are corrupt, that are stealing our money, they are not enjoying the money. They are suffering the money. The moment they retire from service, before you know it, they have decapitated. They have changed color. The next thing you hear that they are dead with all the money they stole. And I think that is karma. Karma is a reality. So we should think about a national re-evolution.
A national rebirth.
Rebirth.
Okay.
Change our attitude completely and enjoy life.
Ethical revolution.
Ethical revolution instead of us.
And character information.
Instead of being selfish and steal the money meant to do road from Lagos to Badagry. Pocket it. One person eat it. We should do the road so that all of us, when we want to go to Badagry or anywhere around that place, we enjoy the road.
Thank you so very much, sir. We have been speaking with Chief Vasil Chudimoli, sir, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. He's been talking to us about the effect of corruption within the maritime sector, why we have not been able to fully realize the potentials within this sector. Well, like he suggests, we need an ethical revolution and character reformation within the nation as a whole, not just in the maritime sector. Let's hope that the people in authority will listen and do something so that this nation will move away from the path of underdevelopment to the path of development through the realization of all her potentials, her dreams, and using all the resources to make this nation better. It's been nice speaking with Dr. Chibase Onwulisa. Thank you so very much, sir. And this is the Maritime Frontier Show. We will see you again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show. Thank you. This is Delu Tommy. Have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With this simple etiquette, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parabuta of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where the story shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the line and sparking conversation across the nation. We're talking about Atiku's stand as regards to the ADC presidential tickets. And of course, we'll be dabbling around a wicked situation with the APC. Of course, the APC government have actually given President Bola Ahmed Tinubu an ultimatum. They said either Wike or us. APC gives Tinubu the deadline to make the decision as regards to River State struggle. And so many people actually talked about this ADC situation and saying that Obi joining the ADC, I beg your pardon, would actually make the coalition group a very successful one. But the situation now is saying otherwise, because everyone is saying that I can never and I don't want to be vice president. And of course, Atiku Abubakar said he's not backing down. So join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior. Let's look into other news stories with details. Sari Dokumbo pledges support for Tinubu's re-election. The prominent Niger Delta activist and traditional ruler has declared his unwavering commitment to the success of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Dokubo made this pledge during a visit by Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to his place in the Gama River State. Okay, so I think for now, the FCT Minister and the former Governor of River State has been going here and there. I don't know if he's contesting, because it is only someone that wants to contest in an election that goes for consultation like this, but he has not even resumed office. Maybe today, I don't know if he's, but as at the time, I was arranging this report. Wike is still, playing around, in River State. His successor has really given him a very tough time by defecting. So we'll be looking into that situation as well. But away from that particular one, PDP remains strong and resilient, says former President Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan has actually reaffirmed that the People's Democratic Party is alive, strong, and resilient despite internal division within the party. Speaking at the meeting with the PDP National Working Committee in Abuja, Jonathan described the party as a fundamental pillar of Nigeria's democracy and a national institution. Okay, I wouldn't want to say otherwise. Since Jonathan is actually saying this, let's see what will happen in the coming days. But we got some predictions that some heavyweights from the PDP, including Sheyi Makinde, might be defecting as well to the ADC, but I don't know if that particular would actually happen. But this is political a year, okay, where they get to do their permutation, do their realignment before they move into 2027. So anything is possible. Right? Peter Obi won't get ADC tickets, says presidential aide Daniel Bwala, the special advisor to the president on policy communication, has stated that Peter Obi will not secure the presidential or vice presidential ticket of the African Democratic Congress. Bwala claimed that Obi lacks the capacity to lead or coordinate any coalition movement and will eventually contest the next general election on a different platform. This is quite serious. Are you saying that Obi would still leave the same ADC later to move to another place? Okay, we never can tell. Let's just hope that this particular prediction is not true, because I sincerely do not like when politicians defect or moving from here to there as if they don't have a base, And let's come here to what the former lawmaker representing Abio's Central Senatorial District said. Nigeria will improve if Tinubu continues for another 4 years. Senator Chris Adigije has expressed optimism that Nigeria's fortune will change for the better if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu completes his second term in office. He actually made this assertion at a stakeholder meeting of All Progressive Congress in Abia State. It stated that Tinubu's policy are yielding positive results, citing the downward trend in food and fuel prices. This particular one is quite dicey, because the same reforms that we're talking about today, the same policies we're talking about today, is actually happening to Nigerians on the opposite, and that's why we're actually complaining that what's happening with these policies. And whenever they give us the indices, their facts and figures, it doesn't tally with what reality is saying. But of course, we had one of Labour Party's chieftain also joined the program yesterday, and he also, agreed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on some policies that he actually did well, or is even performing well. So, and I asked him, I said, is he politically driven as regards to that statement, or is just saying it based on, factual facts? But that was what he actually, mentioned. So let's just believe that this is what it is. But of course, Nigerians also have what the situation is. Nigeria's democracy under threat, Article 1, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has sounded the alarm, warning that Nigeria's democracy is facing an existential threat due to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration allegedly weakening opposition party and shrinking democratic space. These trends, Atiku notes, could lead to a de facto one-party state. And of course, I know that we've been talking about that particular one for a while now, as being against one-party state. But why are the coalition group not also strong enough, or other opposition party? I am still of the opinion that Atiku was still meant to remain in the PDP and build that particular party instead of everybody. So the new trend now is when once a party looks like it's not strong anymore, we move and either join coalition or we go to the winning side. What happens to you rebuilding? Everybody shedding their swords and trying to see how to build a formidable, opposition party instead of moving from here to there. So that means that in the coming years, if the ADC is not so doing fine and the APC now looks like the Messiah again all of a sudden, then some people would actually still move there. So for me, it's about your integrity. It doesn't speak well. That's all I would say as regards to that particular. So instead for you to always point fingers at the ruling party, you should also fix your party. If your party is okay, if your party looks good, I don't think anybody would also want to leave your party to another state, to another party. Someone once mentioned a particular statement. They said if you have TV at home, they don't think that your child would go to the neighbor's place to, peep from the window to watch TV on the other side. So, but that's all we're saying here. Let's move away from that particular and talk about the man of the moment who actually, was granted bail. Court grants Abubakar Malami 500 million bail money laundering case. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, his wife, and of course his son, in the sum of 500 million each, with two sureties. The sureties must have landed property in Asokoro, Maitama, of course, Grandpa, and submit their traveling documents to the court. Malami and his sureties were also ordered to deposit their 2 recent passport photographs with the court, and the court ruled that Malami must not travel outside the country without the court's permission, and it will remain, of course, in Kuje prison pending the perfection of his bail conditions. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had filed a 16-count charge alleged money laundering case against Malami, his son, and of course his wife. So I actually saw a particular debate, online today as regards to how much was stolen and how much is the bail. And we know one thing about this country: when once someone is granted bail, it's very hard before you put them, behind bars again, except on rare cases. But let's see what will happen. So in total, Malami and his family actually paid a whopping sum of 1.5 billion naira, And I must also ask, all of this money that court gets to take as regards to, bail fees and all of that, where did this money go to? Is it the same federal government? I will need clarity. We just want accountability as regards to, how funds have been spent, because this money, in the long run, is also our money. These were part of our budget loot that I was talked about. So much is really going on in the country. In a situation whereby some would steal billions or trillions of naira, and they would actually give them a fine of 30, 50 million naira for them to go back to their home. So Nigeria is just a country that we just have to be patient enough to hope that someday it will be better. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044700605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, the Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting first, conversation here. I take a stand. I won't step down for anyone. Don't go nowhere. Stay safe, please have it. Welcome back to the program Minister People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has dismissed calls for him to step down in favor of Peter Obi in the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The presidential ticket, of course, is not clear for now, but is insisting that no aspirant will withdraw for another in the coalition. Atiku emphasized the party's commitment to an open, transparent, and competitive process for selecting its flag bearer. Atiku stated emphatically, no one is stepping down in the ADC presidential race. He accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of attempting to destabilize the ADC by interfering in its internal affairs. Atiku also criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, describing it as a national liability, and suggesting that Tinubu should be the one to step aside. The ADC is currently focused on building its grassroots structures nationwide. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Savior.
Officially, this is our...
Yeah, this is our first show.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
We only spoke on the phone,
Yes.
You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
So, you heard all of the news stories, and of course, talking about Atiku Abubakar's, assertion as regards to no one is going to step down for anybody in this particular race. What implication might Atiku's refusal to step down have on the ADC's chance in the 2027 presidential election?
Well, he has said it, that it's going to be an open contestation, that all the aspirants are going to contest, and the one that he favors most will be the one that will clinch the ticket. I've always said it, Savior, that Atiku Abubakar will not organize a political party and give the ticket to another person to fly the flag of that.
Especially when he even donated his office.
I mean, I said last week Wednesday, I had this discussion in our sister station.
Yeah.
And almost everybody that, called in started branding me names and calling me that, saying that I have APC ticket and all that. It was last week Wednesday that Obi actually decamped
on the 31st. Yes.
So it was our major discussion in our sister station last week Wednesday. And I told our listener in that show then that if Atiku Abubakar is contesting the presidential ticket under ADC, it will be difficult for Obi to have that ticket. It was good Obi decamped, but I don't know the agreement or arrangement that they have before Obi actually decamped. And many of them were like, Obi is not a baby. He would have gotten the assurance that he was going to be given the ticket before he decamped. Good and well, if there is any arrangement of that nature. But if there is no arrangement of that nature, like what we are hearing now, Atiku Abubakar's aide has repeated this, has said this thing before, that Atiku Abubakar was going to contest. Then we also heard from Dele Momodu, a very close ally of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, that he was going to contest. And now the aide has repeated it again. And now we are getting, we are in the new year. The political atmosphere is getting tensed, gradually. By June, July, we'll start seeing primaries coming up. Campaign will officially kick off on the 18th of November this year for the general election. So everything about the election is just for some time, just some months from now. So this is the best time that we'll have to weigh our pros and cons and actually know where this coalition is going to lead Nigeria to. Because if, like I said, if Atiku is contesting, financial muscle to get the ticket, Obi does not have it.
He doesn't have it, or he doesn't want to spend it. Which of them?
No. You see the ones, 2019, Atiku Abubakar got a PDP ticket.
Yeah.
2023, he got it. You understand? And go and look at what happened. So yesterday that they said dollars were being used to buy delegates. Delegates started switching allegiance. Apart from Tamboa stepping down from him at the last minute in Port Harcourt during the PDP's primary.
Yeah.
We saw that much money exchange hands. So most of the delegates that are actually coming for primaries are coming to line up their pocket because there is so much. All the aspirants are actually coming with money. In Nigeria, there has to be the highest bidder. This is not who is coming to actually become a messiah for Nigerians. And it is when you get the presidential ticket first from a political party, before every other supporter that say, we want this person to be our president, we have the opportunity. If the wrong person gets it, some other persons might withdraw. So this is not our candidate, you understand? That was what happened in PDP in 2023 general election. It was even what caused the trouble between Wike and Atiku Abubakar that led to where PDP is today. Before the G5 now came up and all that.
Yeah.
So I am foreseeing a very dark and cloudy political atmosphere for ADC at this moment. It's not this one former vice president is talking about that APC is accusing President Tinubu. This is not really about President Tinubu's matter. If they actually want to have a credible opposition as ADC, somebody like himself should have played the role of another statesman for this 2027 general election. And second, this, as it is, there is an arrangement, north and south. Now, their brother in the north has had 8 years. Then we have the present president now from the south. Ideally, the certain people will want the present president to have 8 years. But if there must be a change coming in, it must also be that the person that will succeed him, if really, the APC will definitely feature him. Then let ADC also think of, okay, we want somebody that will challenge the sitting president. Let's give a ticket to anybody from the south that we believe will be able to challenge him. I don't want to start, mentioning names now. It could be anybody from the south. Let us, every one of us from the north, rally around him and campaign for him in the north, knowing fully whether he's only coming to do 4 years. It will not come back to us in the north.
Okay.
And those of them who are actually aspiring to become president from the north, as soon as the south ends their 8 years by 2031, they cannot come in. So if we are now using this greed and it must be me, selfishness, and say, no, I have to go because I have the big fat pocket and because I am popular. You may be popular, within the party now. But this analogy I'm just telling you as savior might also lead to some kind of sympathy votes. People will say, no, it is not the turn of the knot yet. Even if they like you and say, no, we must complete our 8 years. Your brother have just completed their 8 years. Put all this one into parameter and let's drop this selfishness and it must be me. I must grab it by all means. Let's drop it. If you actually think of want to save Nigeria, that you are actually saying that this present APC is not doing well and that we need to change the leadership of Nigeria, put all these ones into consideration and drop yourself out of it. And let's see how it goes. If you give the ticket to somebody else that is, and rally around him, even your humongous fat pocket, use it to support this person. But what we are talking about, my people say, it doesn't matter how you kill your enemy, provided he dies. Okay, rally around with him and say, we want to change this APC government by all means. Let me drop this toga. Let me drop this my selfish attitude towards I must be president for these 4 years. Let somebody from the south actually contest. Then they can get a VP from the north. Then let's join hands and campaign with this person. It will go well. But this one that we are not hearing, it's going to be an open contestation. All the aspirants are coming to contest, and the one that gets it is a political statement, my brother.
Okay.
And it will not lead us anywhere.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I love the fact that you took your time to touch every necessary areas of this conversation. But let me pick it up from the middle. Of course, I'll go back to the beginning where you picked it up from. You said that what you would have advised is for the ADC to all come together, rally around the southern person.
Yes.
To go and it would just do it the remaining 4 years. Do you think there is anybody in that particular coalition that just wants to do 4 years? Don't forget that the politicians we're looking at today, they're all greedy. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. If they are not, the same Atiku Abubakar said that if he doesn't win a particular election, he's not coming back to contest again. He said it before, he lost, he came back again. Now, he mentioned the same statement in 2023, if you remember. He said that would be the last election he will be contesting. And what happened? After he lost, today, the same Atiku Abubakar has said he also wants to be in the race. So which southern person would actually want to leave, that particular seat of power, being addressed as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces for 4 years? That's the first question I need to ask you. But let me move up to that of the coalition situation. If you recall, when some people were actually making speculations, and of course, Obi was saying that he was waiting for the ADC to talk about zoning. And Abdullahi, the spokesperson for the ADC, he said that they are not there yet. But of course, they don't even have issues with as regards to, zoning, but they are not there yet. We don't know what Obi discussed with them. But the same way you talked about popularity from the beginning of the conversation as regards to Atiku being popular, But when we talk about the obedient movement, there is a reaction coming from them. And there would be a reaction coming from them. The same reaction came from some loyalists to Wike at the primaries. That particular day I was in Abuja when that particular power play happened. So we saw so much that happened. In short, Wike branded different luxurious buses, coastal buses, thinking he already won that primaries. Until what happened.
Tambuwa stepped down.
For
his brother.
Where they will tell you Arewa is Arewa.
Yeah.
Now, the same situation now. The ADC are not planning to zone, their presidential tickets to the south. They want to make it open. And you know what it means for you to keep something open? Obi does not have a chance where Atiku is. Let's call it spade a spade. I'm just giving a prediction. But if Obi loses in the primaries, do you think ADC will still become, or they will still be that particular strong, a coalition group?
That's the big question now, Savior. If Obi loses the primary.
And I also want to talk about the southern person that you are thinking that would just want to do
No, I'm getting there. Yeah. If Obi loses the primary, the obedience that are saying wherever Obi goes, they will go with him.
They came out last week and they talked about that Obi must not become a vice to anybody.
Yes, will they still remain in ADC and say, okay, since Obi lost the primary, whoever that emerged as the presidential candidate for ADC, they will go with that person? Would they still remain?
They wouldn't.
That's the big issue, because Obedient is not talking about political party. Obedient is saying they are talking about
Obi, that's
as
all.
a person.
And they're not even.
They are
They don't
even
want
saying
it.
that Obi must not be talking about vice presidential candidate for any political party. Obi himself have also said it that he has visited presidents, so many presidents in the world leaders, and that he has been sitting and meeting with world leaders. Why will he be talking about becoming a vice president when he has been meeting with world leaders? He gave a categorical example on how he went to locate the president of Indonesia in his village and asked him some certain question. How he met Paul Kagame and others of Rwanda. So he has been meeting he has been meeting presidents, sitting presidents. And because of that, Obi said he is not even going to get settled for a vice presidential candidate. So now, with this kind of arrangement, I still watched Bolaji Abdullahi yesterday in one of the channels, still talking about they are not there yet. Why are they saying they are not there yet? When some of their leaders are already making statements. Atiku Abubakar is making statement that everybody is going to open race to contest for the ticket of ADC. Knowing fully well that if they go for that open race, people like Obi can win that thing. Amechi can win it.
I think Amechi even agreed that he can be a minister.
Well, I mean, you understand? I mean, I'm talking of those certain leaders, big wigs that are in that ADC. So, in particular, Obi has said it, that 4 years is enough for him to position Nigeria. That he is ready to do 4 years. He has said it. That he is ready to do 4 years and you hand over. He would have put he would have put all the channels, all the platforms in place. That whoever is taking over from him, we have where to build on.
Mr. Elvis, I would like us to actually look at facts and figures.
No, it's not about facts and figures. If you look at that, he has said it. We will remind him.
Now, that's the thing. When you use the word "we will remind him," have you forgotten how many things we've reminded different presidents?
No, we have not.
We've reminded governors.
We have not tried it in some persons.
No, you don't understand. When they come out, they read their manifesto, they come to campaign. We get to remind them. The same way you and I reminded the president as regards to him saying ASU strike will become a thing of the past. When we did a retrospect of last year, did we not see ASU surface? Did we not see resident doctors strike surface? So the situation of us always saying that we remind, don't forget that the same Obi, when he was a governor, it was once impeached, right?
Yeah.
But he came back. And just like the situation of Fubara, who once mentioned that my mind is off from that seat. I don't even want to go back. Ever since I left that particular seat, after he was suspended, I've been fine. But that's the same Fubara that is fighting for that seat today. So I just feel it is quite rare and difficult to find any politician in Nigeria that will tell you he wants to do that 4 years and step away when they were not removed forcefully.
Yeah, but that's true. They are greedy. But remember, by 2031, if Obi gets it in 2027 to 2031, it will not be favoring the South any longer. Because this arrangement that we have, even though it's not constitutional, that we go to the North, we definitely leave him. Everybody will now be looking at it that, okay, we supported you to get in there, even though you are from the South in second to do your 4 years. The Northerners, you cannot even get to the presidency of Nigeria with only certain votes. So if he gets in there, which means you have gotten so much popular vote from the North as well. So if you look at that parameter around him, even if he's wanting to renege on his promise, he might not favor him. And again, remember, there's still going to be primaries before you get the ticket in 2031. If his body language is changing and he's not ready to leave office, he might even lose the primaries from the beginning. It's possible. So let us even just leave what do you call it now? Leave doubts, benefit of doubt, and see whether if he's giving the ticket to fly the ADC ticket in 2027 and by 2021, whether he will be living there. And in Nigeria, he said within 4 years we're able to reform Nigeria. Whether he will be able to reform Nigeria, we just want to start from somewhere. We have had this kind of APC 10 years now, 10 years and 6 months now. They've been in this nation now, ruling this nation. What is different from PDP 16 years? It's even worse with APC 10 years now. I was reading the report before I came into the studio now that about 141 million Nigerians by 2026, in December 2026, this year we go into poverty.
Yeah.
PwC just released that. So is that why I'm moving Nigeria forward now, moving Nigeria backward? So if you look at, if you look, remember 2018, 2019, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world under APC.
But I want to ask you a question. Since you're actually making it look like it's a party thing, I would like to throw the question to you. Of course, I did to Mr. Delefanimo yesterday on the show. Do you think that the PDP's administration is better than APC's administration?
101%.
But please don't also forget, I would allow you, give me your reasons, of course, but don't forget that in the PDP administration, we also had 1,001 people who were also corrupt, and they also stole funds.
No. Yes, good. Let's start from there.
All right.
Even we had 1,001 corrupt persons. Then, we now have 1,000.
And some of them are the same people that people are calling Messiah today.
Yeah, I'm coming there. We all now have 1,002 in APC. The same PDP that said, okay, we are talking about 1,001 corrupt persons. They actually set up EFCC that we are still using today.
Yeah.
They set up ICPC that we are still using today. We saw that the first chairman of EFCC then, the present National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, how he was able to investigate his boss, late Balogun, IG Balogun, and brought Balogun to the situation that left to his abrupt retirement and left the police force. That was his boss. We also saw there was a time that this padding that has become a need, that has become so glaring now in APC. We have just heard the budget now, 58 point something. We don't know how much is padded in it, but we'll hear later, very soon, when they start breaking it down. Padding, there was padding that when Adolfo Wabara was the Senate president, former minister for housing, environment and housing, something like that, Mama Mobolaji, that woman from Ondo State, her budget was padded. Then there was this also Fabian Osuji, education minister, was also fingered in padded budget. Obasanjo was outside the country when this matter got to the house and the matter became an issue. When he came in, Obasanjo first of all sacked these ministers. He sacked them because of budget padding. We have never had it again now since in Nigeria. Then I told the National Assembly that I don't have confidence in your leader any longer. I don't have any confidence in your leader again. That was what led to the impeachment of Adolfo Wabara as Senate president. We have had that. In terms of fighting corruption, we have had that at least under President Olusegun Obasanjo. Yes, it may not be sent, may not be that perfect, but at least we can mention some of these ones. How many have you heard in APC government? The so-called Messiah who told Nigeria was going to fight corruption, the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Look at all these ministers now, many of them that are there now with EFCC. We went further. Today,
we also have PDP's ministers who also, went in. Don't forget.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I'm telling you some of those ones that at least we can mention in PDP that PDP did, even though they were in power. At least did, for their own members. Then we also have today that even this debt now that Nigeria we don't even know how much we are owing now. PDP paid it all and gave Nigeria a clean slate. Within these few years of APC now, Nigeria is now wallowing in debt.
A serious one to be
serious one for that matter.
Yeah.
Then we also saw that at least infrastructure, if not for any other thing, I could sit down in my house now and also be talking to you in the studio and be doing this show. We have had this technology in the world ever since, but we never had it in Nigeria. It was PDP's era that we have a GSM.
You're only talking you're talking about the person of former President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yeah, if you mention PDP, you mention Olusegun Obasanjo. Right. You also, I'm coming. You also saw that at least gave us this technology that at least, even if we want to talk to somebody now, we can have a guest now from Port Harcourt, from any part of the world, will be in this studio with us. We saw technological change. We also saw one bold thing he did that Nigerians cannot really remember him for. When he got into power, President Olusegun Obasanjo, he said, no, every military officer that have tasted political power must go.
Yeah.
He cannot curtail these people in the barrack, and he will remain in Aso Rock. He retired all of them. Even those of them who were having that ambition that, let them come in. Maybe in the next 3 years, we cannot begin to talk of coup and not have to flush them out. He retired them. How many presidents of this world can have that boldness? He did it. If you want to start mentioning most of these things that PDP did, that before we got into the hands of APC that said they were coming as Messiah that we are today now. There are so many. This lifestyle we are living now that Nigerians can no longer feed. I didn't drive just from Aja to this place and I paid almost 4,000 naira this afternoon. Transport fare within Lagos. I'm not out of Lagos. I didn't go out of Lagos. Was it like this then? A liter of fuel now, that as at the time Jonathan was living, how much was a liter of fuel? Jonathan was 90-something.
But you know, this is actually a global change thing, and so many things evolve. And so
are there still no countries in the world today that are still enjoying? If you are talking of global change, why is it that global change is always affecting the people and it's not affecting them? If you are talking of global change, Savior, you should also be talking of welfare to cushion it for the people. You should. That is what
not
government.
Taxing them.
Not taxing them. That's what government is all about. But in our own case, we are always pushed to the brink. Nigerians are always pushed to the brink.
Okay.
Since APC came in.
Mr. Evans, yes, I love the fact that you said Nigeria are always pushed to the brink. Now, some people actually made some assertions that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done so much, but Atiku Abubakar's statement says otherwise. He said the president has made Nigeria a national liability. That was the statement he mentioned. But I would like you to talk about that because Comrade Eragbi Anslem from the Labour Party, he actually said that so many policies that the president is doing is really, going on well, and it's serving the people, in as much as it's still lacking in some parts. But over time, I've seen so many people saying that all of his policies, his reforms, none of them is actually yielding good results for the people, which I'd wanted to, take up simultaneously with the situation of me asking you, do you think that Atiku's opening, saying that the ticket should be open, is about wanting anybody at all to challenge challenge the APC, or this is based on his personal, greed for power?
His personal greed. If they are talking about opening the ticket for the primaries of ADC to everybody that wants to contest, it means they just want to give a smooth ride to APC to continue until 2031. That's just what I'm saying. Because if the wrong person comes from ADC, Nigerians will not vote for ADC. If the wrong person comes, because we just look at. I mean, how are you going to convince Nigeria for some names we are seeing in ADC? Nigeria know why they are talking of ADC today, because they are talking of ADC because of one person. If only they give Obi ticket, Nigeria will see a change. But if that ticket is not in the hands of Obi, I doubt. It will just be like a smooth say for APC to continue.
But of course, they are making different projections that the ADC would even be very strong, of course, in the north. And they said that they are trying to build their grassroots,
they could be strong enough. Maybe they will win some states. But we're not about winning the presidency.
They talk about even to the south that they are building, their grassroots,
No, the building will start from Osun and Ekiti and FCT local government elections. That we have FCT local government is next month.
Yeah.
Ekiti and Osun is coming in this year. We want to see what they are building from the grassroots. We want to see even if they don't win the governorship of that state, they should be able to have some legislators.
But I think they said they are more focused on the presidential race because they have.
I mean, even if they are talking of focusing on, but we have to start seeing that gradually, at least they are making inroads into getting to the presidential race. Then you asked about. I mean, Atiku Abubakar is talking about President Tinubu wanting to make Nigeria a one-party state. It starts from them. When they don't do the right thing, things of this nature will easily happen. If people like him,
all right, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller there. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right, I think the network is not making us get that particular call here. All right, let's go ahead. Okay, sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Oh, I think that was a drop call. Please go ahead.
So if people like him, at least he has been wanting to be president of Nigeria since 1993. I'm talking of the former vice president.
Yeah.
Till today, he sees that, okay, it's not too smooth for me to be there this time. Why don't he support somebody to be there? Must it be? Mandela came out of prison after 27 years. He did only 4 years and handed over. Is it not the same Africa? Can't you be an elder statesman and everybody will respect you? Okay, no, but people may not respect General Abdul Salam Bakar today in Nigeria. But if you look at what he did, he wrote his name in the book of history, good history
Yeah.
in Nigeria. When IBB was there for 7-8 years, could not conduct a presidential election for Nigerians to be returned to democracy. Eventually, Abacha came in. We have had Abacha for almost about 6 years plus or 7 years. He did not. But when he came in, within 9 months, he handed over. May 29 is not a significant date in Nigeria. But he made that day a significant date and said, let this thing go. Can't somebody also give such sacrifice for things to work?
Okay,
no,
so-
say Bijou at all time.
So
he would
what-
have said, I want to remain there for 5 years before I conduct election. Nigerians would have still be here.
But you know that the same way Obi has his own movement, as regards to the obedient movement, that's the same way Atiku also has.
Yes,
his own
he
thing.
has. That's what I'm saying.
So the situation of you saying now that can't he just do the sacrifice?
No, the sacrifice I'm
Yes.
saying is, get me clear. The sacrifice I'm saying is that the internal arrangement that we still have in this our democracy today is that let start do their own too.
Okay.
That's where I'm speaking from. Now, a certain person is there and he has done 4 years. We'll complete his 4 years by 2027.
Yeah.
Then, if another certain person is coming from a stronger opposition now, like KDC, and say, okay, I want to also contest this same position with this my own brother from the side that's already there. And the North actually now believe that, okay, this president we have there now, we are not enjoying his regime administration.
Yeah.
Nigerians are not enjoying his administration, and they want a change by all means. Why don't they rally around that person from the South who has said he's going to do 4 years and he's going to leave after 4 years and say, okay, let's just remove this your brother from
Now
the South.
that's where I was waiting for you. You know, you have said this, which is actually a lovely, explanation. But Mr. Harris, don't forget that Atiku also has his own people that believes in him first. Secondly, that believes that he alone can take Nigeria off from this particular position we are in today, and not even Obi. And don't forget that after President Muhammad Buhari left of blessed memories, after he left office, the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saw so many Northerners leave office. He reshuffled, and the North didn't get so much, except we just want to lie to ourselves here. It became obvious that so many key areas, were taken over by the South.
They don't even call it South, they call it Lagos boys.
You understand? They even call them Lagos
boys.
So in a situation like that, don't you think that this particular, part of, Nigeria, this region, already has a way they perceive everybody from the South as regards to that particular presidential seat? So they don't even want a situation where they would be, looked down upon anymore or removed from office. And that's why they're saying, okay, they want their person to go in any way. Because some of them are not even blaming their own former president that came from Katsina. But today, they are blaming the president that came from the West more. So in a situation like that, it's quite dicey. This particular side is saying the man that they are supporting is not even the part that they're supporting this man, and this man must not even become a vice. And on this other side, this man also says he's not going to back down because his people also want him to go. In a situation like that, do you think that if the so-called person or whoever it is wants to decide to sacrifice, for the party and of course for Nigerians, as you rightly said, do you think that the party will still have that support from his own place, especially coming with his own bloc?
It is simple. If you are complaining of a particular administration and the person that is leading you also joining that complaint, oh, this administration is not good to us, it's not favoring us, and that person has been able to come up with a formidable political party to challenge that administration that you are complaining of. And that person says, come, for now, this arrangement is not favoring us now. Let's let this man go. It's my person. I'm standing in for you people. Let's vote en masse for him. Followers are very ready to follow their principle at all times, especially in a political form.
Okay.
You see what some of obedience are saying now, that if it is not presidential candidate for any party, they are not going to follow Obi. That's what followers are all about. A follower like Atiku Abubakar can easily talk to his people and say, this is my candidate. Let's vote en masse for him. Then, by immediately after these 4 years, we know what to do. Okay. Let them even use these 4 years to get themselves, into power in Nigeria, and Nigeria begin to see, oh, they have actually. We now begin to also have 4 years to measure with them. PDP, APC, and ADC. Then we now say, okay, 2031, ADC only 4 years gave us this. That means we can go with this. That will even give them a better profile to actually campaign with in 2031 than now allowing greed again to come in 2027 and that greed will now erode the chance they may have in 2031.
Okay, Mr. Ives, I would like us to move to, of course, the second conversation as regards to Wiki or us. You know, APC gives Tinubu deadline in Rivers power struggle. The All Progressive Congress have actually said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you know, should actually pick between, they said they are getting to that particular point. Senior figures in Nigeria's ruling All Progressive Congress have issued a stern warning to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, threatening to ask him to choose between the party or Federal Capital Secretary Minister Nyesom Wike. The warning follows Wike's declaration that Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara will not secure a second term in the 2027 election, which has angered APC loyalists in the state. The APC leaders are concerned about Wike's growing influence and action in Rivers State, which they fear could fracture party unity and set stage for a confrontation with the presidency. Of course, Wike, who is not officially registered with the APC, has been at odds with Fubara, and the party is worried that these particular maneuvers could undermine Tinubu 2027. And you know, the National Secretary has actually said that Wike is not their member and should not even make such statement that the APC National Working Committee will do everything they can to protect their own, you know, members as regards to being governor and what have you. So, for us to round off this conversation and to wrap it up for the day, what do you think about this APC situation?
I think the secretary spoke very well. Bashiru Ajibola, the National Secretary of APC, he spoke very well. And he spoke the mind of almost every Nigerian. It is an insult for somebody that is not a member of that party to now begin to dictate for who is going to be the candidate of a particular state.
But don't you think he's the one that owns the political structure of River State?
What's political structure? Their constitution says that the leader, the governor of every state is the leader of that state. And if he's
the leader of that state, of course, yes.
If he so does well.
But this is political structure.
No, if he so does well and the people want him back, why won't he get the ticket? It's an insult for you to come to my house and begin to pull me out of my sitting room and my bedroom and say you want to take over. No, every power I have, I will use to fight you.
Don't forget that this is boy.
Let me tell you what he has done in PDP.
Put him that seat.
What he has done in PDP.
Okay.
Might enter APC if they don't check it immediately. This destruction he has destroyed PDP to where we are today. If they don't check it now, he has just planted the seed. What is the function of toying to the 23 local government and be talking of a thank you visit after 2.5 years of election? Because the National Secretary went to commission some project about 3 weeks ago in Rivers and saw what Fubara is doing and said, with all this I'm saying, you deserve a second tenure. That was the only pronouncement. So that panically took Wike out of Abuja.
Okay, for us to round off now, Mr. Ives, are you saying Fubara is finally safe? And do you think that Wike would actually lose the favor of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
I am actually waiting for how President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is going to handle this matter, because last year when this matter started at this moment that led to the emergency rule, Fubara was still a member of PDP, and Wike was still a member of PDP. Now Fubara has joined his political party. What he did in Lagos during the removal of Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House Assembly, and after about 3 months, he brought him back to power and quelled that imbroglio that was coming up in Lagos State. We want to see him do more of it now in Rivers. I want to see whether APC will trade Fubara for Wike in this 2027 general election, because the president has the power to hire and fire. If he's loyal to the president and the president wants to keep him, the party and leadership and the party members with what is going on now, and even the governors, the progressive governors are in support of Fubara, because they know what happened to Fubara. If they don't check it, might happen to any of them. Okay. So if they now withdraw their support from President Tinubu, there is no vote in federal. The votes are in the states. Okay. Do you understand? If he wants to start campaigning today, he's going to be moving around the states, and it's the state governor that will host him in whichever state he goes.
Thank you so much.
If he does that, he might lose the interest of the state governors, and that will spare doom for his political ambition.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ives, for joining the program. That was quite a very intense one there. But of course, just for me to leave you with this, don't forget that the same president actually did it to somebody some years ago. Don't forget. He also did the same thing that Wike is doing.
He was not a presidential candidate then.
But it's fine.
He wasn't. He knows what it means now. Rivers State now is not as important.
So press for time, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Ives, so press for time, and I'm so sorry that we can't actually take more. But of course, I know that you have so much to say as regards to Wike's conversation. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, if you love the world of sports, I would like you to stay put to enjoy the program. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last for so.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This lovely afternoon, the locker room is the program, and it promises to be exciting. It's a full house, and it's with me, Jerry, Arpelion High, and of course, the guys with me making sure they serve you the hottest gist as far as football is concerned. Ikechukwu makes a return, and of course, we'll be having Maiwa joining us virtually, and of course, I will hit the ground running by starting with Ikechukwu because the feelers from the camp is that the players are refusing to train, they're refusing to travel to Marrakech for the game against Algeria. They say that all the bonuses from the African Cup of Nations must be paid up to the knockout stage before they will set a foot on the training pitch or even move to Marrakech. What is it about the players and lack of trust and communication with the NFF? Is it that these players have lost all decorum or respect for those who run our football? Because it only comes to this when they've lost respect for the NFF. This has become a reoccurring precedent. It happened in the World Cup playoff. Now it's coming to the African Cup of Nations proper. This is rather embarrassing.
All right, Jerry, good evening. And of course, to our viewers, it's good to be here to talk football. It's actually very sad news to, start the evening with. The Super Eagles actually should be preparing to actually take on that game. I mean, if we prepare early, Algeria is going to be very difficult. I mean, putting ourselves in this particular position where we have to start preparing late, it means it's going to even be more Herculean to actually, overcome that particular game. But let's focus on what the NFF has been up to for, a very, very long time. I mean, we've had, people come out. I mean, people who actually face the NFF, from the female team to the coaches of the female team to ex-international. Sunday Olise came out a couple of days ago. I mean, months ago to actually talk about, him being still old. Many coaches have also come out to actually, make the same inference. Of course, these guys also don't forget that before the World Cup playoff actually started, a member of the Super Eagles, current player who actually spoke in anonymous, spoke anonymously, actually said that, many of these guys haven't actually been paid in the last 2 years, and also said that, even the ones that actually went to the Unity Cup, he inquired from them because he was not part of it, and they also said they weren't even paid. And of course, you recall that the guys also showed this same attitude before that particular game against DR Congo. No, I think it was again before the game against Gabon, and the presidency has to, the president needs to actually step in and to actually assure the guys that he's definitely going to be paying the money, and these guys decide to actually move on to the pitch and get the job done. Now we're actually faced with this. At this point, I'm not going to really blame the players. The truth is, when you keep giving your word over time and then keep going back, reneging on whatever it is you promise someone, your word becomes nothing. And when your word worth nothing, you're absolutely worth nothing yourself because you're obviously disrespecting yourself. And for the players, they see this as the only chance they can actually, bargain, because now they know that the whole nation is actually watching. The chip right now, they have all the aces in their hands, the cards to actually play. So if they go into the pitch and then fail to actually win that particular game, there's no way they're going to be paid those bonus. I mean, those bonus can actually hang in for another 2-3 years, and that's going to be also sad. They know that going into this particular game, if they, make their demands known and get their money now, whatever happens in the game against Algeria is definitely not going to change anything. So for me, I think I really like what they're actually doing at this point. Not because, I think it's the very best approach, but because of the way people who run our football has actually shown that they also do not really care at the end of the day. They get paid. I mean, we've not had, any member of any former member of the Glass House come out to say they've not been paid for XYZ months. But every single time the players who get the job done, the reason why the money is being voted by FIFA and other governing body to the Glass House, every single time people who the major actors come out to say they've not been paid, including coach Eric also said the same thing. So that's why it's even difficult for coaches, and top players, senior players, ex-international to come out to actually talk to this, but because they've also passed through this same. It's actually not a good place to be in. So for me, I don't have any thing to actually say about these guys. I think every laborers deserve their wages, and at this point, these guys should actually demand for it, and they should actually be paid.
All right, it's rather sad that when we should be talking about how to defeat Algeria, the players are asking for money that they are owed because they've lost trust in the NFF to do the needful when the time matters. And of course, we're waiting for my wife to join us eventually. But before we get to that, let's talk about last night's fixtures. It was a blockbuster of games, and we saw the defending champions play like champions after the dispatched Burkina Faso by 3-0. And of course, one man is on fire at the moment, talking about Manchester United's Amad Diallo. Is it that he went to the AFCON, he took the glory of Manchester United to the AFCON? Anyway, there was no glory left at United anyway. Old Trafford was already filled with dust. Anyway, Mayo, it's great to have you. It's timely to have you join us on this auspicious day. We're just talking about your player, Amad Diallo, doing great things for Ivory Coast at the African Cup of Nations.
Well, he's so rich from, coming from, somebody that is saying the ambition is to be above Manchester United. But in any case, he's a good ambassador for Manchester United. I think Manchester United guys have been doing so well. Cameroon too, they've been able to scale through. So it shows that, Manchester United has a lot to offer. However, coming to the issue of the Super Eagles, the snakes strike again. The Yorubas will say, Toban here, you will know the Mashira, meaning if the village people are following you, you have to caution yourself. It seems the NFF, the village people are following them. I don't understand. We knew what happened against, during the playoff. That was what ended the career of Trishekong with the national team. It is because these people were owing the players money, and they were allowed this distraction again to get us off the track. The players will lose sight of concentrating on the game on Saturday. And when the game comes out and we eventually mess up in that game, the NFF will answer. As far as I'm concerned, everybody in the glass house, especially the Gusau-led NFF, they should be stuck in jail. They should stick them in jail. Because I do not understand how government will allocate money to you. And we are still having issues of players complaining about the allowances not being paid to them. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. Monies are being released. Here, was already giving them allocation for this particular tournament. Where are all this money? Are they saying the NFF did not release the money? Are they just aware that we are going to the Nations Cup? How come this is happening all the time? And these are the people that cannot account for money being given to them. As far as I'm concerned, if our so-called agency, our conference agency, if they don't step up, we'll continue to face this embarrassment. It's embarrassing that a country as big as Nigeria, we have our players, protesting for unpaid wages. And I will not blame the players. They have every right to do it. It just does not make any sense. I hope the EFCC and the ICPC, I hope the Sport Commission, if they are not in, in cahoots with the NFF board, but not continue to have a board that will be disgracing Nigeria and disgracing our footballers in the public. We are watching our destiny lining in public, and it seems there is no sight, there's no end in sight. It's just so shameful that this might be the end of our Nations Cup journey in Morocco because of the incompetence of the NFF.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, but we'll rather get to that because I'm still trying to get updates with what's happening as far as at the camp of the Eagles is concerned. The players have refused to train, and they said that they will not be heading to Marrakech, where they'll be playing on Saturday against the Desert Forces of Algeria. But let's talk about the defending champions of the Nations Cup. Ivory Coast secured their passes to the quarterfinals of the tournament following an efficient 3-0 win over Burkina Faso in the round of 16 at Stade de Marrakech on Tuesday night. Following a frantic start to the match, Ivory Coast manufactured their first corner of the match in the 3rd minute, while Burkina Faso broke quickly with a long-range shot that was saved by the goalkeeper. And of course, Amad Diallo proved to be a tricky customer to deal with as he continued to pressure the Burkina Faso backline with darting runs at the 10th minute mark, with 2 chances created in quick succession, and the Ivorians were in control of the tie early on. And of course, Mayowa, we all saw what happened. And of course, the Ivorians are looking like they want to defend this title. And then you see, since you are sporting orange, you're looking like an Ivorian already. Anyway, Amad Diallo has been on fire. 3 goals in 4 matches. He's been on form. He broke the deadlock in the 19th minute after being the danger man for his nation since the first whistle. And after a quick passing move on the edge of the area, the Manchester United star capped off the sequence with a goal from close range. And of course, that goal was pure masterclass. It showed that he's a great talent and he's one for the future.
I think he has brought the form, he displayed the Manchester United, he has brought it to the Ivorian side. And, his importance in that particular team cannot be overemphasized. He's a very integral part of that particular team. And he has been very, very, very important for them getting to this particular stage. Emerson Faye, which is the coach, a lot of people did not give him a chance. Now he has been able to build a profile for himself, taking them from, a position of despair to the title last year. And he has continued to do that steadily without making a whole lot of noise. And I think the Ivorian side, when the tournament to start, they dropped a Nicolas Pepe because of the comments he made. And a lot of people were up in hands and saying, this might probably affect the Ivorian side and the rest of that. And lo and behold, they've shown that they don't have to wait for Nicolas Pepe before they put in the performance. And Amad Diallo and Diamande, they've already stepped up this particular tournament and they've been delivering with the goals. They seem to be very dangerous with the momentum they have at the moment. I will not be surprised if I see them in the semi-final because of how they've been able to put in a consistent performance, which has brought them this far. Kudos to our boy Amad Diallo. Is representing Manchester United very well in this particular AFCON.
Representing Manchester United very well. And of course, I hope he did not take the glory of United to this AFCON, but it is what it is. Yan Ivory Coast doubled the advantage through Yan Diomande shortly after the 30th minute mark as he opened his account at the showpiece. And again, at the forefront of the Ivorians attack, Diallo drove the ball forward before picking out Diomande, who subsequently guided the ball home on the edge of the box. And of course, they say the rest is history as they won that game by 3-0. And Banzu Mana Torre added a third in the 86th minute to jot down 2 goals in his last 2 matches. And of course, it looks like Emerson Faye has found a way to win games and at big occasions. And what a coincidental appointment has led to a good AFCON title, and it's looking like he's on his way. And they will take on Egypt this Saturday. Maiwa, do you think that the Ivorians stand a big chance in defending this title with the way they're going?
Well, I think it's a possibility. The last time we saw any team, defend the tournament is about 15 years ago. That was when Egypt last won it back-to-back. And since then, no team has been able to do it. The titles have moved around quite a bit. However, I think we cannot take it away from them. Give a good account of themselves. And if you look at the Egyptian side, to be honest with you, in as much as they've been getting the victory, and the hallmark of a good team is to get the result even when you are not playing that well. They've not been that fantastic. If you are going to assess the Egyptians have been playing so far, out of all the 4 games they've played, they've only been fantastic in 1 game. Outside that, the rest of the games, they've been struggling, to be honest with you. And the Ivorians might be able to do it against them. It took them, the extra time before they could be able to overcome their opponent in their last game, before they could be able to overcome the Benin in their last game. So for me, I think the Ivorians, they have a better shot at dispatching the Egyptians if they can keep up with this consistency. And with the Egyptian side, I'm looking at, there is no cohesiveness that much. In front of goal, they're a bit lackluster. They are not as potent in front of goal as you would expect. Mohamed Salah and the rest of them, they've slowed down a bit. They are not as dangerous as you would expect. I think if Emerson Faye's team can, take advantage of that, they have a better shot, at going past the Egyptian side.
All right, and let's talk about the Algerians. Oh, what a game last night. And definitely I was skeptical about DR Congo. Algeria advanced to the quarterfinals, courtesy of a brilliant goal. Would I say the goal of the tournament? Because that goal scored by Bulbina has to be the goal of the tournament, except something exceptional is scored in the quarterfinals or in the semifinals, and as well the final of the African Cup of Nations. And of course, the DR Congo side were very poor in the final third, and they paid dearly for it in the extra time of that game. In the 119th minute, what a goal to make the difference against DR Congo. It was a fantastic showing from the Algerians. They were enterprising for the duration of that game, and they eventually, all the enterprising performance eventually paying off for the Algerians.
Yeah, I mean, that game was a game of, two halves, or two sides, the game of, physicality and, of course, the game of technique. And the DR Congo side were clearly, very physical, and yes, they've got a lot of strengths in them. But then, the stamina to actually continue after 100 minutes was actually where, they were found, wanting in that particular game. If you look at the Algerians in that game, they were very mobile, they were young, they kept on moving. And another very big problem the DR Congos have in that particular match was that they did not have any danger man up front. In fact, the final third was as good as, their back four. They more like appear like defenders in that final third. So that's exactly why they were not really much of a threat to the Algerians. It's not like the Algerians were so fantastic. I also look at the midfield. What the DR Congo guys kept doing is they ensure that they win the ball. But when they win the ball, there's no idea, it seems like there was no quartet plan for them to actually break the Algerians in the heart of the defense. And that's exactly what the Algerians actually did capitalize on. And every single time, the Algerians actually, attack, it showed that, there's something, there seems to be some sort of promises, going forward. And I think it was at the 117 minute, I was telling someone where I was actually seeing the game that this game, if there's any goal that will come out of this game, it's definitely going to be Algerians, because they kept on shooting, they kept on, looking at ways to actually find, the back of the net. In fact, before that particular goal, the goalkeeper of DR Congo made two great saves. Mpasi, that guy did two good saves to actually keep them in the tie until, Bobina struck in the 119 minute. And of course, it was duly deserved. I don't think the DR Congo side really would have actually, won that particular game if it didn't actually go into the penalties. The Algerians were clearly the better side in that particular match. And I mean, kudos to them. I just hope that, the game against Super Eagles, they will definitely show up the way they did. Because if they did show up the way they did against DR Congo, I think the Super Eagles will definitely take them out of it. Because there was actually no creative force even in the midfield of the Algerians, and it was like a game of more of tactics. The techniques was not really very visible and not very obvious. And when you play the Super Eagles, when a team plays the Super Eagles without a high level of technique, it's going to be very difficult for that team to actually overcome the Super Eagles. But then it was a beautiful game, and I mean, Bobina actually made a difference in that particular. They really deserve to actually make it through. For me, that game, that scoreline is not a reflection of what we actually saw. It would have been 2 or 3-0 in that particular match.
All right, and of course, Mayowa was on the DR Congo side. They were pretty cautious in that game, and the Algerians did not see the goalkeeper the first half of that game, but the second half they came back pouncing, and it took them extra time to win that game. Definitely, I was worried about playing DR Congo for the Super Eagles, but it looks like Algeria looks a pretty interesting side. But of course, the Super Eagles should fancy their chances against the Algerians, because we have a very interesting record and a score to settle against the Algerians.
Well, I mean, like Coach rightly said, it took the strength of the substitution in the extra time for them to be able to do. The person that scored the goal came in, very late in the game, and he had a whole lot of strength. The Congolese side, they were tired out. The second half was practically for the Algerian side. I think Congo were very poor in that particular game, and they didn't live up to expectation. They were actually playing for penalty, and that did not work out for them. I really like the fact that the Algerians scored at the very point that it will knock you out. You can't really do anything to probably fight back and the rest of that. And it was a masterclass victory for them. Arguably, one of the goals of the tournament. I was a bit sad. I don't want us to play the Algerian side, because the thing is we've played Algeria over 9 times. We've been able to draw them 2 times, and they've been able to have four victories over us in the AFCON, and that worries me a whole lot. In recent times, we've not been able to overcome them, at this kind of tournament. I remember what they did to us the last time we met about 6 years ago, and I'm worried that they might just find a way to do something to us. Also, we have an issue as regards our team not preparing properly at the moment. So I'm really hoping our boys can step up. And yes, a lot of people might say the Algerian side, they've lost pace. Riyad is not the Riyad of 6 years ago. And there's a lot of paparazzi surrounding Lucas, Zidane, in post, and the rest of that. However, the Algerian side, they are still one of the dangerous side in that particular tournament. They can score a goal and lock shot. We've seen them do it before in this tournament, and they can do it again. So we need to be very, very careful in how we approach them. If we're a bit tactical, I think we should be able to overcome them, especially because they are not that fluid in the midfield. We can take the midfield away from them and probably give them soccer points before they recover. However, if we are not careful, they can just score a goal, and lock shot.
All right, and of course, let's talk about the Super Eagles, who the Algerians will be taking on Saturday, where the players of the senior national team of Nigeria say they won't train or travel to Marrakech for the quarterfinal game against Algeria unless their outstanding bonuses are paid. The players, according to veteran journalist Olusegun Okeleji, have not been paid any bonus since the start of the tournament, where they have won all of their 4 games so far. And they are saying that they won their bonuses from the games against Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, and Mozambique paid in full. Else, they won't travel or train ahead of the game on Saturday. Officials of the team are also not left out, and it's a similar situation to the one that happened during the World Cup qualifiers playoff, where the team refused to train ahead of the final game against DR Congo, which they ended up losing. And senior officials of the National Sports Commission, led by Chairman Sheodiko, will meet with the team in a bid to find a solution to this impasse, which is threatening to rock the team's fine run of form at the tournament so far. Officials of the NFF will also be a part of the meeting in the bid to resolve the dispute. And just some few minutes ago, feelers I got was that the players have decided to train, but they still maintain their ground that they will not be going to Marrakech if their money is not paid. Anyway, they have time. Tomorrow is Thursday, next tomorrow is Friday, but it looks like the trend continues. Are we going to see them lose again? Because it was a distraction before the game against DR Congo, and now they face Algeria, they started again.
So one of the coaches that I played under at some point, when I was playing football very actively, you will definitely always use a particular phrase that a sound mind, sound body, play sound football. No matter how well you train, if your mind is not sound, you definitely not give a sound result. And that's what happened to the Super Eagles against DR Congo. It's going to happen again if this result is not fixed. And God help us, if they finally find a way to fix the results, maybe on Friday, it's still going to affect the outcome of the game, because the players will not be fully settled to actually go into that particular game. This is one too many for the NFF. I mean, this thing happened just a few months ago. We lost to DR Congo we lost the World Cup ticket to DR Congo. Now we are here again, the same thing. And I mean, come on, it happens once, it's a mistake. It happens twice, it's deliberate. This is exactly what it means, that the NFF doesn't really care about football development. They just want to get some cut of whatever it is that FIFA and CAF is actually sharing to Nigeria as part of people who are part of the body in terms of football. And that's what they really care about. Because tell me why you put these players in this sort of precarious position, putting the nation as well in this sort of situation. Now look at it this way. These players leave their club side to come play for Nigeria. You're supposed to pay them. If they get injured, you're not going to treat them. They'll go back to your club side to be treated. And now you expect them to give their all to the national team. At this point, I'm not even going to call on the EFCC or whatever, ICPC, because I know they are birds of a feather. They definitely will not do anything. I mean, it's been over 2 years we've been talking about, the money they probe about 17 billion naira that they started talking about. What has come out of it? It's definitely going to be the same thing, because nobody's been punished. I just hope the president needs to step in at this point, find a way to actually ensure these guys get paid. It is not a case of, let's just have a conversation, you guys to go and play. I want these guys to stick to their gun and ensure that they get their money before they play the game. Even if it means, CAF banning the Super Eagles because they failed to actually play this particular game, let it be so, because we need to, this guy needs to send a message that is going to reset, football and of course people managing our football in this country.
All right. So Mayo, why does it look like this is a recurrent precedent? We all thought that this was over, but the AFCON is still ongoing. Is it the tradition of them getting their bonuses after each game, after group stage? When did that become a tradition with the Super Eagles? And if that being said, is the word of the NFF not supposed to be enough alongside the NSC to guarantee the players that be getting their money? Or history has taught that the players decide not to wait anymore. But is this going to be a problem for this team ahead of their game against Algeria?
Well, the word of the NFF is as useless as the second U in queue. To be honest with you, they've disappointed many times before. Their word means nothing. Let me shock you. Correct me if I'm wrong. The last time Olise was our coach was about 7 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. 7 or 8 years ago. Yeah. Olise is still being owed $30,000. He said, according to him on his show, he said he doesn't want to take his country to CAS because it might result in ban for the national team. That's the reason why he has not said anything about that money over 11 years. They refused to pay him. And the second they said, then, don't worry, we are going to set you. Don't worry, don't play this game. We are going to set you. How do you owe people for over 2 years and you have not paid them and you expect them to believe you? No, they will not. It means the same thing they were fighting against when they wanted to play the playoff against DR Congo. And the issue has not been sorted. Now we are in a competition. Other teams are being paid accordingly. We are not being paid. Is the NFF claiming that the federal government did not release money for their preparation? Is that what they are claiming? There is no justification for this. As far as I'm concerned, I think it would be ideal. And a lot of people might come and throw a stick at me and say, where's the patriotism and the rest of that and stuff like that. Those that are heading those organizations, they are not patriotic. If you are patriotic, you will not treat your fellow Nigerians like piece of trash. And that's where you not disrespect the players. No matter how small the money is, no matter how big the money is, they work for this money. It's their entitlement. They are supposed to get it. As far as I'm concerned, this is what I expect the players to do. A lot of people might say I'm not patriotic. The thing is, they train. If you don't get the money, do not show up for that particular game. I would rather have CAF banners, sanction us right now. We don't go to the next Cup. Probably maybe this will get to resolve the issue. Because the NFF, the guys in the glass house, they've been getting away with this. How come they release money to you to pay outstanding bonuses and outstanding, match allowances, and you've not paid till now? Our coach, he has not been paid. All of them have not been paid, and they told them to do. And these guys, they've done so well. They've played 4 games. They've won 4 games. What else did the NFF won? So for me, I think the players should stick to their gun. If they don't get paid, they should not show up for that particular game.
Yeah, you are even talking too far, Mayowa. You recall the girls $100,000. Have they collected their money? These are the big questions.
Audio money.
These are the big questions. Now you expect the whole nation to rally around and say, the guy should go and play. The guy should go and play. But the ladies there, their own case is yet to be sorted. And now we're having a conversation. See, for me, lessons must be learned. And these guys need to actually put their foot on the gas. Because if the guys cannot do it, trust me, the ladies will not be able to do it.
Wow, this is rather embarrassing. The AFCON Nigeria supposed giant at a point in time, because that giant of Africa no longer sailed. It's embarrassing that this team is doing very well. Is it that the NFF and the NS, all of them, if you go to Morocco now, everybody is in Morocco. All the NFF glasshouse is under lock and key. Everybody is in Morocco. So what are they doing there? They are just there having fun, enjoying themselves. Forget the purpose of which they are there. The reason why the Super Eagles, the NFF officials could even make a trip to Morocco is because this team has qualified. And the reason why they are all there is because of this team. And if this team is not well taken care of, so what's the need of all the money they've wasted in having Estacos taking care of themselves at the detriment of the well-being of this team? It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad.
They went to Morocco on taxpayers' money. The money these guys spent on that trip to Morocco and the return can actually go a long way to actually settle some of these players. So why are they even in Morocco?
Yeah.
These are the questions. If you want to claim that you don't have money, stay at home, use the money that you have, pay these guys. Then even when it gets to the final, one person will just go.
The thing is that for even the players themselves, you know, in time past, they used to go to the AFCON and they will play the group stage. They will even play to the final. They will not mention bonuses because they know that the NFF doesn't have money. They are going to get their money eventually. But it's just that this NFF, they've lost faith in them. They've lost total respect. Because so no longer has the respect of these players. Even the coaching crew have seen it. The Electoral has seen it that these guys are just rabble-rousers.
They are jokers.
They have nothing to offer. He don't see Nigeria finish. So he can't even tell the players calm down or anything.
Electoral himself is being old.
So himself I think he's just, let me just do my job and just leave this place.
You remember the rumor?
All the talk and
you remember the rumor of Electoral being sacked at some point? One of the things he said was, if you are sacking me, you're going to pay me. He's being old himself. So these are all of these things. And how do you even expect Electoral to actually call the boys? I remember when the incident of Olise and the Minister of Sports happened at the point. The Amadou Shuaibu and the late Amadou Shuaibu and late Big Boss Stephen Keshi that were the coaches were also being old. So there was absolutely no way they could even open their mouth. This thing didn't start today. But at this point, it's even worse because back in the days, they will owe them and they will pay them. This one, it feels like, you know what, people should go and play. You play in Europe, so your club will pay you. Your club will pay you to play for us. That's how it feels like, you know. And then you see people who will be saying, with all the money they take in their clubs, I can't you just honor your national team and play? Come on, this guys get injured. Look at the problem when it happened to him. Who looked at him?
Anyway, talking about the Eagles, maybe these unpaid allowances will overshadow the talk about Victor Osimhen's situation. Because feelers from the camp were saying that the coach Electoral is not in any way scared of dropping Victor Osimhen from his team ahead of their quarterfinal clash against Algeria. And Osimhen was involved in a pitch bust-up with his teammate Ademola Lookman over the decision of Bruno Yemachi not to pass the ball to him. And they've been talking about it that Electoral would he be bold enough to drop him on the bench ahead of that game. I think with this talk about the players uniting against the NFF that they must pay their bonuses, I think they would have put that behind them and move forward. But if it comes to Electoral making a big decision, would you stand behind the Maiwa to drop Victor Osimhen ahead of the game against Algeria? Because the Algerian side will surely need the firepower of Osimhen.
Well, the thing is, it's very simple. No one man is bigger than the community. They usually say a man can cook for the community and everybody will eat. But if the community decides to cook for you, they're not born you wherever you finish the food. That's just the honest truth. You cannot be bigger than the nation. You cannot be bigger than the national team. I think if Osimhen, I don't know, since Electoral said he's going to handle it internally, I think the way to go about it is Osimhen has to apologize to his. If he has refused to do that, then for me as a coach, I will stick him on the bench. Even after the apology, I might probably stick him on the bench for the first 45 minutes and probably bring him on the second 45 minutes. But if there's no apology from him, I will stick him on the bench and let the boys do their thing. If we win, fine. If we don't win, fine. And that will just be the end of Osimhen playing for, an Electoral. He needs to go and sort out, his personal issues and not take it out on the players. It was disrespectful and the coach needs to handle it. For me personally, if he sticks him on the bench, that's sending a message to Osimhen that behaviors like this will not be tolerated, and I will stand behind it no matter the result.
All right, stand behind it no matter the result, because even the players, normally if a player does something like this, the whole world saw it. You could see that if you see in that video, the Mozambicans were even holding Osimhen so that they were surprised that you guys are winning. You guys are supposed to be excited. We are the ones that are supposed to be angry, and you guys will be cheering us. Don't worry, we are beating you, but just think it's just football. But they are the ones who are cheering and trying to stop the Super Eagles from fighting over scoring more goals. Anyway, they saw Mozambique finish, so they were not happy that they scored only 4. They wanted more. Oliver, please.
No. For me, what I actually saw there was that footballers already know that beyond scoring goals and beyond winning games, football should be without violence. And we've seen it multiple times where, a player will definitely hold his own teammates not to fight, an opponent, because they understand that this is just football and it should not be, emotion should not be, what drives the game. And it was unfortunate what happened Osimhen was actually, I think he's actually gunning for the Golden Boot award, and that's for me what I actually see. And he felt that, with a game like Mozambique, that he should have actually scored a lot of goals to actually put him, in a very good position. Now he scored 3 goals, just one behind Ibrahim Diaz, who's top scorer. The likes of Ademola Lookman, Mo Salah, Amad Diallo, these guys all have 3 goals. So I think it's still very much within range. For me, I just don't want the team to now start focusing on him because it's going to actually kill the team dynamics. I don't want to see that. And that's what this sort of attitude will bring. I just hope that Electoral finds a way to actually put Osimhen in his place, make him understand that you are not bigger than this team. You can go to your club side and do that if your club side tolerates it. But this is the national team. You are not bigger than the country. The country is bigger than everyone.
All right. Of course, it's going to be a big decision for Electoral to make as far as the situation of Victor Osimhen is concerned. I would have expected him to drop an open apology because the whole Nigerians also saw it. It was not well representing for a country like Nigeria for its big player to behave such way. And of course, other big players would have at least dropped an Instagram post to apologize to Nigerians and so on. He also failed to do that. He has been getting away with a lot of things. I don't know. It's just like the only son where the parents will just allow him do whatever he likes because if anything happens to the only son, what would they do?
Yes.
Are we in a situation where we have only Osimhen and he can do anything and get away with it?
Osimhen has this very, very funny attitude of, wanting to actually
be
decide,
right all the time.
Yes. And the truth is that if you recall when Ademola Lookman won the African Footballer of the Year award, every other player went on social media to congratulate him.
And he didn't.
We were waiting for Osimhen to do his.
Till tomorrow.
The only thing he said was, I congratulated him privately. See, there are things you do. You start creating a certain pattern that people will like, okay,
this is who you are.
This is who you are. And that's exactly what the problem with.
He has
successfully done that. And, little things like that, it comes out, he lash out. And that was why when he started lashing out on Ademola Lookman, a lot of person were like, okay, what exactly is the problem? This is your teammate. By all pedigree, you're not bigger than him. You've won a big title, he's won a big title. So what's the difference? Our last two have gone, the last two have gone, these guys have gone to this one and the last one. Ademola Lookman has already put himself in a place where he's Nigeria's most important player when it comes to the players in the attack. So what exactly is the problem? Why are you lashing out? But it's unfortunate, right, that Osimhen is actually doing this. But I just hope this doesn't really unsettle the team. That's not what Nigeria wants to see. The NFF issue is at hand. Osimhen's issue is there. I don't know how Nigeria is going to actually manage this situation. But then Nigerians want to actually get the World Cup as, I'll call it, a sort of a way to actually placate the nation for not winning the World Cup ticket. That's exactly what I see. And if they fail to do that, and trust me, it's going to be more terrible for the country to actually be without Nations Cup and, of course, the World Cup in 2026.
All right, so talking about the behavior of the prodigal son who has not left home yet but causing trouble at home. Anyway, talking about the Algerians, we had the senior national team of Algeria sweating on the fitness of midfielder Ismail Benassa ahead of their quarterfinal game against Nigeria in the ongoing African Cup of Nations. Benassa, who has ever been present for the team at the tournament, went off injured in the second half of the 1-0 win over DR Congo. And of course, even talking about their star man,
Riyad
Mahrez also picked a knock in that game. And Benassa, these are the two most experienced players in that Algerian side. And of course, I think the Nigerians will be happy that they didn't even make it because they're very dangerous players. They have very much experience in that very young Algerian side. Okay, let's go back to the English Premier League where it's looking very interesting. The two teams have new managers ahead of today's fixtures. But let's talk about the one that happened last night between West Ham and Nottingham Forest. One man is not happy with the result. Talking about West Ham United midfielder Thomas Susek described the decision to award Nottingham Forest a match-winning 89th-minute penalty as a joke on Tuesday after a defeat that left his in deep relegation trouble. And of course, Grizzled Check talking about Susek hand in West Ham going in front after 13 minutes when his flick on went into the net of Forest defender Murillo. That goal was dubbed an own goal, but Forest leveled after the break through Nicolas Dominguez, and Morgan Gibbs White tucked away the winner from the spot after being clattered by West Ham goalkeeper Alfonso Areola. And of course, Areola had been trying to intercept the ball into the crowded area, but mistimed his punch, mistimed his punch, I beg your pardon, and connected instead with the face of Gibbs White, and referee Tony Harrington awarded the penalty after a VAR check. And of course, they say the rest is history. West Ham United, I don't know the plan. It looks like they really want to play in the championship next season.
I think Nuno Espirito Santos, knows something about the championship. He has been there before. He brought Wolves from there, so he can go back there and do it again with them. So, but in any case, I think Thomas Tuchel is just, he's just ranting for no reason. That was an obvious penalty. You don't do that in the 18th, and the goalkeeper was at fault. And yes, it was a late penalty, but they did clothe themselves in glory. And that game also saved Sean Dyche's job, because Marinakis, the owner of Nottingham Forest, is a trigger-happy owner that can fire coaches. He has done it before. He has used 4 coaches in a season before. Again with Nottingham Forest. That win, probably gave Sean Dyche some kind of respite. But in any case, it's a good victory for Nottingham Forest. They've been battling with consistency. That victory takes away a bit of pressure from them. The pressure is mounting on, West Ham. They are in the relegation battle, and it seems Nuno Espirito Santos has not been able to get his rhythm. Will he be able to do it in the remaining, 18 games? Well, in the remaining 17 games, that is what we wait to see. But it's going to be a very long 17 games for them. And with the way they are playing, I don't think they have the quality to do it. Probably maybe at the end of the season, we might see West Ham going back to the championship after 15 years in the EPL.
All right. How does West Ham explain that after 21 games, they only have 14 points and they're sitting pretty in the bottom 3?
Well, it's actually going to be strange to see them play in the championship, certainly. But if we've seen Leicester City, 2014 Premier League champion, play in the championship and come back, definitely West Ham is not too big to actually go, to the championship. It's one of those things that happens, and not be surprising to actually get to see. But it's one of those very sad moments to actually concede a penalty. It's 9 minutes, in a game of high stake is one very, terrible space to actually be in. But unfortunately, it happened to them, and I just hope they find a way to actually, continue to get the positive results. They definitely will be needing, about 40 points to actually make it out of relegation. Can they actually do it, within this time? The games they have lined up says that that's going to be almost impossible. But then it is football. The possibility of them actually coming out of that particular one. Okay, so we'll look at it to say about they've got about 26 points rather, to actually get that particular. It's going to be difficult to get 26 points the way I actually see it. But Nottingham Forest 21 points at this point. You want to say they are almost already there. But for West Ham, it's a very sad place for them to actually be now. Morgan Gibbs White is another player who has been in a very good shape. But I don't know. But let's get to see if Wolves. I think at this point Wolves has already considered that they are going to the championship. So yes, they've considered that already. 6 points, in over 20 games. It's a very terrible place to be at this point. But missing West Ham in the Premier League, it's going to be huge. Again, another thing is if these 3 guys, West Ham, Burnley, and Wolves, actually make it to the championship, it means that it's going to be interesting in championship next season. I want to see that I want to believe that they will definitely come back. Talking about West Ham, I think if some of their players stay with them, of course Wolves as well, I think they definitely come back next season. But for now, they just need to do all they can to actually escape it. Regulation battle, a final day fixture is definitely going to be a very tough one if West Ham definitely make it out.
All right, and of course, they will also have other fixtures to look forward to today. And of course, we would like to see what will happen with Chelsea. They go away to Fulham, and there's a new coach on board, and it's going to be a very, very big test for him because Fulham is going to be more like a London derby between both sides. And your darling Manchester United, with their family problem, Darren Fletcher and the Sons, would go away to Burnley. Burnley is also struggling as well, okay? And Manchester United should be able to beat them, but it's not going to be Uhuru because it looks like Diallo has taken their luck to Morocco. But let's see how that pans out. Maiwa, the fixtures are looking very interesting for these very 2 sides who have new managers?
Well, I mean, for Chelsea, Liam Rosnell, the son of Leroy Rosnell, moving from Strasbourg to Chelsea, Strasbourg is also owned by Todd Boehly. It's also partly owned by Todd Boehly, so it's more of a, an internal movement. He has been able to get Strasbourg to Europe, especially in the Conference League, and they are doing so well there. And they are even seventh, in the Ligue 1 at the moment. So, I mean, he has the quality to be able to do it, and that's the reason why they've entrusted Chelsea to him. He's still very young. He's just 41, and he has a whole lot to prove. So a whole lot of players want to play for him. Let's see if he's able to turn the fortunes of Chelsea around. For Manchester United, Fletcher's and Son, they take over, and Burnley is struggling. We played the Wolves that was struggling last week. What was the result? 1-1. So I don't trust the Manchester United right now. I think they are caused with draws if they don't lose. I hope if Fletcher is able to do something fantastic while we await the appointment of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, because freelance have it that the management already talks with Solskjaer and they want to bring him back as a caretaker manager. But for tonight, I'm hoping Fletcher and Son, they show up and they deliver the result and probably get us 3 points to get closer to the team ahead of us that does not have ambition, which is Liverpool.
Wow. You have to chip that in. I will forgive you. I'll wait for you tomorrow after the Fulham game. Then we'll have a better conversation. The Burnley game, I beg your pardon. They will have a conversation about that. And of course, it's going to be a very interesting fixture lineup to look forward to, because you just let the cat out of the bag. We hear that Michael Carrick and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer could each hold fresh talks with Manchester United as the club seek to appoint an interim head coach after the sacking of Ruben Amorim. I think why not bring them all in to hold the team and even look at next season. They should just give them a 3-year project. Michael Carrick, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Fletcher all working together. Then Ole leading the pack alongside Carrick and Fletcher. What do you think?
Well, there's I mean, every club has its level. United is actually a top team, and if you need to,
are they still a top team? I think anyway.
Well, if you need to be at the top, you definitely need top managers. And I mean, there's this rule of you never go back to your ex. The likes of Solskjaer and
if the ex was fantastic. Only that it was your mistake. It was you that caused the breakup. But yeah, you can actually go back.
Well. But the truth is, one, it never ends well. Two, Solskjaer is not a fantastic ex. So there's no.
At least it's time. His record since he left, I've not seen any manager that have passed his record apart from Erik ten Hag, who was doing Yahoo FA Cup. But his win record was tremendous. He was taking them to Champions League then.
I think the reason why they brought, they are trying to bring this guy back is because they understand the United system. They're part of the system. They grew up in the system. So definitely they'll be so good to actually help to, manage the system now that it's in crisis. But outside that, I don't think they have that, tactical nuance to actually take United to the level United aspire to be.
Yeah, United doesn't have any ambition. They just want to be there and just be a part of those who are asking questions, because that team doesn't look ambitious. They're always spending and wasting money. And to say the fact they spend a lot of money so far so good, if they bring in Carrick, I think they will set maybe.
You want them to bring in Carrick so that Liverpool will definitely be able to walk through United.
Funny enough, if they bring in Gunnar Solskjaer, they might win trophies.
No, but
funny enough.
But Carrick is doing well for Middlesbrough. Why does Carrick want to leave Middlesbrough to come to Manchester United?
Let him build his career.
Yes, now let him use Man United to build his career.
No, let him use.
He has already tried Middlesbrough.
He should start in Middlesbrough. He's doing very well in Middlesbrough.
If you are doing well in Middlesbrough and Man United wants you will stay in Middlesbrough.
No, let him build his career well in Middlesbrough.
Let him use Man United to build his career.
Why would he use Man United to build his career?
In short spell he had with Man United at a point in time, he did well.
Let him finish whatever it is he's doing this season with Middlesbrough.
There's nothing to finish.
Well, it is not my case. My wife, it's up to you.
No, Ikechukwu, the thing is this: the ambitionless club ahead of us, they want us not to sort out our coaching issue so that they can.
If you let bring Zinedine down Capello, you will still not succeed because your problem is family problem. I'm not even worried. Any coach, go and bring it. My latest problem is bigger than coach. So anyway, I wish them all the best. And of course, that's the features to look forward to this lovely day. Big thanks, Maiwa, for being awesome, and as well, Ikechukwu, for being awesome on the show. Yeah?
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping, Manchester United do the magic today, and probably, level up with Liverpool at the end of the game against Burnley today.
You're expecting magic against Burnley that has only 12 points. Wow. How is the mighty
It doesn't really matter.
How is the mighty falling? Big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about likes of Victor, Alex, as well as Hassan, and not leaving out of Jeremiah. My name is Jerry, saying thanks for being a part of the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, and I am Chukuma Okoro. Well, in the next 1 hour, we'll be discussing politics in Nigeria. Well, I've been joined by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer. He's also a political affairs analyst. He was the spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo/Peter Obi campaign organization in Rivers State in the 2023 general election. Good evening to you, Barrister Asim Adams, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Asim. But I think your audio is floppy. I can't hear you clearly. I say good evening once again, sir. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I'm fine. I'm doing great.
Okay, but you might need to, because it looks like you're on speakerphone, so there's an echo. I hear an echo on your phone. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, it's better now. It's better. Thank you very much for that resetting. Well, on the show today, I will not step down for anyone in ADC article specifier. Jonathan pledges support for PDP in 2027. 140 million Nigerians to face poverty in December 2026. Let's start with the first big story. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has declared that he will not step down from the 2027 presidential race. Well, a statement signed by his media advisor, media aide Paul Ibe, Atiku said any call for him to withdraw is unacceptable. He accused the presidency and the ruling APC of interfering in the internal affairs of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, particularly in the selection of its presidential candidate. He warned that such actions threaten Nigeria's democracy and point toward one-party state agenda under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, he confirmed that all aspirants, including Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi, will contest the ADC ticket through an open and transparent presidential convention. Atiku stressed that asking him to step aside will amount to surrendering the opposition and betraying the Nigerian people. Barrister Adams, what does Atiku's statement mean for ADC as a party going into the 2027 general election? Atiku says, look, I'm not going to step down for anybody. As a matter of fact, no presidential aspirant will step down for anyone. We are going to slug it out through a convention, through the primaries. What does that statement mean for ADC going into the 2027 general election? What do you understand from that?
Get from there is that it's the same trouble for ADC like what happened with the PDP in 2022, the general elections. The same statement that Atiku made, that he will not step down for anybody or any candidate at all, that the field should be opened for everybody to contest, and that true democracy is where you have multiple participation of candidates in an election or primaries. That is what he is for. And can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you.
And we know that soon after he made that statement, the political calmness of the PDP became topsy-turvy. And at the end of the day, the aftermath was that he won the presidential primaries ticket for PDP, but that was where the destruction of PDP now started, as the case may be. The same thing he has said now, that he will not step down for anybody. So trouble is lurking by the corner. Because when he says he's not going to step down for anybody, he's referring to Peter Obi and not El-Rufai, not Rotimi Amechi. I have said it, and I want to maintain my own, a projection and prophecy that as it is right now, Rotimi Chibuike Amechi is working for an Atiku Abubakar. He supported him in 2023. Even though he was in APC, he supported Atiku Abubakar, who was in PDP as at that time. The same thing is going. So the statement by, Abubakar is directed at a Peter Obi, because that is the only candidate that is an independent candidate in terms of principles. So what that means now is that Atiku has set his map clear. In Africa, I don't think, I've said this before now, you cannot set up a political party, fund a political party, do everything in a political party, and at the end of the day, you now leave the party for any other candidate to take. That is what Atiku Abubakar is talking about. The ADC today that we have is the child of Atiku Abubakar, even though it was born before he joined. But he tactically joined the ADC, believing that he was going to use that platform to now ascribe to his ambition and become president of Nigeria. So he has made a firm and categorical statement, unequivocal. So that is it. Trouble is knocking by the corner.
All right, Barrister Adams, you've said quite a few things that I would like for us to interrogate. First, you were very emphatic that Atiku is making reference to Peter Obi, saying, look, though you have joined, but I'm not stepping down for anybody. But it was the same article that said, look, Peter Obi's entrance into ADC, formal declaration for ADC, marks a turning point for the coalition effort in 2027 to take APC and Tinubu out of power. That is one thing. I would like for us to talk about it. But before we get to that, let's start from, where we all started, where it all got to this point. You were also very emphatic that it was Atiku's decision to run for presidency in 2023 that caused the problem for the PDP, which they are still battling with at this moment. How did Atiku's presidential ticket cause the problem for PDP?
What happened was this. In the PDP in 2022 or thereabout, there was a seeming gentleman agreement that since Buhari at that time, was a northerner, that the ticket should go to the southern part of Nigeria. In fact, about 23 governors of, I think, PDP and APC met in Ibadan and Delta State and agreed that the ticket of their various parties should come to the southern part of Nigeria. And in line with that, the APC zoned their own, to the southern part of Nigeria. And people were not expecting PDP to do same. But while they were, planning on this, Atiku Abubakar came out and said, no, that is not for that zoning formula, that he will not abide by it, that there is nothing that will make him to abide by it, that they should throw the field open for anybody that wants to contest. And that particular, statement got Yesu Wike and some other governors at that time, 4 other governors, including Makinde, today of Oyo State, angry. They were trying to, explain to Atiku to let him know that why the southern part of Nigeria should have the ticket. That if PDP should feed a southern ticket against a southern ticket from the APC, that it will be easier for them to win that particular election of that year. But Atiku didn't want to have none of that. And at the end of the day, the primaries came, he contested, as a northern candidate against, Yesu Wike and others. Miraculously, Tambuwa stepped down, the 9 minutes of that particular primary election. He stepped down for Atiku Abubakar. Abubakar now got the ticket. And that was what angered Yesu Wike, and that trouble now started. The trouble started, and from there, he now formed the G5, as the case may be. So that is what I'm talking about. Okay. It's my own opinion. It's what I perceived to be.
Yes, Barrister, I think it's your own opinion, because there's another angle to that story. The angle that says, look, at the PDP meeting, caucus meeting, they decided that, look, since Buhari has done 8 years, power should come down to the south. And for the PDP, the first time the power came down south, it went to southwest. And again, when it came down south, it went to south-south. That naturally, in sense of natural justice, it should go to the southeast. And then Yesu Wike said no, it shouldn't go to the southeast. It should just be thrown open to the south. And Atiku Abubakar insisted, look, if he's not going into the southeast, then I am in. And that was how he stepped in. That's a different angle that I heard too. And it was when he stepped in that Wike, thinking that with his deep pockets, he could get the ticket, he went into the primaries. And when he said that Tambuwal's, dropping his structure, dumping his structure in articles was a miracle. A lot of people believe that it was just political horse trading and not miracle. So it was at that point that Wike started struggling and battling. Oh, since I don't get the ticket. We also know, some people said that, look, Atiku Abubakar, Wike started angling for the vice presidential slot. Reno Omokri, Dino Melaya said a lot about it. He's in the public. So it was when he lost the VP slot as well that he now started making problems and all of that. So that's another angle. I don't know if you are abreast with this angle, whether you heard this angle of the story. But that's by the way. Now, Okay, you want to say something, so go ahead.
I wanted to say that I said from the beginning that is my opinion. That is what I
acknowledge that. I was just trying to put up another angle to the story.
And if there's an adjoint opinion, well, a lot of sources came with their own theories.
Okay.
As at that time. So, but I believe that the problem or the nucleus of that particular problem was Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
You understand?
That's
the same Atiku Abubakar right now.
That's what you believe. A lot of people also believe that they put it on Wike's feet that Wike is the cause of the problem. But that's by the way. Let's concentrate on ADC Peter Obi. Now, Atiku Abubakar has said Peter Obi's entrance into the ADC as a political party marks a turning point in the coalition effort, to oust Tinubu and APC. Now, from what Atiku has said, what would that signify for Peter Obi? Does it look like he didn't do his homework very well before joining the ADC, knowing that going into an election like primaries, where we have an Atiku who is a master strategist when it comes to picking up presidential tickets. He's done it before. And now we have a Peter Obi, who says, look, I don't even buy votes, I don't buy delegates. Do you think that he would be, very, very convinced that, look, I'm going into the presidential slot for the essence of winning the ticket, or probably to go and deputize Atiku Abubakar? What do you think? What will all of these statements mean for Peter Obi? Atiku's emphasis that, look, I'm not stepping down for anyone. What will be the implication of that comment for Peter Obi?
You see, the implication I said before, that the ADC was programmed for Atiku Abubakar to succeed. Now, when Peter Obi decided to join the fray, he took his time, before declaring, I think about 3 days or last week or something like that. He was moving up and down to see, before he now left Labour Party to join. Before then, I subscribe to this particular opinion of mine again, that if Peter Obi decides to go to the ADC, it will be very difficult for him to get the ticket of that political party. That we have 3 people, in my own opinion, who will be contesting. You have an Atiku Abubakar. You have TBK Rotimi Amechi. Then you now have Peter Obi. That in this trial, that I believe that a personality like respected TBK Rotimi Amechi is angling and working like a surrogate to an Atiku Abubakar. Because if Atiku Abubakar, for instance, is the one that I believe he knows the mathematics, is a dexterous political, machine, a sagacious political machine. Atiku Abubakar is very experienced. Many people don't know that Atiku Abubakar contested with the then late Chief MKO Abiola in the SDP primaries in Jos. Atiku Abubakar was there as a young man as at that time. He contested, and we saw the force with which Atiku Abubakar's PDM inside the SDP, carried us at that time. To the extent that MK Abiola had to, beg him, do political horse trading with him to not step down for him. as a candidate. So you find out that it's been there. Atiku has been there for a very long time. So in this case, he's also very serious about his ambition. Now, Peter Obi joining the ADC right now, for me, was a mathematical miscalculation. Mathematical and political miscalculation. Except the miraculous happen. The miraculous I'm talking about now is that if at the end of the day, maybe horse trading etc., if he's able to convince Atiku Abubakar to step down, then maybe he may have a chance. But if Atiku Abubakar decides to hang on and maintain the statement he made, I think yesterday, that he's not stepping down for anybody, then Peter Obi will be hard done. It's going to be very difficult for Peter Obi to clinch that primaries with an Atiku Abubakar there, because at the end of the day, just like Tambuwa stepped down for Atiku Abubakar in the PDP 2020-23 election, the same thing, and Amechi will come in front himself, and at the end of the day, he will step down for Atiku Abubakar, but we know he's working for Atiku Abubakar against Peter Obi. These are my postulations. So either way, Chikwata, Peter Obi will be the loser in this matter in ADC here. I don't see any way that a Peter Obi in the primaries can defeat Atiku Abubakar. In the general elections, based on his popularity, yes, he can do that. But in the primaries, I don't think that Peter Obi is so sagacious, that he can outwit an Atiku Abubakar when it comes to internal party politics, influence etc. as case may be. And to be very honest with you, many of Peter Obi's lieutenants and supporters within the ADC, for instance, Pat Utomi, has made it very clear to Peter Obi that if you go for the vice presidential candidate of the party, that he will leave his side, he will not support him again. That is a statement that is very heavy, a political statement that is very heavy. The same thing with Aisha Yusuf, that activist, my sister, the activist, has made the same statement that if Peter Obi, Koto and Genoflect will not get vice president ticket of ADC, that they will not support him, in that particular platform, as the case may be. So those words speaks, volumes. That is, there are feelers that he might be pressured because of Atiku Abubakar to run as a vice presidential candidate. And the supporters of Peter Obi, like myself, and many Obedients, will not be happy with Peter Obi if he becomes a running mate to an Atiku Abubakar. That is the problem. So there's a big problem for Peter Obi. How is he going to, whether that is what I cannot say. He might have the, the strong political maneuverings and manipulations to win the ticket, but for now I cannot say clearly that maybe he will win it with an Atiku Abubakar in the fray. So I still maintain that that is the situation. That is what I postulate today.
Okay, now, Barrister Adams, a lot of people believe that Atiku's statement, is just a statement for mere statement, that it is not a statement of fact, that it could be a decoy, because the ADC, knowing the machinery, knowing the hegemony of APC, is just trying to deflect attention from the APC, so that they will not have to focus on their energy on a particular person whom they say, oh, okay, Atiku is going to be a presidential candidate. Oh, Peter Obi is going to be a presidential candidate. So a lot of people feel that, look, this statement is just to deflect attention. Do you share that sentiment? That the ADC, that they know what they are doing? They don't want to, be very quick in saying, this is going to be our candidate.
I don't subscribe to that particular opinion.
Okay.
The same people made the same allusions to that particular statement when Atiku Abubakar said he will not step down for anybody. They said it was a decoy, as at that time, to outwit the APC, under Buhari and Tinubu, that it was a decoy for him to make that statement, just for them to deflate, the tension or whatever as case may be. That was there. That was 2022. He's still making the same again. I don't think it's going to be like a decoy. Atiku Abubakar is a very straightforward politician when it comes to his ambition. He has not hidden the fact that he wants to be president of Nigeria. This is a man that was vice president to Obasanjo, and in the second whatever tenure where they're supposed to go together, his ambition became stronger, and he fought Obasanjo to the extent that Atiku Abubakar defected as a PDP member to the then, I think it was ACN or whatever. If people remember that he defected while he was vice president of Nigeria under Obasanjo at that time. He now defected because he wanted a platform where he can contest against Obasanjo, because as at that time he knew that PDP will not give him the ticket. So people should be very clear that Atiku Abubakar does not speak when it comes to his ambition from both sides of his mouth. Let me tell you one reason why you see I respect Atiku Abubakar and people like Yeso Wike. They don't hide their feelings. They don't, when it comes to their political ambition and principles, they will tell you this is what they want. They don't talk from both sides of their mouth when it comes to and what they want or principles in politics. They don't put water in their mouth to say it, as we normally say in Nigeria here. So Atiku is too big to begin to use that as a decoy to say later he will now begin to, because of APC, he just wants to use that as a, I don't believe so. For me, that is a puerile and very lame argument, a very lazy one, as case may be. Atiku is straightforward. Atiku has maintained his ambition, and let me tell you something, Nigerians must know that if Atiku misses this chance, by the time in 2031 that he will be coming back, he will be in his 80s as at that time. And many Nigerians will be talking about, oh, he's an old man, he's old, and he might be feeble, as the case may be. If people watch him as it is that when he's walking, he's frail, he's not that strong, as the case may be. So when he misses opportunity again now, you now add 6 years, to his age, then I don't think he will come back, or be strong to contest. So this is the last opportunity he has, and he's grabbing it with both hands. That is the truth of the matter. He's not hiding the feelings. He's not hiding the fact that he is, angling to become the presidential candidate of ADC. Mind you also, Atiku Abubakar has spent so much money in ADC. He's the financial mobilizer of ADC. He's the backbone financially of that political party. Look at, they don't have any sitting governor right now that will bring state money. They don't have federal commissioner and ministers. They don't have a men of a strength that are financially capable. The only financially capable person in that particular group is Atiku Abubakar. And he has been financing the activities of ADC this long. People like P2B will not break their bank to come and finance a political party. We know P2B very well. He's not reckless with his money when it comes to politics and his engineering. So Atiku Abubakar cannot be doing those things in vain, and at the end of the day, he will say he's going to chicken out. I don't think so. That argument should be kept under the carpet. Okay. In my own view and opinion.
All right, I was going to ask you, in a free and fair contest, do you think that without manipulation, without buying of delegates and all of that, between a Peter Obi and an Atiku Abubakar, in a free and fair contest, who do you think will win a presidential ticket in the ADC? And I also have to put in
Abubakar.
Okay, Atiku Abubakar.
You see, let me tell you, let's mark this word I'm telling you today.
Okay. Hello, Barrister Adams. I think
with an Atiku Abubakar in any political party in Nigeria. P2B was a vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar under the PDP. Those who are there, the El-Rufais of this world, the Ametis of this world, and I can't name the other people that are there now. They wouldn't want P2B to get that ticket. The reasons are not far-fetched. If P2B gets that ticket and win the election, a lot of them will run away from Nigeria here because many of them will go to jail. Even if you supported him, he's going to probe you and maybe send you to EFCC to probe. He will not be like that president of Nigeria that will support corruption. He will not be like that president of Nigeria that will open for everybody to begin to dip his hand inside there, as the case may be. P2B is going to be an unusual presidential candidate and an unusual president for Nigeria if he's allowed, to go. So the forces, let me tell you, the political parties we have in Nigeria today, particularly the ADC, are you aware that all of them, they are all part of PDP and APC? They are part of all. If you check their background, their political background, these people were once members of PDP, they were once members of APC, and we knew how they did their elections. Internal democracy was not allowed in PDP, just like it is in APC. And these all people, they have one ambition, and I dare say this with due respect to them. The ambition of all of them, apart from people to be there, is not for the good of Nigerians. It's for the good of their pocket and to further their already filled nest, as the case may be. So the hawks inside ADC will not even allow people to even get that ticket against an Atiku Abubakar.
All right.
It's Salamander. Okay. I mean, that is near, I wouldn't say impossible, but impossible.
Okay. Now, Barrister Adams, you have made a statement that is not only instructive, but it needs further prodding and further probing. If you say that the figures, the high-ranking figures in ADC, Rotimi Amechi, Nasir El-Rufai, and other important people that are in ADC that have at one time or the other held political positions in Nigeria, we will not even allow Peter Obi to claim the ticket, because if he gets the ticket and wins the presidential election and eventually becomes the president, he's going to go after all of them. Does that speak to some form of elite conspiracy against Peter Obi? We hear that, look, there are people who take decisions for Nigeria. Does it look like these people are technically, collectively, against Peter Obi emerging the president of this country? Is that what it means to you?
Absolutely. The best platform Peter Obi had to become president was Labour Party. In the Labour Party, if they love Peter Obi at that time, why did they not work with Peter Obi in 2023? If PDP under Atiku was candidate, had stepped down for Peter Obi in 2023 election, and those hawks who are in ADC now, if all of them had worked in conjunction with the obedience like us, for Peter Obi would have won the elections of 2023, fair and square. Whether they want to rig anyway, as the case may be, they wouldn't have been able to rig it. But what happened, they dissipated the energies and even tried to, lobotomize, the energy of, Peter Obi. Have you ever wondered, people like Dele Momodu and the rest of them, and this Melaye and the rest of them, were all working for Peter Obi, sort of Atiku Abubakar, Daniel Bwala, were all working for Peter Obi at that time. PDP had about a million votes. If you gave 3 million out of the 6 million in support of Peter Obi at that time, I'm saying that Peter Obi will have almost 10 million votes. So this people didn't work for Peter Obi at that time. They were even against him, as the case may be. So nothing has changed. It's just that what has changed is that very ultra ambitious Homo sapiens have gathered somewhere, running away. It's just like how the United States of America were created. They told us that America were the people who ran away from Scotland and other English countries to come and form a place. Before they fought wars, after fighting those wars, America became and got that liberty that they have today. The same thing with ADC. When you see renegades from different political parties, disgruntled, political elements who are in PDP and APC, who felt that they have been schemed out in PDP and APC, now coming to form an amalgam. Of course, the essence of that amalgamation is state capture. They want to capture the state. And once that is done, you will see that there will be implosion again in ADC. Look at all of them. Look at the potpourri of people who are handing defect to ADC today. These are renegade soldiers of the other poison political parties like PDP and APC. So what will come out from the leprous hands, like the late Bola Ige once used that particular adage to say, that ADC is part of the fingers of a leprous hand.
Barrister Adams.
Because all of them that went to ADC today, like I said before, were once members of PDP and APC.
Okay.
And that leprosy, they have it in all of them.
Okay, now, Barrister Adams, you have raised a lot of talking points. Let me ask you, are you saying by implication that peradventure in 2023 or in 2027, that Peter Obi manages to win the election, somehow the political establishment, the elite establishment, will not allow him to be sworn in because apparently he's going to come after them? Is that the implication of what they are saying? Will he get to that point?
They may allow him to be sworn in.
Okay.
They may allow him to be sworn in, but they are going to make things difficult for him because P2B will not dance to their tune.
Okay.
P2B will not behave, the way many of our presidents, past and present, are behaving. Because those are politicians who really want to satisfy their followers and supporters and not really Nigerians. But P2B has a clear-cut agenda to work for Nigeria. P2B wants to be the first Nigerian president. The president that belongs to all Nigerians.
Okay.
The president that will not allow stealing.
All right.
The president that will not allow corruption.
Barrister Adams, I catch your drift. Now, let me ask you, you're a high-ranking member of the Obedient Movement. Why has it been difficult for you people to convince Peter Obi, or you people working in collaboration with Peter Obi, register a new political party that no one will be able to hijack from you people? Talk about going to primary to buy delegates and all of that. Form a new political party the way that ADC is built around Atiku Abubakar, the way APC is built around President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, all the way from AD to ACN up until APC. Why is it difficult for the Obedient Movement and Peter Obi, either as an individual or as a collective, to register a political party and run on that platform? Have you thought about it? Why is it difficult for you guys to do that?
You see, the point is that why it is, not that it's difficult, why it's seemingly looking so is because the Obedient Movement and even Peter Obi himself is not a political party, it's a movement. I liken Peter Obi's movement.
No, Barrister Adams, we are running out of time. That movement, why can't it be transformed into a political party?
That's what I wanted to answer.
Okay.
It's like you want to ask me now why the Black consciousness movement led by Martin Luther King did not transform into a political party in the United States of America. Why is it that the movement, the SALT movement of Mahatma Gandhi, did not transform into a political party in India? You understand? In spite of the large followership they have and support. So a movement is different from political. We can only hijack. Let me use the word. I'm sorry, I have to use the word open and close. We can only maybe hijack, a political party and use to get to where we want to get to. Because in the Nigerian political ecosystem firmament, it is very diabolical and at the same time very dangerous for you to come up and form a political party, because the person that recognizes or
we seem to be having a network glitch there. Barrister, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, the network is very unfriendly. So we might need to go for it. Let's go for a short break and try to fix that audio glitch. We'll be right back as soon as we fix it. Please do stay with us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Unfortunately, network has not been very friendly, but we are lucky we have been reconnected with Barrister Asim Adams. And we're discussing why it's difficult for the Obedient Movement and Peter Obi to form a political party. Barrister Adams, let's hear you out. Please land on your thoughts so that we can get into the second topic of discussion.
So the question I asked was, the Obedient Movement is not a political party, it's a movement. It's just like the Black Consciousness movement of late Martin Luther King. It's just like the SALT movement of, Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi of India. You understand? And that is the nature that the Obedient Movement we are. So the only way we can quickly, because if you look at the Obedient Movement, for those who compose and comprise of the Obedient Movement are the true Nigerian people that want this country to be good, to be a great nation. That is why you see we are always being schemed out. Anytime we go out, many Nigerians don't even want to listen to us. They feel that we are too rascally, as the case may be. Because we feel so sad to see a nation like Nigeria, drifting towards the abyss. And now you find that, why have we not registered? The same antagonism, the same atavistic dispositions of many Nigerians to the Obedient Movement is the same, antagonism that we are going to get from Inec. Because Inec is an establishment, organization or commission. Inec is an arm of the executive in Nigeria today. The president appoints who becomes the INEC president or chairman. And if we put in our registration papers, as the case may be, we are sensing that they may say we are too leftist, as the case may be, and they wouldn't want to register that political party. So what we decided was to see and find out whether we can have a nexus with a political party of like minds. That was the reason why we latched on to Labour Party the last time.
Okay.
So we don't necessarily need to form a political party. You see, forming a political party is if you see a political party that you share the same principles and ideologies with, then you can amalgamate or coalesce, together and do that. That was why we joined Labour Party, because Labour Party aspiration and that of the Obedience are in sync. They are similar. That is the situation. So we don't need to form a political party.
Okay.
And if we even bring it upward, they are not going to allow it upward.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. Unfortunately, network got in the middle of our discussion. So the next two stories, we have to match them somehow and just talk about them. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan has pledged to take a more active role in the People's Democratic Party, PDP, ahead of the 2027 general elections. Well, this was disclosed by the PDP National Chairman, Tanimu Turaki, after a closed-door meeting with Jonathan in Abuja. Turaki said Jonathan reaffirmed his loyalty to the PDP, describing himself as a committed, card-carrying member who feels obligated to the party. He assured party leaders of his continued guidance and support as PDP prepares for off-season elections and the 2027 polls. Well, the PDP leadership also acknowledged ongoing internal crises and legal battles, but stressed its commitment to reconciliation and inclusivity. Turaki maintained that PDP remains Nigeria's strongest opposition party and is engaging elder statesmen to restore unity and reposition the party for electoral success. And in another bread, we've been told by the PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, has warned that poverty in Nigeria will worsen with about 141 million people, around 62% of the population projected to be living in poverty by 2026. Well, the outlook contained in PwC's Nigeria Economic Outlook 2026 notes that recent economic reforms have yet to deliver real improvements in household welfare. Despite expectations of easing inflation, weak income growth and persistently high living costs are likely to push more Nigerians into poverty. PwC cautions that most households, especially low-income earners, will remain vulnerable to economic shocks as incomes fail to keep pace with rising expenses. Barrister Adams, in 3-4 minutes, can you help us tell us the value of Jonathan in a PDP? I mean, this is a party they more like abandoned 10 years ago when they lost elections. Atiku Abubakar abandoned PDP, Olusegun Obasanjo, Namadi Sambo, and all of them. And he took the person of Finyesom Wike to give the party a lifeline and brought it up until the moment that, look, it became something to talk about as an opposition party. And all of a sudden, while PDP is going down, we hear people like Jonathan come out to say, look, I support PDP. What is the value of that support? And I would like you to join it with the discussion that PwC has made, saying, look, 141 million people will get into poverty by December 2026 if nothing is done. We moved from 130 people living in poverty, in acute hunger, in June 2025. Now we have been told that by 2026, it will be 141 million people. Can we wrap up with these two questions, please?
See, Jonathan's coming into PDP to rescue PDP is late. Very, very late. Where was Jonathan when this crisis started last year, whatever the case may be? PDP has been polarized. A lot of its members have, gone different ways. And they have lost hope in PDP. You cannot reject PDP now, between now and the elections are even coming up around February, March next year. So you have barely 1 year for you to put PDP together, field candidates, and begin to contest the election. Which election do you want to contest? Except if he's talking about 2031, then I will understand him. PDP has bled, to death, as the case may be. If PDP, were to be a cancer patient, it's in stage 4. The remedies there are very little and far in between. So PDP cannot even reject himself.
Okay, now about poverty. Barrister Adams, we're out of time. Let's talk about poverty briefly. 141 million
about poverty, PwC or whatever they call them, need not tell me about poverty. I know about poverty. I have seen poverty, and I'm still seeing it around me today. So, all these statistics they are banding here and there does not make any sense to me. Nigerians are, what can I say, 40-something%. In my opinion, 70% of Nigerians are below the poverty line. 70% of Nigerians are below the poverty line. On a daily basis, I don't know if people see them on your street corners. People begging you for 500 naira to feed. People stealing gari and bread from supermarkets. People feeding from the dustbin. And you are telling me 30% or whatever. What kind of statistics are that?
No, they said 62%, as a matter of fact, 62%.
It's more than that. It should be, if he agrees 62, it means it's 90%. Because, see, Nigeria is poverty ravaged. See, around me, Even today, I know how many people that have called me for 1,000 naira.
But Barrister Adams, as a payoff, we have a government that says we have turned the corner and everything is going good. So what is that?
Government is dwelling in sophistry. This Tinubu government is dwelling in sophistry, using clever arguments to establish false foundations. How can you be telling me that is it that maybe he's talking about Aso Rock, his ministers, and those who are with him in government?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The poverty has not ravaged them, but the country this man ruled over has been ravaged by poverty beyond imagination.
Okay.
Fantastically.
All right.
A nation that is poverty. I mean, it's sad. Headquarters for poverty.
Unfortunately, Barrister Adams, we are out of time. We must say a very big thank you to you. Network wasn't friendly. Otherwise, we'll have covered enough ground. But all the same, we say a very big thank you to you. We appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, I've been speaking with Barrister Asim Adam, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst, who was also the spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo/P2B campaign organization in Rivers State in 2023 general election. Thanks for coming. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the sound manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Dimbuto. Stay with us and don't go away. And for me, enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, he was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes, our black culture, so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white liberals rather than by the blacks who were the most affected by apartheid. He believes that well-intentioned white liberals failed to comprehend the black experience and often acted in a paternalistic manner. He developed the view that to avoid white domination, black people had to organize independently, and to this end, he became a leading figure in the creation of the South African Student Organization, SASO, in 1968. Membership was open only to blacks, a term that Biko used in reference not just to Bantu-speaking Africans, but also to coloreds and the Indians. He was careful to keep his movement independent of white liberals, but opposed the anti-white hatred and had white friends. The white minority National Party government were initially supportive, seeing SASO's creation as a victory for apartheid's ethos of racial separatism. Influenced by the Martinician philosopher Frantz Fanon and the African-American Black Power movement, Biko and his compatriots developed black consciousness as SASO's official ideology. The movement campaigned for an end to apartheid and the transition of South Africa towards universal suffrage and a socialist economy. Biko believes that black people needed to rid themselves of any sense of racial inferiority, an idea he expressed by popularizing the slogan, "Black is beautiful." In 1972, he was involved in founding the Black People's Convention, BPC, to promote black consciousness ideas among the wider population. The government came to see Biko as a subversive threat and placed him under a banning order in 1973, severely restricting his activities. During his ban, he received repeated anonymous threats and was detained by state security services on several occasions. Following his arrest in August 1977, Biko was beaten to death by state security officers. Over 20,000 people attended his funeral. Biko's fame spread posthumously. He became one of the earliest icons of the movement against apartheid and is regarded as a political martyr and the father of black consciousness. His political legacy remains a matter of contention.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from suspected bandits attacking National Park Service in Oyo State to U.S. introducing $15,000 visa bond for Nigerians. Also, article discloses no stepping down for anyone. Finally, Dati Baba Ahmed discloses he has no plan to leave the Labour Party. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. We start on the sad note as suspected bandits have stormed the National Park Service office located in Orire local government area of Oyo State, leaving at least 5 people dead and several others injured. The spokesman for the Oyo State Police Command, Anyolade Olanyinka, confirmed the attack and disclosed the security chiefs have been deployed to the affected area. As of the time of filing in this report, the bodies of the victims have not yet been recovered as they're believed to be located within the surrounding forest area. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And then, of course, we have joining us virtually, we have Oshemole Richard. He's an editor, assistant general secretary, the Guild of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you for being a part of, thank you for agreeing, of course, to be a part of the issues today. Let me start with you. What do you make of this attack in Oyo State? It looks like it's getting closer into the southwest than everyone has ever imagined. What do you make of it?
It's been coming, as you rightly said, and it also shows the breakdown of intelligence. So, when you are in a precarious situation like ours, it's not the amount of guns you have or amounts of men you have on ground. What wins this kind of war is intelligence. The number of people you have to predict, and act proactively. So you don't wait to react to things like this. So it's, in a nutshell, is another kind of intelligence breakdown. Regrettably, it has cost 5 precious lives.
Okay, when you say, okay, let me even ask you this before I go into this intelligence breakdown you're talking about. But do you think that, in your own opinion, would you view this as, or should this be viewed as an isolated incident or part of a broader escalation in insecurity across the Southwest and, of course, the Middle Belt, like we've said?
Of course, you saw what happened in that village in Kwara State at the church. Then just last week or thereabout, you saw what happened in Nawa. For an hour, over 30, gun-wielding individuals held sway for over an hour and raised down a police station. I mean, after then, have you had anything? Has there been follow up? Has there been briefing by the police, by the IG, by the DSS? If that had happened in, for instance, United States of America or Europe, you will be having daily briefing about what has happened. So we are talking about a police station raised down, you know. So now he's been coming, as I said, and intelligence should have indicated and told us if what was coming to Oyo State. I mean, you have Amoteco for God's sake there, and the forest gas were just launched. So these are the kind of organs that ought to be helping, the conventional police and all that. Let me tell you something, Inena. While I was growing up, when you hear the news or rumor of a single CID in a town or in a village, criminals will be on the run because it is intelligence driven. Then it was intelligence driven. But now you sit right there, and in the case of Owo, 30 gunmen head sway throughout the night and raise that police station. So he's been coming, and now he's in Oyo State. So there are no accidents here. He's negligent at his highest level.
Okay, you painted what used to be when you were younger and what it is now. Where do you think we missed it as a country?
Oh, yes. Again, he's been coming. We've been failing gradually. We've been failing. Lack of patriotism, if I give you something in you bought a public vehicle, pretend you were traveling to like Abuja, or from Lagos you were traveling to Benin, and you had illicit drugs or weapons in that vehicle. I'm not talking of private vehicles now, public vehicles. I have boarded them. See, all the driver needed will be having to have 100 naira, 200 naira, 500 naira to bribe him or herself out of all the checkpoints. That alone is the compromise of the foundation of Nigeria's security. Those who have been entrusted with security of 200 million citizens have compromised it. And it does not just happen at night, it's broad daylight. Move around the states, all over the federation. You will see it's either the Federal Road Safety Corps are doing theirs, or the VIOs are doing theirs, or the police, or whatever. Broad daylight, they collect it. There is no way it happens any other city that challenges the very foundation, security foundation of Nigeria. And you got all the military running after this insurgency, banditry, and all that. But are you aware that it ought to have been nipped in the bud if the police were not corrupt? If intelligence had worked, military had no business in this thing. It is internal security, Ministry of Interior. What have they done? Civil defense, whatever, in immigration, customs. It is failure of all this that has made us to found ourselves where we found ourselves now.
Okay, I will come back to you, but let me come to our guest in the studio. Dr. Anosike, our guest virtually says, Mr. Richard is saying that this is a failure of intelligence, it's a breakdown of intelligence. And we have a Moteko, like he pointed out, we have the forest guards. Something like this is still happening, very close to home. We're in Lagos here, very close to Lagos, and this has put fear in the hearts of many Nigerians. What do you make of this? Do you also agree that this is intelligence breakdown?
Well, the problem with Nigeria is that we don't learn very fast. We are not proactive. Why Russia decided to invade Ukraine is because Ukraine wants to join NATO. Understand? That is the main reason. why Donald Trump has to do what he did in Venezuela is the people are talking about oil, democracy. It's about security. It's about security because Venezuela is a neighbor and Venezuela is fraternizing with their enemies, Iran, Russia, China. So the only way to stop that is to take the leadership of Venezuela out. And by doing that, he pushed both Iran, Russia, and China away. Understand? You learn from what is happening to other people, and then from there, you know how that to protect yourself. Kwara has a boundary with your state, going through Obomoshire, understand me? So once bandits has entered the Kwara state, the next thing, the people in Oyo should begin to protect their own border. But this is not happening. So once it's not in our state, we are covered. That mentality is wrong. Because when I talk about what's happening in the middle, in the north central, I know that it will enter Kogi. I know that it will enter Enugu state because these people have boundaries. When Benue becomes too hot for them, they will go to Kogi. When Kogi becomes too hot, they will go to Enugu state. Understand? So once as Kwara has become a hotbed for insurgents, definitely Kogi, Benue, Oyo people should be preparing. Understand? But it is not happening. So as he said, this is failure of intelligence. This failure of not being proactive. Understand? Because what our government is good at is at issuing condolences instead of stopping the killings. Where these people have come to stay, and they even said that they have spread to different parts of the country, and nobody is taking that statement serious. And government has not started by disarming these herdsmen, because that is one tool that they are using that to spread. Understand? We are herdsmen. We are looking for where to graze our cattle, and from there they will be spreading. So and once it enters, they have been in Ondo State for a very, very long time. Understand? And Ondo has a lot of forest. I know that the national park is an isolated area, because you'll be asking, what are they going to do there? What is there? But they can always hide anywhere to prepare for an attack. And that could be what has happened. Maybe those people that they killed there want to interfere or stop them from what they want to do. So that's why community and policing is very, very important. Because security is not what should be there for the government alone. Understand? People should also join hands. Understand? When you see strange movements, you notify the authority. That's why I have been a fan of state police. Because maybe in those areas, people there may not know how to speak English. And if the security men there are from eastern or northern part of the country, they cannot communicate. But if it's from their own people, they can use their own language and tell them, we notice their strange faces, we notice their strange behavior. Then everybody will be on that, and then start looking for how to protect the community, and the state.
Okay, you kind of answered a bit of one of my next question, but while you were talking, you said something which I would want you to also talk about. You said, okay, do you think that this is like a warning attack, sort of, this attack in
Warning that 5 people that are dead.
What is warning about it?
It's not a warning again. It is attack. It is attack, understand? It is attack. Even though in Nigeria, where life does not matter much, death of 5 people can be taken that's as a warning. Or this is an introduction, or this is an announcement. We are now in Oyo State.
I think that's the better question, better way to say.
This is an announcement. We are now in Oyo State.
Okay, let me come back to our virtual guest. Dr. Nosike mentioned community policing, and of course, I'm going to ask you, what immediate changes do you think should be made in intelligence, policing, and of course, community safety protocols? This is an incident that should not just be left just like that. You know, what steps do you think can be taken for Oyo to be protected, and of course, other states, other boundary states to also be protected from all of these?
Elena, I hope you are not being overconfident about the security in other states. There is no way in the country that the security is guaranteed as it is presently. Whether Oyo State, this is not the first time also you have crime reported in Oyo State. It's just that this one was an attack at the what do you call it?
The bandits.
Park, right? So what we are saying is that for security to be guaranteed in the first place, you talked about community policing and all that. Is okay. The concept is good, but who are those that would give intelligence? The security architecture will be there, but who are those that will furnish it with intelligence? You are talking of disgruntled citizens. You are talking of citizens that do not trust even the police. Inec, today, I want you to do something. You find an accident victim came to the hospital. It might lead you to jail if you are not careful. So we are talking about trust. If you pick up a police ID card and report that ID card, take it to any police station, it might land you in jail. So we are talking of citizens that do not trust their police. So you are talking about trust. The media has been awash with news in the past few days of policemen setting up citizens, collecting millions of naira from them, even killing them in the process. So one is about trust. Two is about the citizenry itself. Are they really patriotic? Why are they not patriotic? If the citizenry does not trust the government, and they would rather settle for some kind of stipends to help sabotage the system, then we have a bigger trouble on our hands. You know, so we have citizens, unpatriotic citizens that felt they've been left to their own affairs, you know, due to lack of welfare system, you know, from the government. So they would do anything to help to sabotage the security. And we are also talking about this trust for the few who also feel like, oh, we must help the system. How is the system treating them? These are the two key issues that government must look, you know, towards to address them. That look, what exactly is happening with those elements in police uniform? And why are people not being patriotic?
Okay, that's really $1 million question. Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. United States government has introduced a new visa bond policy requiring applicants for B1, B2 visas to post bonds of up to $15,000. The development further tightens entry conditions for travelers following the introduction of partial U.S. travel restrictions on Nigeria some weeks earlier. The U.S. cited the presence and operations of radical Islamic terrorist groups such as Boko Haram and the Islamic State in certain parts of the country, resulting in substantial screening and vetting difficulties. The announcement has sparked concern among Nigerians, with travel experts warning that the cost could further limit access to legitimate travel opportunities. Let me come to you first, Dr. Peter. You know, this new development, this $15,000 rather visa bond requirement. You know, how don't you think this would what effect would this have on ordinary Nigerians that are seeking U.S. travel? You know, they are students, people legitimate reasons to want to go to the U.S.
This is not it's not happening in United States only. It's also happening in the other countries of the world. Understand? So it just that to show one that it shows that you are preparedness. Understand? I'm coming there. I have what it takes. I'm not coming there that to become a nuisance. Understand? Or a burden onto the United States government. So those things, it may sound it could be tough. That's for average Nigerians going to the United States, but with or the way innocent people that have been killed in different parts of the country, especially in the United States, they ought to tighten for their security, and this kind of a thing should be one of it. That to make sure that the people coming are not just people who are coming that to become an liability on government. So I feel they should also take it further to mental examination, understand, and also what is chasing them. That's out of the country, because that's with the American intervention, a lot of people may want to run out of the country. Understand? And even those bandits could also be part of it. So there should be a stringent measures, and this is what Nigeria ought to be doing too. Because entering the country is not supposed to be easy. But in Nigeria today, you don't know who is from Benin, who is from Togo, who is from Niger. And all of them are carrying our NIN. Other of us are carrying our voters card because our borders are open. Understand? Everybody, mad people are coming, criminals are coming, terrorists are coming. People will escape from jail in the other West African countries, and they will find or their way into the country. So for me, I am an advocate of stringent measures to be taken before anybody enters another country. If you cannot meet those conditions, you shouldn't go.
Okay, let me go back to Richard. Richard, you know, the U.S. has cited the presence and operations of radical Islamic terrorist groups such as Boko Haram and, of course, Islamic State in certain parts of the country, and the inability to vet or the difficulty in vetting and, of course, substantial screening. Do you think that this would further fuel narratives that Nigeria is unstable or mismanaged and, of course, harm foreign investment appeal?
When you talk of foreign investment, you must also understand that no foreign investment thrives without local security that guarantees even internal investment. You know, If local investment does not thrive, what platform would foreign investment come and build on? You'll be talking about unskilled labor. You'll be talking of bandits and all that. But when you have a stable country, then that you have well-educated citizens and all that, then even you don't need to convince anyone to come to Nigeria to invest. Because they will be begging to come here, because you have everything, the rail infrastructure, electricity and all that. Let me tell you something. The borrowing interest rate, in your financial system, like in Europe and in Japan, where even all the social amenities are available, the borrowing interest rate is not even a two-digit figure. But here, where we have everything being sorted by every investor, you still have a two-digit interest rate. So, as I said, you don't need to beg any investor. Investors look for an environment that will help them to yield profit. All you need to do is to put your home in order, good infrastructure, security, and good judicial system, so that when you have anyone feeling aggrieved, they can get justice served, not justice bought. So these are the issues that we have here. And if you look at what Trump has done, like $15,000, I mean, he's been coming as well. 5 years visa, 5-year visa was slashed to just a 1 year duration. Then he also floated early 2025. He floated $5 million bond for the super rich. So, look, those things should never have been meant for Nigerians. Going by all the resources, the human capital, endowments, and natural resources we are blessed with. But this is where we are being treated like, paupers, due to lack of leadership that could harness, and really galvanize all God has endowed us with to make a great country.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's now move on to politics. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says no aspirant will step down for another in the African Democratic Congress presidential race as preparations gear up ahead of the 2027 general elections. Atiku Abubakar stated that no one will be pressured to step down, insisting that all aspirants must be given equal opportunity. The comment by the former vice president followed rumors that he's facing pressure to step aside for a southern candidate to emerge as the ADC's flag bearer in the upcoming election against Tinubu. He also accused President Bola Tinubu of misgovernance, describing his administration as a growing national liability. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it plans to meet with key political figures, including Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, as part of efforts to strengthen opposition collaboration ahead of the 2027 elections. A chieftain of the party, Emmanuel Ogidi, says discussions will focus on unity and the possibility of a broad coalition to challenge the ruling party. In a related development, members of the PDP National Working Committee met with ex-president Goodluck Jonathan. The group was led by the national chairman, Tanimu Turaki, and other party chieftains at his Maitama office in Abuja. After the meeting, Turaki disclosed that they have the assurance of the former president that he remains an active, card-carrying member of the PDP and is obliged to support the party. Dr. Peter, where do we start from? Should we start with Atiku? Should we start with the Tanimu Turaki saying Jonathan is saying that he's supporting them and all of that? But anyways, let's start with Atiku. Atiku says...
what Atiku said is the right thing, understand? You are running for a position, you are not running as a substitute. You are not running to be on the bench, understand? Like I said earlier, that I have said on this program, nobody runs for the office of the vice president. So whoever is interested in the 2027 election is running for the president, is running for the governor. Understand? Nobody runs for the deputy governor, nobody runs for the vice president. Understand? So what he said that nobody is going to step down for the other is the right thing. You don't reserve a position for anybody. It is a contest. Even if there are 100 that is interested that to be ADC presidential candidate, they should face a primary. Understand? Then delegates will choose who they want to now contest against the whoever APC might bring. Understand me? So what he said is the right thing. And I know that there have been pressure on him, and that pressure is increasing now. One, because of what is happening in the international community, understand, and this so-called gentleman agreement between the North and the South. So there still this view that that after 2027, that the South still has 4 more years. Understand? Therefore, that the South should be allowed to complete their own 8 years, which for me I'm not a fan of. What I want is competent leader who will change the story of Nigeria, and whether he's from the north, from the east, from the west, or from the central, I don't care. Understand? What I'm looking for is a credible and a competent person that will turn Nigeria around. Understand? So if there's a northerner can do it from 2027 upwards, let a northerner become our president. If a southerner can do it, sure, I don't care where anybody comes from. All I want for is a competent, credible Nigeria president.
Okay, I know you're a fan of Peter Obi, and now I'm hearing you say...
I'm not a fan of Peter Obi is just a friend.
Okay, so you don't even care if it's the one on the ballot of ADC or if it is Atiku Abubakar that is on the ballot?
I say I want a competent and a credible person. Understand? Why I talk about P2B, understand, is because I have checked the records, understand me, that's of the people now who are currently indicating interest to run for the president. And I checked right from the private sector up to the public. P2B has a more credible record. At least P2B was able to build a business from scratch. Atiku was in the customs. Understand me? So that was his own foundation. P2B was able to build a business from the scratch. And when he was a governor, he showed prudence, which is what Nigeria needs now. Understand? We need to reverse this wastefulness in our system. And the P2B is a very frugal person. So he can do it more than the other people. So understand me? And so, and not that because of he is an Igbo man, certainly not. Assuming that any other person has this record.
Okay, let's hear from our virtual guest. With this statement by Atiku, I want to ask you this. If Peter Obi and Atiku are allowed to slug it out in a free and fair primary, who do you think will win?
Thank you, Nina, once again. You see, this is year 2026, and I'm a bit kind of ashamed to be talking about the North and the South. I do not know how to explain to my kids. I don't know, Inena, if you could explain this to your children, that if Kemi Badnoch is the head of leader of conservative in the United Kingdom, and Obama was a president in the United States and in the White House. But in our own Black African country, we are still talking of the North, the South, the West. It's sad. It is saddening. To go straight to your question, this is politics. The more you see, the more you look, the less you see. I must tell you that Obi and Atiku understand each other more than I could ever do, and that you could ever imagine as well. So it is politics. They understand the game. They've been in it. As a matter of fact, some of them have taken it as career, profession there. So I wouldn't want to dabble into who will win or who wouldn't win, because in politics, 1 + 1 is not 2.
So what are the chances of why I ask this question is, if Atiku is saying he's not going to step down, some persons are saying he has the money to actually do what he has to do, and Obi would definitely not. We know who Peter Obi is, and we know that he's likely not to bring out money for any to either probably buy or try to ensure that delegates work for his favor and all of that. We know that all of those come in play in what we have in our nation today. And that's why I asked you that question, because if Atiku is saying he's not ready to step down, where does it leave Obi? And Obi is also saying he's not going to be a vice president to anybody. So
look, the less you see. Those ones we read in the newspapers and in the electronic media, they are not really the main issues that go on behind the scene. You understand? So Atiku has money. Where is the money? I mean, I don't know. Obi does not have money, or he has money he doesn't spend. I've never been to any of his occasions, whether he spend or not. And I do not want to be swayed by all that, that there is any politician that does not like to spend money. I don't think so. That is why I said we don't get swayed or brainwashed by, what politicians throw at us. They do more behind the scenes than what we know. And with that, I wouldn't want to say for either of them what they are capable of doing until they come to do whatever. If Obi really needs the ticket, he's going to go all hog to get it. But of course, it's not about money. It's about negotiations behind the scene. As I said, it's about consultation, about all that. And if Obi knew that he's going to be grabbing the ticket with few naira exchanging hands with delegates, he's going to do it. Even in the United States, it's all about money. So that Obi doesn't like to spend. I don't believe that. Maybe he loves to spend when he's sure about winning the ticket.
Okay, the PDP, let me still stay on you. The PDP says it has plans to meet with, Atiku and of course Peter Obi, who were members of the PDP, and they're actually thinking that this would help them. According to the chieftain that spoke, he said this is part of efforts to strengthen opposition collaboration. That's of course PDP collaboration ahead of 2027 elections. Do you think that anything will come out of such a meeting? Do you see someone like Atiku or Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi actually aligning back to PDP?
They are talking of coalition.
They're talking about coalition, not PDP.
Not going back.
Okay, so like a collaboration between
joining coalition.
But do you think PDP will join ADC?
Okay, if you want,
I'll come back to you, Richard. Let me allow that.
When people talk about having money and not having money, there's nobody that his money has been put on the counter and we count it. Understand me? So we don't know Atiku and the Obi who is richer. Understand? Because we don't have Forbes or Bloomberg tracking their riches. Understand me? It's when people bring out their money, put on the counter, and we count, we know who has more. So I know that, and I have even said it in different fora, that members of PDP who did not ally with Nyesom Wike has no other option than to join the coalition. Understand? They can do it individually, that's by defecting or by joining us, that's as a faction. You know, mind you, in 2014, a faction of ABGA, led by Rochas Okrocha, teamed up and formed the APC. So that's what we'll be seeing this year. And that's why this conversation is going on, understand? So a faction of PDP is going to join the coalition, understand? Okay. And a faction of Labour Party is also going to join the coalition.
Okay, let me hear from you, Richard. Do you see this coalition actually working out? Before we move to the next conversation, which is still on politics, actually.
There is nothing like a PDP, APC, or whatever. What you have is in our climb here. We don't have politics of ideology here. So what we have is different interests trying to see where their different individuals and actors trying to see where their interests could be best protected. Are you aware that the son of one of the arrowhead of ADC, El-Rufai, the son is still in the APC? So, look, the crisscrossing will happen till the 24 hours to election. That is how it works. So, I want you to sit back, grab some popcorns, and entertain yourself between now and 2027 February, when election takes place. So, there is nothing like PDP, APC, whatever. They are just politicians looking for where their interest will be well secured.
Okay, let's move on. Speaking about popcorn, so we should grab our popcorn and of course watch and see what gets to happen between now and 2027. Another thing is coming up. Former vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, he's saying that he has no plan to leave the party ahead of 2027 elections. And of course, some of the things they say, it looks like he wants to contest in the Labour Party as a presidential candidate. What do you make of the Baba Ahmed statement? He actually called some of these, according to him, the coalition, he said they are disgruntled politicians. Let me speak to you first before I move to Tano CK. What do you make of Baba Ahmed's statement?
It's no good politician anywhere in the world, and that's why you see scandals throwing up in United States, in United Kingdom, until they get caught. So the best guy you think might do your bidding, might be protect your interests, could turn out to be the worst. So coming to talk about the statement credited to, I saw the video anyway, Dati Baba Ahmed. Of course, he had all his rights to also vie for the highest position in the land, and but he's a politician as well. Look, politicians, you will speak in the morning and not just in the evening. A second after that moment, they are doing something else. So that's why I said the more you look in Nigerian brand of politics, the less you see. Donald Trump told the House of Reps member in the United States that, look, you people have got to work harder to see you get to make sure you get elected, or else I could be impeached. That is straightforward politics. They know Americans can be swayed, can be manipulated to that extent. But in Nigeria, the game is being played. The scheming is being controlled by those who have been in the game for long. Dati Baba Ahmed was vice to Obi. There are people in APC that will still leave to join the coalition. There are people in the coalition that will still leave to join the APC. They are just right there as moles and as espionage to spy.
Okay.
And the earlier you get to know that, the better. So we haven't seen the picture yet.
Okay,
It's just
before I come, Dr. Nasike, I would like you to have your final thoughts on some of the things we've talked about before I move to Dr. Nasike and allow him talk about the Dati Baba Ahmed and of course his final thoughts as well.
My final thought on today's conversation is I love power as well. I love to be in a motorcade, in a convoy. But while having all that, I love whoever finds him or herself in that position to be patriotic, so that at least insecurity will be a thing of the past, and at least we will have dignity when we travel out of the shores, of this country, being respected, the green, white, green passport, so that we don't get spite and ridiculed by $15,000 bond before we have them, even though we are going there to do many jobs.
Wow. Thank you. Let's have your thoughts, Dr. Anosike, about the Dati Baba Ahmed. We want to chime in on that, and then, of course, the concluding thought.
It is his right to contest, just as it is your own right to contest once you are of age, you understand? So he is exercising his civic responsibility, but I know where his mind is. Understand? I know where his mind is, and in the fullness of time, Nigeria will see it. Understand?
Where is his mind?
There's a script. There's a script. Only the fool that will get food. So what he is doing is the right thing. Some people need to be checked, because if he goes out of there, one stupid person might just go there and pick up the distance ticket. So a game is going on. Understand?
Okay.
Then on my final thought,
in one sentence, please.
A faction of PDP is going to, that don't agree with Nelson Wike, as I said, is going to join the coalition. Labour Party faction is also going to join the coalition. Then on insecurity, the earlier we have a state police, the better for us as a country.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Anosike, for being with us. And thank you, Richard Oshamole, for being with us today. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues, of course, on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Nikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth Heads of Government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. This is where we're going to tell you all things topical and all things trending. And of course, you're still basking in the euphoria of stepping into a new year. And it is so much news breaking today. And of course, we'll do a couple of follow-ups to some of the things we did yesterday and of course from the start of the week. On that note, I welcome you aboard again. If this is your first time, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. I am Vivian Obuche.
And I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. It will be interesting to actually get to know exactly what you feel about the conversation that we'll be having today. So we'd like you to actually leave us a comment on our YouTube platform or any other social media if you are one of those watching across those devices. But of course, we also love you to actually subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. Without further ado, let's see the show.
All right, so our first hashtag for today is Dati. Now, he is popular. Of course, he's a very well-known Labour Party chieftain. He used to be Peter Obi's running mate, in 2023. But that is no longer the song these men are singing. So Dati Baba Ahmed today officially declared his ambition to run for presidency in 2027. But this is the catch, yeah? This is like a catch-22 situation. He distanced himself openly from his former, should I say his former, they are still friends, right? He distanced himself from his former party member because Peter Obi publicly defected from the Labour Party to the ADC. Now, Dati Baba Ahmed is saying he's not going to defect and that he tried to mediate between the Labour Party and Peter Obi and other politicians that had defected from the Labour Party to other parties, but that he's done with it. He's done mediating, and now he's going to declare to everybody who cares to listen that he is his own man and he's not following in anybody's shadows or footsteps of whatever you want to say. Now, I've got him on tape, so I'm going to play the video for you in a short while. But first, let's take a look at the post that's going to introduce